sound on. Let's see if we're up and running here. We'll see if the sound is coming through. I think we're live. There goes was that a notification? Oh no, what was that? No. Okay, we're good. I've got no sound. What's up with that? Do we have sound? Sound. Sound? Did notifications...
Mwah.
Oh, yeah.
Good evening,
Hey,
Nate, and all the trendies.
Hey, buddy. There's the sound. Okay, I hear it now. Weird. That was weird. Didn't hear sound.
A acid trap. Welcome to the show
The
evening,
show. Ready to go for the show. Hello, everybody. Hello. Stream with Evil Fossil. Who is that? Yo, who is that? Who is that? Who is that? Is my kick live? Yeah, my kick is live, right?
Querello.
Ice!
What up, bro?
Hey, Ice, what's up, buddy? How's it going? Good to see you. Search it on Kick. Who?
A acid trap. Have you been catching up on this submarine story?
Yes, stream with Evil Fossil on Kick. Evil Fossil. EVILFOSSIL. Evil Fossil. Mature. Evil. We need AI to be perfect. It can't be human. But I was thinking, isn't that an incredible level of arrogance in thinking that we can create... Why can't I hear him speaking?
For mad long, we've been going for mad long, nigga. Do not tell me good one, bro. Do not tell me.
Dude, I can't talk to him, man, if he's saying the N-word like that. It's just he's disrespecting himself. You know, he disrespects me. I wouldn't stream with that guy. I can't have that kind of language flying around on my live show while I'm on YouTube, bro. It's racist. You know, I don't even give someone like that a few seconds to listen to him, man. If he's going to talk like that, you know. He's completely lost me. I know I curse a lot, but most of my cursing is not intended to hurt people, and I'm allowed to say it. He's not allowed to say that stuff on a lot of platforms that I'm on. So, unless I quit broadcasting to YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, probably Twitch, you know, I can't even have a conversation with somebody like that. And you know, he should clean his act up too. I've definitely cleaned my act up a lot since the old days. I mean, I'll still lay down some curse words. Don't get me wrong. But I'm the closest thing to advertiser-friendly content that I've ever been today. Than I've ever been. I'm not trying to be. I'm just saying, you know, for the people who have, you know, the feathers out there, the little light feathers that I get, that I ruffle them so easily. For those people, I try to make it a little easier. Like today's earlier show talking about manscaping, it was too much for my viewers. I can't believe... It's funny. I know I was acting all serious. That's a joke. It's a joke. And the fact that people think that that's vulgar or whatever, when the other dudes that stayed were laughing, you guys knew that we're watching earlier today. You guys knew that you were laughing your asses off at me, and I try to not laugh, so it makes it even funnier. Because I'm laughing too when I'm talking about it. But people think I'm taking myself like too seriously because I'm such a good actor. So they're like, oh, this guy talking about shaving his balls. No, dude, I'm trying to make you laugh. You think I care whether or not you shave your fucking balls or not? That was a good bit, wasn't it? You guys laughed your asses off. You guys laughed your balls off. Your shorn balls. Your smooth and shorn balls. Didn't you? Let me hear from my audience. You guys thought that was funny? Let me hear from you guys. You getting the black what? Truck detail? No, black detailer's biggest pain in the... Yeah, sack. That's funny you said pain in the sack we're talking about. Nope, no answer. You guys behind in the chat? That's cool, whatever. Dabs or bong rips? Dabs or bong rips? Dabs or bong rips? How does my kick go from 9 viewers to 2 viewers? What is going on over there?
Wah. Both.
Dabs and bong rips? I don't know, dude. You're trying to kill me. Why did you say that? That was the first response, too, bro. Alright, I can do it. We'll focus more on the dab than the bong rip. The bong rip is still... There's still a bong rip in here, for the most part. But what's important is the dab that's going to sit on top of it.
Days. Facebook chats aren't going through.
Dabs for days. Fuck Facebook, bro. Come on over to Kick, son. That's how you get on here. I don't know why Facebook's doing that. I totally
Patrick
have Facebook
John
on.
Welder.
Hey, there's PJ Dub.
See a fish.
On Facebook.
Don't die. Running out of air. Don't die.
Stop it.
Dabs 4 days.
Just stop it.
That's what I did.
You're
Facebook.
a heartless,
Haha.
cold motherfucker, dude. Just like me. Oh my god. Okay. Oi. Don't make too much of a mess, dumbass. Dude, don't get that oil on shit. You got to be more careful than that, Nay. No more clacking it around. Alright, here we go. We're going to smoke some of this dab on this. It might even catch on fire. Let's try it. No law regarding cannabis.
Wah. Cheers. Mike Pasquarello.
Cheers, Ice.
Cheers.
Let's set this thing on fire. That's what I did. Fuck Facebook. Fuck Facebook. I went to Kick. Hell yeah. My table's nice and sturdy over here. I like that.
Iceman. Me too.
Are you playing any COD tonight? Later, bro? I was playing earlier today. I got to level 92, I think. Was really getting. I was getting some really good.
Iceman. Yeah.
What time are you gonna go on? Is this Nays Garden guy in chat? Yeah, Azron, I am. I am. What's up, son? There you are. What's up? Hey, bro. Hitting the bong. Doing some dabs. We should do a dab. Dabs up, son. What? Somebody's being nice to me. Everybody, somebody's being nice to me. I like that. I like when people are nice to me, man. I want to be nice to y'all.
Iceman. Whenever you want, rolling one now, but can get on when you want.
Okay, cool. Well, I could play for a little bit. So I can't join you till later. I might run to a dispensary. Hell yeah, Azron. Thank you, man, for talking to me. Azron, thank you for talking to me and being nice to me. I do appreciate that. I respond positively to positivity. I do. You'd be amazed. So, you're nice to me, I'm nice to you. Yeah! Puff, puff, pass, son. Alright, let me do this. We've got the dabs right here. You know, we've got a little bit. We got a little tiny bit of dabs here, so we want to use it sparingly. Okay. And now we grab the C3PO torch. Oh, right when I was going to grab for the lighter, it started. Just like C3PO, to, you know, wait for the last second. Not safe for work, not safe for work, not safe for work warning. There you go. I'll try not to say what I'm doing while I'm doing. How's that? Well, I'll try not to say what I'm doing while I'm doing it. Trying to be safer for work. Cheers, everybody. I'm 30 seconds out.
Iceman. Got you on both. Here in FB.
I love that you're on Kick, bro. Thank you. Thank you, Ice. Thank you. Okay, no law regarding cannabis. Cheers, everybody.
PSHHH work we off now, time to get high with my buddies. Mike Pasquarello. You're welcome. Kick made it to Restream, I see. I'll be heading over there more often.
Kick is
Mike
on Restream,
Pasquarello.
yes.
See, I can be nice too. LOL.
Thanks, Ice. Well, Kick made it, and now they just got to bring Rumble. And Odyssey would be nice too. I gave you my take on the Titanic disaster, the second Titanic disaster. Like we needed a second Titanic disaster. It's the Titanic serves as a monument to the stupidity of mankind. Okay? How dumb we were. The lesson was, don't take a boat and ram it through a bunch of fucking icebergs. We learned that lesson. You don't need to go down there and look at that shit. You don't. That's the lesson. There's nothing else that you need to learn. Okay? We're good. Period. You decide to do something stupid like that, we can't be supportive of you. We can't, donate all of our resources that we have available to try to fish your asses back up because you decided to hop in. And I know it's cold, guys. I know it sounds tough, but at the same time, my mother, 81 years old, feels the same way. She's like, those guys, they bought the ticket, they take the ride.
Saw someone make
Fuck
a joke
yeah, Mom.
saying the 250K wasn't the round trip price.
Oh, boom. Yeah, it wasn't the round trip ticket, obviously. Boom, boom, boom. Come save us. What a way to go, dude. It's a fucking nightmare. It's horrible. It's unimaginable. And how dare these fucking morons have to make us think about it? Because they're so selfish and dumb. So fuck them. Make all the jokes about this shit that you guys want. Ha ha ha. Laugh it up. Don't make them make you feel guilty about something that you would have never done because y'all were way too smart to do something so fucking stupid. Am I right? Just a reality take. You're only going to get those here.
Querello. I'm on, just saying.
Oh yeah, bro, I'm ready. I'm high, I'm down. I do a bong rip and I'm ready to play.
Josh G. We gotta save their rich ass now because their wallets were too fat for their brains. Has to be said. Same goes for the space travelers.
Look at those crypto prices, guys. $30,000 Bitcoin. I bring it to you live while we play COD with Iceman. Iceman. We played with Nick earlier today. We played with Cyber. We played with really good gamers who score very often the very top ranked player on the at the end of the round. If you guys like watching gamers and you realize when you're actually watching them, some of them are actually really good at it. The guys that I play with are really good at these games. So if you want to learn, this is the podcast to watch.
Josh G. I'm liking this stream HUD layout.
Thank you. Let's make that chat a little bit bigger. I'm in full control. Look at me, man. Rogie, you hanging in there? This dog hasn't been outside. The dog has not gone to the bathroom yet today. Not this morning, nothing. Where's my game at, son? Oh my god, it moved screens. Look at that. Dude, it changed monitors on me. Bro, I have to... Hold on, I've got to get out and I have to change my video. Extend, full screen extended window. No. Windowed, here we go. Apply. Okay, great. Now I can go full screen, borderless. Apply. Okay. Okay. I am back in there. We're good. Yeah, we're good. I just had to move my monitor. It came up on another monitor because I turned my monitors off earlier. God, I gotta find a better way, dude. I put the computer to sleep. I'm trying to save energy. Our power bill is up $200 this month. Anybody else have a high power bill?
Oh yeah.
All of a sudden you think they raised the rates? You know, we don't know. It's so expensive. We're like, holy shit, dude, that ain't right. I'm thinking it's on my computers, but maybe they raised the rates. Rogi's giving me the sad eyes, bro. Completely unobstructed view. Oh yeah, and I have this right here. I got my my pad I like to put my arms on. This thing is great. Move up, try to get my posture up. Get a little shaking out. I had a problem earlier today. I put some triage oil on my hands and I was able to keep playing after I rubbed the triage oil in.
Deathmatch. Feather 1, you have cleared your visual threat.
All except that. Using drill charge. Got your cover. Planting claymore.
Where'd he go? What the fuck? The Iceman's around, dude. Dude's gonna get killed quick. That was funny, dude. Ice, you killed that guy so fast. Downstairs, Ice, downstairs. Bad guy. Oh, you dead? Fuck.
We've lost the lead.
Alright, alright.
We've secured the lead.
Dude, where'd he go? Little fucking jack in the box pulled the chuckles on me, bro. Dun 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 dun. But parking lot special. Oh my bad. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hostile UAV in the sector.
Oh, they're gonna know we're in here now, bro. They're gonna see all them little dots in here. Look at all them dots. Oh, friendly downstairs. Oh, oh, what outnumbered? Dude, we're three of us got outnumbered. Oh shit. Need that 100 bullet box like I got, son. You're like, yeah, I don't need that shit. Exactly, I don't need that shit. Jump up through there. Oh shit! God bless America. Totally leaving my fucking left side vulnerable. Am I not doing anything? God, why do I suck so bad? Everybody that saw that kill knows I suck right now. They're like, dude, yeah, you killed that guy, but that was so sloppy. That one was better. You're still a sloppy little bitch. You're a sloppy bitch, little name. Oh, watch out. There's one in there, bro.
Up here?
Yes, yes. He just killed me up there. Dude, I'm lost. Holy shit. Double kill! Get the fuck out of there. Run, run, run. Leave him a little happy thing.
Hostile UAV active.
Oh my god.
Friendly VTOL inbound.
Oh shit. Son of a bitch. Oh my god, that was another dude. That was yet another dude. What's up, son? Follow me. I'll lead the way. There's one more up here, I think. He's down. I don't know what the fuck I'm seeing, bro.
Reloading a 6.
Here, have one of those. Dude. Oh, okay, you're standing right by my boy.
You're halfway to mission complete. Keep fighting.
Watch your front door, Rock.
Oh shit, someone's coming in, bro.
He got in the front
Oh,
door.
he got me. He's downstairs. Just killed me.
Watch the front door.
Fuck. Alright. Thanks, Mom.
Need ammo.
Swapping mags.
Had to headshot some dude, but it's cool. Sorry, buddy. Oh my god.
Here.
Ammo.
Look at that gun, bro. I love that shit. Sentry gun. Oh, what, dude?
Oh, he's right up. Hey, he's around the bookshelf on the other side of the balcony.
Oh shit, someone's in here. Oh fuck. God damn it. Oh shit. Oh, he's laying down. Oh my god. Two guys in there. In the room. One guy's laying down, the other guy's standing up. Oh shit. Oh dude, I got lucky. I got so lucky on that one. Oh my god. I can't believe I killed that guy. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh, bro, I just started shooting, man. I couldn't. Oh, what? I couldn't see it. I couldn't see anything, man. Oh, he's laying down in the corner, bro, right by the window again. As soon as you come up the,
I'm trying to snipe with this.
as soon as you come up the stairs, he's laying on the floor like a little bitch. Shit. Grenades everywhere, bro.
That one's done.
Okay.
With you till the end.
Have one of those. Oh shit! Oh my god, get him, Ice! Yeah! Fuck you, fuck with me, that's what happens, bitch.
Lowering your 6.
I'm like a goddamn salmon returning home to the goddams every time. Come back to the room. Whoa, dude, I got sniped, watch out. Outside this window. I don't know where he's at.
Out here?
No, the other window. Out the other side of the
Front
door.
one. Oh shit.
Damn, they kill you quick, bro. My god.
I hit him, but he had another guy.
I'm in the bomb shelter. Psst, turn around. That's awesome. First time a fucking airstrike flies it. Well, I think that's what that was. I got a little bomb shelter to get into. Oh shit. No shit. Watch the corners as soon as you get up in there. Fuck! Okay, it's cool.
Burned him.
Oh, sorry, buddy. Sorry.
Flash! One shot!
Oh, fuck. Not again. Oh, it's you. Smashed us. Oh, another grenade. Holy shit. Where is he?
UAV active.
Fuck. Oh my god, how did I miss that shot? Oh my god. My crosshair was right there, bro. Oh my god. What the fuck? Who's looking at me? Oh my god, there's snipers in the ocean. That's happening. Whatever.
Oh, no.
Dude, where are those fuckers? Fuck sticks. I saw two guys out there. Boom, got me.
Dude, I was away from that. God damn, that was a lucky ass shot.
Oh shit! Where'd that come from? Shit, dude! Fuck! On the floor behind me. Fuck! Come on now. Come on now.
Oh, what?
Whoa! Alright, alright. Come on now, man. The guy laid down and shot at me. Threw me off his trail there for a second.
We've lost the lead. 1 minute remaining. Hostile UAV overhead.
Oh, great.
I gotta get warmed up.
Great, that didn't work.
Enemy has the lead.
Got one of them in there.
30 seconds remaining.
Throwing smoke.
Hostiles launched a cruise missile.
Damn.
Mission failed. Return to base.
Yep. Yep. Oh. Oh.
Well,
I got 9 kills, though.
yeah, man.
17 deaths. 9 kills.
Okay. Oh, 17, right.
Get 2
Not bad,
operator
not bad.
headshots. Okay, I got all my challenges then.
What are you, doing this weekend?
I'm picking up my girl, and we're hanging out. I gotta watch my dad because my mom's doing something.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Shipment. Hell yeah. What? Third person mosh pit? No. Okay, here we go. I've never done this.
We're not doing that. Oh, dude. I can't do this. Why did I put this on?
Oh. Oh, okay. That's weird. That's weird.
Changing mags.
Weird. I don't get it. Wait. As soon as I aim, it's not. As soon as I aim, it's not in third person anymore. Whoa.
Hold it. They must have just snuck that in on the upgrade.
Oh, there's deer right behind. There's a deer right behind me. There's.
Up.
What? Yeah. I know. Thank you. There's 3 deer behind me.
Oh, yeah.
There goes one right there.
Oh, shit. Hold on a second.
Okay.
I want you to, let me find this so that you can change this. 'Cause it's driving me nuts when I watch your screens. Okay. Go to graphics, go to settings.
Hold on. No, I gotta do something. Hold on. I'm trying to adjust this stupid camera so people could see the deer. Configure video.
I see.
Dude, it's probably popping up underneath. Freaking game. Oh, come on now, dude. My computer's running so stupid right now. Oh, we're gonna conserve some fucking RAM for your game. Now the rest of your computer doesn't work normally because we're fucking idiots. Wow, look at this. Dude. I can't even Alt-Tab, bro. Come on now. Properties. It shows property screen. But it's not showing the properties. Oh, there it is. Okay, properties. Exposure.
Them Chinese hackers again.
There's 3 deer right here, man. I'm fucking this up. Can you see them back there? They're right behind the ligustrum tree, bro. Oh, there. There you go. Where are they, bro? Those elusive deer.
Killer.
They're
I. Grave tacular. What up, Nay and Trendies?
they're directly behind this tree. Isn't that funny? There they go. We got activity on camera. Deer. I finally found them.
Harley's out there with those deer.
Where's the cat?
He's all the way in the back by that where that deer is. I knew that was gonna happen.
Is he by the deer?
Well, the deer is looking at. No, the deer's not looking.
How far away is Harley from the deer?
I don't know.
That was a bird.
Killer.
Oh no.
Oh dear.
Harley. It's a bird.
It's a bird, not the cat. It's a bird, not the cat. It's a bird, not the cat. It's a bird. Okay, so this is crazy. Alright. That's what's up. My computer, you guys, this would have all been done so fast, but my computer's running like shit due to some stupid fucking program that takes the RAM supposedly and saves it for the rest of my freaking computer to run with fucking this game, and now the rest of my computer won't run normally when I try to use the rest of it. How stupid is that? Alright, I'm ready. I can play one more round.
Go to settings.
What am I doing?
I want you to check something. Go to settings.
Bro, I'm in settings. Where do you want me to go?
Go to graphics.
Graphics.
I'm watching you.
Alright.
Alright, now go to view at the top.
Grave tacular. Smoky smoky.
What's that top?
One-
Field of view.
120. We
What
just
number?
did this last week, bro. 120. It's all the way up.
Okay. Now, why don't you just look so
Not my first rodeo, bro.
Okay. I wasn't insinuating that. Fucking click switches and adjust shit so much, I don't know what you did.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. It just seemed like you were a smaller field of view when I was watching you the other day.
Huh. Oh,
And I meant to check
it might be the
resolution.
the resolution, yeah, that I got it set for.
Yeah.
You know,
I
it's not
just wanted to check. That's what.
it's not a widescreen. It is a widescreen, but it's not a widescreen, ultra wide or whatever the fuck.
Grave tacular. What web browser do you use, Nay? Chrome uses a lot of RAM.
Yeah, it's not the browser. It's this thing that sets RAM aside. It's really stupid, bro. I don't know what software is doing it. I think it's got something to do with my Razer, maybe, but it's like it says, you know, it's like designating RAM to use with before my COD starts. It's like designated RAM for COD or some shit.
All hunters, weapon free.
Grave tacular. OKK.
Loaded.
Whoa. Corner. Nope. Holy shit. Unbelievable. Wow, bro. Their fucking spawn is empty. Come on, man. Son of a gun.
I'm with you.
Oh, shit.
Taking fire!
shit, why did I do that? Here, let me throw this landmine at you while you're shooting at me with a gun. People are just invisible. Oh, come on. Oh, there's dudes right there. Are you kidding me?
Hostile cluster mine detected.
Oh, man. Come on, man.
Target sighted.
Whoa. Behind you, Ice.
Hostile UAV overhead.
And I just got lit on fire by a firebomb. I think those were outlawed. Okay. That guy just killed me too, so whatever. Whoa. Oh my god, dude! Move the mouse! My fucking keyboard was in my way. I can't believe that shit.
Hostile UAV active.
Sending mine.
We've lost half the field. Fight back.
Enemy close.
Fuck me, dude.
Hostile UAV in the center.
Bad point.
Where's that fucking plane at? I got 100 bullets. I got 100 bullets for that bitch. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, birdie.
Hostile cruise missile launched.
Whoa, dude! Look at this. I was so far inside, yet it still killed me. I was way down in that tunnel. Where is that dude?
UAV online.
High alert.
What does that mean? That I'm high. Alert that I'm very high right now. Come on.
Friendly SAE on the way.
Come on. Shot him in his ass. That was funny.
Oh, dude, shotgun.
Friendly missile entering this sector.
Oh shit.
Hostile
Watch out,
UAV
my
overhead.
little mine, bro. Don't you trip him up with the mine, bro. Ah! How come I hear the footsteps and I don't look? I'm like, why wouldn't I look at least to see what the footsteps are? I'm like, doo, 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 doo. Sorry. FaceTime with me and you. It's so fun when we're using the cell phone too. I'll shoot you and you and you and you. There's 3 people running together down the freaking hall. Okay, here. Coming up behind you, Ice. Good job. Never mind. You got him. Oh, dude. Come now.
UAV is orbiting the area.
Wow.
Taking effective fire. Throwing thermite.
Friendly UAV online.
Oh, that was a sad defeat. I only got 6 kills.
Compromised. We're
I
down.
only got 9.
Oh, it's crazy. And sadly, well, I think I got time for one more round. We got beat so quick. Cannabis leaf of smoke in a smoke ring. You gotta love it. Definitely our game. What web browser do you use? Oh, yeah, okay. I use them all.
Co-host Kiki. She's a bit shy. Guys, a few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer supported. Heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs
Destiny's with,
instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a
a
30%
doll.
cut. The Streamlabs link is in the
So
description,
weird.
and mods, if you can spam it in the chat a couple times. If you super chat 100, YouTube takes
Hydroelectric. No, I can't play. I gotta get out. It's just nuts.
Alright.
If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Donations and super chats for this stream will be displayed in the
I don't
stream
have time.
overlay.
I thought I was gonna have
Donations
time.
and super chats $49.99 and up.
But I gotta
$49.99
go.
and up
And this
will be
gives me
read
enough time
and
to
answered.
not fucking
The
rush.
following are via Streamlabs
So.
only. $199 and up triggers instant TTS text to speech.
Ice man
So
in the
if any
chat.
of you
Sorry,
are
bro.
really wanting to jump into the debate, feel free. Please see the description for full details. Also, we have channel memberships. To become a member, hit that join button. We have 6 different tiers of support. Check out all the perks. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. You can also gift memberships. 50 gifted. Actually, we're not going to do that one for this show.
So
You can
Destiny's
now
doing
gift
a live.
memberships to other viewers on iOS. Without further ado, I am joined today by Destiny, famous internet personality, live streamer, and political commentator who will be arguing the pro-choice side. And we have Kristen Hawkins. She's the president of Students for Life
That
of
should be
America,
pretty
a
interesting,
nonprofit
you
pro-life
guys.
organization. And Lila Rose. She's the founder and president of the pro-life organization Live Action. And we were going to have someone else on Destiny's side, but unfortunately, they backed out kind of last minute. So Destiny, this is going to be a 2v1.
I prefer to characterize my position as pro-abortion, not pro-choice. Okay.
Very
you prefer-
honest.
Okay.
Very honest.
Pro-abortion.
Okay.
He's
Clarification.
pro-abortion.
Got it.
Exactly,
So I think
and
a
I
good jumping
agree
off
with him
point,
on that. Call
if
it what
each
it
of
is,
you would
bro.
like to summarize beyond
Absolutely.
just being either pro-choice or pro-life, or in your case, pro-abortion or anti-abortion, what is your basic stance on abortion?
My basic stance is we try to figure out what is a person, what makes a person. Person is granted some positive, some negative rights by governments, and probably morally and ethically separate from governments, we also grant people some type of right. I don't believe that a person is a collection of cells. I don't believe that a person is just a body with a brain. I think that very specifically when we speak about a person, we speak about something that has the capacity to deploy a conscious experience, because that tends to be the thing that we're usually talking about when we're figuring out if somebody's alive or dead, or whether or not somebody ought to be protected. When we say a person, when we say who is suffering, we don't say what is suffering. We're not talking about a body. We're not talking about a heartbeat. We're talking about a person having an experience. So when I try to think of abortion, I try to think of who is being harmed. I would say that for 20 to 24 weeks, that's about when the scientists say that the brain has all the parts necessary to begin communicating, to have a conscious experience, that about at that point, there is some experience there that we can speak of as a who or as a person. But prior to that, the first trimester, that really experience is not happening yet. So if you want to have an abortion, there is no who that's being harmed. There's just a what, which is whatever the body is up to that point. So generally, I'm pro-choice and first abortion up until that conscious experience has been formed, because I think that's what's worth protecting, because that's when we look to see when somebody's dead. So that's what we should look to see when somebody's alive.
So are you anti-abortion after 20 or 24 weeks?
Yeah, after 20 to 24 weeks.
And all abortions, anti-all abortions after 20 to 24 weeks?
With the obvious exceptions of like ectopic pregnancies or life of the mother or something like that being threatened, yeah. Yeah. Easy, yeah, of course.
Okay. Okay.
And your positions
So
on...
we share a position, but Kristen, I'm sure will have
Yeah.
have her way she wants to describe it. I think that all humans have human rights. by nature of being a human, you are a member of the human family. And so any member of the human family, and this is actually the preamble of the Declaration on Universal Human Rights by the United Nations. So for those that think they have any authority, I don't know if you do, Destiny, they say that all members of the human family deserve to be protected and treated by the law as persons. And so if you're a member of the human family, you have human rights. And we know when you become a member of the human family, it's at the moment of fertilization. It's very clear a single cell embryo comes into existence. And so I believe human rights for all humans. And I also want to build a society of love and justice. And the way to do that is to treat people equally under the law and to protect the most vulnerable, especially children. Children deserve more protection actually than adults because they are defenseless. And so we should actually go out of our way to do what we can to protect children and never commit homicide against them. So that's my pro-life position.
Cool.
Yeah, I share Lali's position. I'm against the strong being able to choose whether or not the weak or the vulnerable get to live or die based on someone else's, perception of them or their convenience factor to another person. I think that's a very slippery slope, and I actually think the position you represented is a very dangerous one, because what you're saying is you have to be not only a member of our species in order to be a person with rights, the very basic right to life, but you have to be a person plus. And it's a very exclusionatory class of what you're doing. You're excluding a whole group of human beings. So I guess my question is, are there other human beings you would exclude that you don't view Destiny as persons?
Not for this debate. No, I'm just kidding. Here's a question, actually. Let me respond to your question with a question. You guys say that humans are protected. Do you agree with that humans ought to be protected, or humans are given?
More specifically, humans have human rights. So
Yeah,
protection can mean different things, but
Humans have human rights.
the fundamental human right is the right to not be killed.
Okay.
It's the right to be protected against the right to life. And so that's why I don't have the right to commit homicide against you, Destiny, or against you, Kristen, or against you, Brian, and certainly not against a preborn developing child.
Okay.
And yeah, but I have a question for you too, but I know we all have questions for each other, but I'll let you.
Sure, yeah, because I'm going to keep
go.
going on this.
Yeah.
I don't believe that you believe in that statement, that humans have a right to life. So my next question would be, I show you a human who's been dead for 10 days. The corpse is still a human, we agree, right?
I think to clarify, a right to life meaning a right to not be killed, not a right not to be killed.
It's fundamentally different, abortion and end of life care. I watched one of your debates this morning when I was on the plane coming here, and I found it interesting because you kept using this end of life and argument. You fundamentally have a right not to be killed. Abortion is an active killing. It's an active dismemberment. It's actually a violent ending for another human being. So morally, that act of abortion is much different than someone who maybe is brain dead, or we're not sure their brain activity that's been in a hospital for 3 months. That's a much different position to take, because you're not actively killing that person. You may say we have to withdraw life support for this reason, or the doctor may say we have this reason to believe this person is brain dead, but you're not actively killing. You don't say, well, they're going to die, so I'm going to take a gun and put it through the person's head. We would not say that. We would say we might withdraw life support and see if the person can sustain life on his or her own, but we're not going to actively dismember them in the process or violently kill them in the process. But that's exactly what abortion is. It's not just easily withdrawing life support. It's actively going into a womb where there's a developing human being that biologist tells us is a unique, whole, living human being that's never existed before and will never exist again, and it's actively killing them.
Okay, I don't believe that you believe in that argument. If I were to show you that all abortions could be done by just extracting the baby and then leaving it on the table and not actively killing it, but just removing it from the mother's life support and seeing what happens, would you be okay with that?
That is actively killing.
That is killing it.
Because
How is that actively killing any more than pulling the plug on
Destiny,
somebody?
you know this. You're a parent. Children are dependent on their parents. A newborn is dependent on his or her parents, and a preborn child is dependent on his or her mother.
I understand. I'm just challenging the words we're using here. The difference between active and passive killing.
But the dependency of a child doesn't give their parents or anyone else the right to kill that child.
Sure. I never said as much. I was challenging
Well, you do say as much, I think, because I think your position is if that dependent child before the arbitrary line of 20 to 24 weeks is in any way unwanted, inconvenient, just for whatever reason abortion is chosen for that child, then you are okay with a parent killing their child.
Depends on what video games the child plays. No, the only thing I'm trying to figure out right now is I'm trying
But
to.
are you okay with that? Because I think that was what you said
Well,
earlier.
I don't know what. So right now I'm just trying to figure out what your position is. So
Well,
oftentimes
we're trying to figure out your position too. So
I
it's
already
back
get
and
my
forth.
position with crystal clear.
But it actually
Well, it's a
wasn't
little
very clear.
unclear.
There
It
was
was-
there wasn't actually clear, Destiny, because when
Okay, wait, hold on, wait, just 'cause- hold on,
your-
wait, hold on, just because I got cut off like 7 times and I haven't
Sorry.
responded. So just to be very clear, to give you an idea of like what I'm trying to establish right now, when I have conversations with people that are pro-life, there's a lot of dancing between words that I think deserve distinct definitions. Human, I think, is distinctly different from person. I think it's distinctly different from life. I think it's distinctly different from child. But all of these things, when we're talking pro-life, tend to just get thrown together. Like, oh, well, we should defend all human people and children are worthy of life. And a lot of these statements are almost begging the question. Obviously, anything that you would consider a child deserves rights to life, right? But that's what's in
Pro-lifers
contention.
believe human beings are persons.
Yeah.
What you're arguing is that some human beings don't deserve personhood
Sure,
rights.
but what I'm trying
which
to do-
throughout history, Destiny, has always proved to be a very dangerous position that you're taking.
Yeah, I understand that analogies to slavery we're trying to draw here, but what I'm just trying to figure out is because
But can you respond to that? Because I think let's
Yeah.
just take it one step at a time. Because that
I
might.
think fundamentally there's a difference between saying a fetus hasn't developed the cognitive parts yet to recognize it as living versus saying black people and white people are
Okay, well let's
different
address
types of things.
let's address consciousness for a minute. Because my understanding is you're saying.
Okay, if you want, hold on, real quick.
okay.
If you want, we can leave to my position if you want. I still have no idea what you guys believe, but we can leave for mine if you want.
Well,
We can
I'll
go for it.
just
Very
say it
clear. I
again.
mean, we
Any
can
kid-
say it slower for you.
Yeah.
What I heard you say is that like children should have rights and shouldn't be
No,
killed, which I think we all
any
agree.
human life
Uh-huh.
has the right to not be killed.
Yeah.
Any
Well, yeah,
human
but
life
then
has
you
the right
also
to not
try
be
to draw,
killed.
when you said not be killed, you try to draw a distinction between like active and passively killing.
No, you
She
cannot.
did. She did.
You
Because she said there was a difference between pulling the plug on grandpa versus actively
the
killing a
intentional
fetus.
destruction of an
Yeah.
innocent human life is
Sure,
is
but
what
I was
you
saying that like
oppose.
unplugging grandpa would be kind of like unplugging a baby. You're disconnecting both from a life support thing.
No, because a baby belongs, a preborn baby belongs before development of
He or
and able
she's
to
right
be
where
born
she's supposed
belongs
to be.
in his or her mother's womb.
Sure, I understand, but
So
that means
it's
there's
a
probably
natural,
ways
it's a
to.
natural habitat.
Sure, that's a fundamentally different thing. There's probably ways to passively kill children that we would agree is also wrong. Just because you're actively versus passively doing something,
Well,
that's
it's
not
about.
going to be.
I think intention matters too.
Yeah.
Sure, it
So,
absolutely can be.
yeah.
Yeah, I agree. But that's important to qualify. We can't just say like passively
Sure.
killing somebody is fundamentally different from actively killing somebody. Therefore, one is ascribed like moral weight and the other isn't. Because there's if you starve a
Well,
child to
I
death,
think
that's passive, but that's also
I
bad,
think
right?
there's a few other things you have to get into and what you mean by passive or active.
Sure, I agree. That's what I'm
So-
trying to get into. But you can ask me questions if you want. I'll just
Okay,
can pause
I
it.
do have a
Yeah, go
question
ahead.
about consciousness
Yeah, go for
because
it.
my understanding is that's your big line.
Mhm.
That if there's suddenly consciousness, then they are a person. They're not
Mhm.
just a human, but they're also a person. And first, to clarify, you think it's okay for some humans to be the victims of homicide? You think it's okay to commit homicide against a human, just not a person?
I mean, I would take issue with homicide because that's a really loaded term. But I would say that you can end the life of human beings that no longer have the capacity to deploy consciousness. And
So
we
if
do
I'm
that.
asleep
Let me
and I'm
finish real quick.
unconscious, it's okay to kill me?
That's why I said capacity to deploy consciousness. I can wake you up when you're sleeping.
Like the fetus
Okay.
has capacity.
No, a
The
fetus that
fetus-
doesn't have the necessary brain parts has no
Destiny,
capacity for consciousness.
If you give that child time, that child
Give the
innately
child time
has
implies-
capacity.
Wait, you said 20 to 24 weeks. What about children?
Hold on.
Who
Wait,
have
wait,
REM,
wait, wait, wait,
would
wait.
have REM
Just you
cycle
saying,
sleep
hold on,
at
wait,
11
wait,
weeks.
wait, wait. Just what you said there. Give the child time implies that it's
Give
not
me time
there
to wake
yet.
up.
Do you think that a seed and a tree are the same thing?
You're making a wrong equivalency.
I'm
here.
not making a wrong
No,
equivalency.
you are,
I'm saying that a
Destiny.
seed
Because
given enough
listen,
time, a seed given
Destiny.
enough time will grow into a tree. But when you use the word, this thing will become this thing. The implication there is your intuition pumping all the rights that this thing has for saying this will become
Incorrect.
this.
Incorrect. A child in the womb, a human being, has
Yeah.
the capacity for consciousness.
No, it
They
doesn't.
might not have developed that capacity.
That means they don't
yet.
have the capacity
They might
for
not
it.
have
Guys,
developed
guys,
that capacity yet.
just one microphone at a time, please. Just let everyone
Sorry,
finish.
they
Go
might
ahead.
not have
Absolutely.
developed the capacity yet. Similarly, if someone is in a coma or unconscious, they're not actively, that capacity is not activated yet. But if you don't interrupt the life of that child, if you don't
right.
kill that child will absolutely be conscious in just develop consciousness in just a few weeks.
And that's the difference between the
So-
question you were asking me earlier when you tried to trip me up about the
I'm not
end
trying
of
to.
life.
You guys are the ones trying to trip me up.
No,
I'm just keeping. I'm trying to
we're
take those
trying
figure
to clarify. You have a very murky position because you said between 20 to 24 weeks, I believe a child has rights. Which one is it? If you're the one making the laws,
Sure,
and who
I
gives
have
you
a
the right to make those
crystal
laws?
clear position. My position is the thing we ought to defend is the conscious experience because that's the thing we look
When
to.
does that conscious experience begin?
About
here?
20 to 24 weeks.
You don't
Well,
have
that's
any-
a big time period because there's been children who've been born at 21 weeks and 5 days.
Mm-hmm.
So were those children, when they were born prematurely, so I had an intern a few years ago
Mhm.
who was one of the youngest children ever to survive.
Okay.
at that age. She was 21 weeks and 6 days old.
Okay.
So she's right in between your 20 to 24 week time range.
Okay.
So when she and her twin sister were born, do you believe that the hospital, the NICU, did something wrong and giving out care and spending hundreds of thousands of dollars in care to sustain her and her sister's life?
Why would I think something wrong was done there?
Well, because
Well, you don't think it's a human with consciousness necessarily.
Yeah,
You're
I don't
not
think
sure.
a
Your
2-week
argument's
old
trying
is
to
a
kill
human
them.
with consciousness, but that doesn't mean there's anything wrong with supporting it.
But
What-
you're saying it's okay to kill it.
So you're saying my
Kill him
vagina
or
is
her.
magical. So something happens.
No, first of all, as a
and-
child born by C-section, I'm very offended. Okay,
But
we're
I mean,
humans
that-
too.
that's a
Number one,
position you're
no,
taking.
hold on.
Is it
hold
something-
on. Wait,
something
wait,
magical
hold on.
happens
Wait.
during birth?
The vagina magic guy is not in the room right now. I
Well,
didn't give
you
any
were
qualification
talking
about birth being the magical time that made somebody a human. I've never said that ever, so I have no idea what position you're attacking there. To back up, very
I'm attacking
clearly,
your position that's not clear because
My
you said
position is-
20 to
let me say-
24 weeks, and I'm asking you a very direct question
Yeah.
about child born at 21
Your question was if
weeks
a child
and
is
6
prematurely born
days.
at 16 weeks, the mother and the father have every right to try to find support for that child. Why would you not?
But why? What makes that
Why?
child
Because it's going to grow
worthy
into their kid. Why would they not?
of care?
But you're saying it's okay to kill the kid at 16 weeks.
Sure.
And I think that's the difference between this side of the table and that side of the table.
Well,
That side of the
obviously,
table is
that's because
okay.
I'm pro-choice and you guys are
Right, but you're
or
pro, as you
pro-abortion
said,
and you're anti-abortion.
pro-abortion. Yes.
Have you ever considered that you could be wrong on this issue?
Yeah, of course.
What,
Have you?
What? Absolutely.
Hold on. Only one, to be clear, only one
Absolutely.
side of the table here is tied to organizations that are getting money invested in them. And have, so
Well,
if any side here was
I
gonna,
started my
I
organization,
understand, but
so-
you're never changing your position. I'm still free to change mine. So in terms of
Yeah.
asking me if I consider
That's why
I'm
I'm
wrong,
asking
I
you.
can consider that I'm wrong. You guys will never change your opinion on this. But go ahead.
I've considered it. I've had
Okay.
to consider a lot of
Sure.
times. But what would it mean if you were wrong on your position on abortion?
What would it
Morally,
mean if
what
I
would
was
it mean?
wrong?
So I don't know if you believe in God or heaven or whatever.
Well, I haven't aborted any kids yet,
But
so
say
to my knowledge.
you get hit by a bus
Uh-huh.
and you go to heaven, and God's like, Destiny, you've been completely wrong on abortion your entire life. You've advocated for abortions between 20 and 24 weeks. No one can really tell because you wouldn't give us a definitive time.
Hold on, you're
Like,
hold on, wait,
can you
I'm sorry, I gotta address this real quick.
consider,
I
like,
gotta,
what would that
wait,
mean
I gotta,
if
you
you
keep-
were wrong on
okay,
abortion?
hold on. For you saying that just because I can't nail an exact solid time when
That's kind of a big deal.
It's not really that big of a
It
deal.
is a big deal.
It's a
'cause
big deal when
There's
you're
a
making
line
laws.
between
It's
there's a
super
line
not a big
between
deal. You
homicide
could
and
literally
then it
just
being
say
totally
like,
okay.
hey, before 20 weeks abortion is okay, and then draw the cutoff right there if you want. That's a question for policymakers.
But why do policymakers? Why does anyone get to
Why do a
decide
bunch of
whether or
men
not
get to
an
decide that?
innocent person lives or dies?
Because that's what policymakers do.
No, they don't have the right to kill an innocent person. If any
What do you,
policymaker
if
tries to
you're
kill an
making
innocent
decisions
person,
about
that's
healthcare
murder.
and triage and who
There's
gets
a-
medical treatment first, or if you're making decisions about
Destiny,
saving
can't
people
you
from
admit there's a- okay,
hold on,
can't-
wait, okay.
I still
I'm gonna,
wanna-
wait, just be clear. I'm gonna
I
start kind of
still
go,
need to know if you've ever
I
considered
know, but I don't have a
that.
chance to answer any question, and you're like loading so many horribly like intuition pump question bags in front of me that I don't have time to answer all of the horrible questions in front of me. Okay,
I
so
just
like,
want-
wait, no, I'm gonna
considered
keep talking.
wrong.
We're gonna do one at a time. I will answer a question, but you can't keep stacking like dumb questions in front of me and they'll be like, oh, see, like you want to murder children, okay?
I don't
If
know
you wanna-
about
if I
dumb
can- if you want me to
dumb
answer, hold on.
questions.
So let me address the very first thing because you keep trying to draw like there's some like thing here that you've caught me on. The idea that I can't give you a concrete time between 20 to 24 weeks. Okay?
Yeah.
I hate to be the guy that does this in a debate, but there's something called a continuum fallacy or a nirvana fallacy. The idea that just because I can't point exactly at when something begins, that I have to say that all of it is the same or I can't point to that thing existing at all. I can't tell you when individual pieces of sand are stacked up and eventually become a pile of sand. I can't give you the exact numbers of sand that I can see for that to be, but there is a difference between an individual piece of sand and a pile
It's
of
a
sand.
false equivalency, Destiny. It is.
Hold on.
It
it's,
is.
It's hold on.
That's-
This is
If you're
basic
gonna-
argumentation.
Because the reality is you are saying that these are persons and these aren't based on a specific characteristic that you've decided on. You came up with it. It's not human rights
I
anymore.
didn't-
It's consciousness rights.
Yes.
You believe
because
in not
that,
human
no.
rights.
To be
You're
clear,
not, you're not in support of
nobody
human
here
rights.
at this table,
You're in
you
support
either
of consciousness
hold
right
on.
now.
Why don't you defend?
So
wait,
you
wait.
need
Why
to
don't?
defend your position, and you're not doing that. You're kind of
Yeah.
blowing smoke a little bit, to be honest.
Why don't
And
you
so
give the same rights to
let's-
why don't you give the same
let's-
rights to human corpses as you do to living
Because
humans?
they're dead.
Okay,
They're
what
already
does that
dead.
mean when you say they're dead?
So they're already dead.
What does dead mean to you?
I mean,
their body's
there's-
no longer working in a coordinated fashion anymore. Their heart isn't pumping blood. Their
Okay.
brain is not.
If I put a
producing
person, if I put a
brainwaves.
person on a table and I can keep them alive with machines indefinitely, but they're never going to wake up, is that a human
So
life that
there's
should
a,
be
there,
defended?
there is a difference between withholding extraordinary
Just to be
medical
clear, I'm about to
care-
ask that same question after you, whatever you're about to say, because you're
No,
not
this is
answering my
important
question.
because
Okay, go ahead.
it's a bit of obfuscation the direction you're going
It's
here, because
absolutely
there's
not.
a difference between withholding extraordinary medical care,
Mhm.
which would be like life support, and withholding ordinary medical care. So if I, as a parent, or I as a doctor, I have a patient in the hospital, and let's say they are there being monitored because they're, they have a cancer, aggressive cancer, but they're maybe going to die, but they're not dead yet, and they're not on life support, they're just being monitored. And if I withheld food from this cancer patient and refused to bring food and this cancer patient can eat and refuse to feed that cancer patient, that would be homicide against that cancer patient. I don't have the right to.
You agree with that, right?
Yeah. Well, that's a good question.
Do you agree that would be homicide?
Would it be wrong to deprive
I'll say it's
food
wrong,
to a cancer
for sure,
patient?
yeah.
Who's going to die?
Well, legally it would be murder to not feed
Whether
a
I'm not
patient
going to make
in
a
the
legal
hospital.
argument, but yeah, I would agree that would be wrong.
Okay.
Yes, of course.
So that's the difference between extraordinary medical measures and ordinary measures, okay? And
Natural
for a child
progression
versus in the womb,
Mhm.
they deserve the ordinary measure of being able to stay in their natural habitat, their mother's womb, until they're old enough to survive outside the womb. Similarly, a newborn who you're feeding formula or you're breastfeeding has a right to that food from their mother or caretaker until they're old enough to, and even when they're old enough to physically feed themselves, they still have a right to be given a plate full of food at the dinner table. You can actually go to jail for child neglect by failing to feed your child. So, building these analogies that actually don't work with what we're actually talking about by saying, well, removing life support is like abortion, they're not the same, because children have a right to care, and children have a right to food, and children have a right to nourishment.
I still think
just like a right
you
to
need
life.
to clarify your position, because you said 20 to 24 weeks, which I gave you a very, very real life scenario of a child who's born, a twin who's born at 21 weeks and 6 days, which in your view could have been aborted because you don't think she would have had the consciousness that you deem worthy of personhood.
True.
But I mean, what biologist do you know that tells you that consciousness is at 24 weeks?
It's a great question.
Because I researched this before. I was on the internet, I was looking at PubMed at NIH's website. There aren't biological conclusions, and in fact, they actually support the pro-life side, because you look at the pro-life.
Biologists don't make an argument about pro-life or pro-abortion.
Well, they do make arguments about when child feel
when
pain,
human life begins.
when
Sure,
twins
yep.
interact. So there's a very well-known study showing that twins interact in the womb as early as 14
Amoeba
weeks.
interact with each
and
other.
Pain, children can experience pain at 12 and a
Sure,
half
germs
weeks.
react to external
So are
stimuli.
you saying
plants
those-
Are you
can-
saying
Those
germs
beings-
are the same as human lives?
I haven't even gotten a response. Okay, so let me make a couple things. So firstly, you said I made a false analogy earlier. You've compared abortion to cancer patients getting withheld
No,
food.
I wasn't comparing abortion to cancer patients.
Okay,
I was talking about the difference between ordinary measures.
I'm not talking about
and
ordinary or
measures
extraordinary
when
care.
it comes to
That is
medical
a-
care.
Natural
that is an entirely
progression
separate
versus
sure.
natural
That is an
end. That's what you're
entirely.
trying to
That's
conflate.
great. That's
Wait,
entirely great.
if
No,
I
I
can
was
just
only
if I
using
can
that
just
to
jump in
clarify.
really
No,
quick.
I don't need you to
No,
jump in.
If I
No.
could just jump in
No,
really
listen,
quick.
listen.
Hold on, wait. Let me just say, if we can allow maybe the turn the heat down a little bit on the conversation,
I
or at
like
least
it.
slow it down a little
No,
bit.
that's
We're
fine.
making people at
well-
home uncomfortable.
Well, I do want to give. It does seem to be that Destiny hasn't had as
No,
much
that's fine. I'm good.
opportunity.
I'm taking
You
notes.
okay?
I'm good. I'm ready.
We need
'Cause-
another guest there.
No,
Brad.
we
no.
absolutely don't. Let me go. Okay. You're making bad analogies by comparing any of this to ordinary or extraordinary medical care is a fundamentally separate question, okay? That's a separate
I agree.
question of provisioning resources
I
or whatever.
completely agree.
You don't agree because you brought it up as a contrary to
No,
the
I was
question that
bringing it
I
up as a
said.
response
I would
to you
originally
about-
ask you this question again, and I'm going to ask you the question again because nothing that you said addressed it. And my question was, and I'm going to repeat it, a person that is in a coma that will never wake up, should that person be indefinitely kept alive on life machines?
It depends on what are the characteristics of them in that
The
coma.
characteristic is
Was
that the
a
person's
medically
body.
induced coma?
The characteristic is the person
What
is
was-
in a coma. They're never going to wake up, but their
How
body
do
is
you
still.
know?
How do you know they're not going to
How do you know they're never
I mean,
gonna wake
the
up?
problem is,
Because
Destiny, you're
the
coming up
scientist has
you're
a magic
Destiny,
machine that he pushes
Destiny.
a button, and the machine says this person
Destiny,
is never
you're
going to
coming
wake
up
up.
with a magical scenario that you are designing without providing any context. Where
Just to be
context
clear, are you
exists in
telling
the
me that a
real
person
world.
being in a coma is not going to wake up is a magical scenario?
No, I'm telling
No,
you that
you-
when
Okay, so
people
we agree
are
that
in a
people
coma,
are in
you're
comas
trying
and
to make it
oftentimes they can say-
absolute.
Guys,
You're
please,
trying
one
to make.
one microphone at a time, please.
Because the refusal to engage with the
Let me
question
answer.
demonstrates the weakness of your position.
No.
You can keep doing this, but I'm
Destiny.
to be clear, I'm going to ask the same question again.
I still like
If you
to get
can't
my
even
question
engage-
answered.
Wait, guys,
you can't even
please,
engage with the
just no
hypothetical. There's a
interrupting.
reason
Listening to
why.
what I'm saying.
I
So
am listening, but you're not.
okay.
You're refusing to engage with hypothetical
No.
because you know that you don't have a rock solid
No,
definition of
because
what type of life
you're-
should be defended. The
because
reason why
we
you want to
did
engage
it-
with the
guys,
question.
hold on.
Destiny, you're making a lot of assumptions.
Order in the podcast studio.
We-
I am noticing perhaps on I don't know which side is doing it most, but let's try to avoid interrupting. Let's allow people to speak, finish their thought, and then if we can. So Destiny,
We
do you
can
want
do
to
a
make?
round table. One question, we each answer.
Okay, to be clear, I'm willing to, and I have responded to, when you asked me about feeding cancer patients with exotic killing, I said yes. You said when you withhold food from child is exotic. I'll answer any question you give me. I have no problem. It's
Answer
my
the
position.
question, have you ever considered that you may be wrong on this issue? And if you are wrong on this issue, what does it mean you are spending your time advocating for?
There's problems on both sides. First of all, that's not the greatest question to ask. You're getting
Well,
into very weird, like Pascal's
thank
way.
you
I'm
for
going
your
to finish
passive
answering the question,
misogyny.
okay? So
just
one,
answer the
one-
question.
I am answering the question, okay? You're
Oh,
doing-
after you insulted me.
What do you mean? How have I insulted you?
Insulted me.
Wait, how did I insult you?
My question. You said, well, it's not the greatest question to ask.
I said it's not a
I
good
didn't
question to ask because theoretically you run into a bunch of weird areas saying, well, what
Maybe
if I'm
you don't
wrong on
wanna
this particular
answer the
thing?
question.
What
Have
if
you
you're
thought
wrong
about
by
that?
saying that black people and white people do deserve the same rights?
Well,
Like, what if we're trying-
let's let Destiny answer the
Sure,
question.
yeah. So
Go
I mean,
ahead.
there's like, so I'm not going to always think of like, well, what if I'm wrong? I mean, I do consider both ends of things, but the consequences for being wrong on both ends are pretty disastrous. On one end, you're advocating for, I guess, arguably the genocide of like of little babies,
That
and on
seems
the
pretty
other
awful
end,
to
sure,
me.
and on the other end, you're advocating forcing women to give birth to children that they might not want, especially in cases of, say, sexual assault, or in cases where they feel like they can't
It's
support
not
for the
for-
child.
What do you
Not
think
forced
is?
birth, Destiny.
What do you think
Abortion-
would be worse? Genocide. So we had 60-some million abortions in America since Roe versus Wade. 60 million. More than 1,000 children are killed every day at Planned Parenthood.
You can't. You keep saying children like you're
Yes,
morally
they are.
loading your.
They're young
Yes.
humans.
Okay.
When you
well,
saw an
10,000
when you
okay,
saw the
abortions-
ultrasound of your son in the womb, did you say, "Wow, look at that fetus sucking its thumb," or did you say, "Wow, look at my boy, he smiled at me"?
Yeah, I also get warm feelings when I look at my car. Like, this isn't proving an argument
Are you
by
saying
saying
cars
like,
are
do you
the
have-
same as humans?
I'm not saying cars. I'm saying that judging the validity or the veracity of your argument by the emotional response somebody has to an ultrasound. I also felt a certain type of way when my ex-girlfriend showed me that she was pregnant. But that doesn't mean that the urine on the strip is anything special
what
either,
you're-
right?
your emotions can match.
Just
the
to be clear, I
reality
still
and
haven't
the
gotten
re-
an answer to my
and
coma
the-
question,
and
which
the-
is like
I still
fundamentally
haven't
like an
gotten an answer
important.
to my
well,
question.
the reality.
What was your question?
So if you, do you consider you're wrong? And you said
I
well,
have
on
considered
one,
I'm wrong, but the
on
problem
one
is,
end
hold
it
on,
would
let
be
me- yeah, hold on,
genocide.
just let her finish.
On
Yeah,
one
she's
end it
gonna
would
say the
be
same thing, yeah.
genocide, and on the other extreme, if I were wrong, I would have forced women to carry unwanted children, or in your word, fetuses or things.
Correct.
What do you think would be worse?
Well, in order to answer
Genocide
that,
of hundreds of millions of
innocent
children
babies, yeah.
worldwide. Do you think that would be a little worse
The thing is,
than
in order
inconveniencing a woman for 9 months if I were wrong?
in order to accurately answer the question, you have to assess the risk of being wrong on both ends. For instance, if I were to say, what would be worse? If I've got to choose between 50 people here or 100 people here to protect from some death event, you know, what should I choose? The 50 people or the 100 people? Well, it doesn't make sense unless I have
What do you mean by
let-
death event?
As in, let's say that there's going to be something that has a chance of coming in and killing both people, but I can protect one group of people. Do I want to protect the 50 or the 100?
But that's not a
I
correct-
need to finish
it's
the
not a
analogy.
correct
Hold on.
analogy.
If you can't understand any hypothetical, we can't get anywhere in this
But these
conversation.
hypotheticals
The-
don't
no,
match
the-
what we're discussing.
The hypothetical perfectly
Destiny.
maps on. What I'm
No,
saying
it
is, I
doesn't.
wouldn't just say that I would protect the 100 people because 100 is greater than 50. What I would say is, what is the probability of the 100 people dying versus what is the probability of the 50 people dying? And then from there, you would start to weight the decision accurately.
hundreds of
when
millions
you
of
ask
women
me-
haven't
so
died,
when you
and they
ask
won't
me,
die
so
from
when
being
you
pregnant.
ask me, so
Pregnant.
when you ask me, what's the probability or what is the likelihood of being wrong, or what would be worse, being wrong here or being wrong
Yeah.
here? What I have to think of is, what is the probability of being wrong on both ends? It's not just a one-to-one, because I'm not going to sit here and pretend that everything is a one-to-one, like there's an equal chance of being right or wrong here. I feel very strongly about my position about being pro-choice, so I'm not weighting this as a 50% chance of being right here and a 50% chance of being right here. So the question doesn't make sense. So I'm saying it's a meaningless question.
How do you feel very strongly about being pro-choice when you can't even tell us at what point you think a child has this extra special consciousness that deserves the right to life in the womb?
Why would that prohibit me
You don't
from...
know when consciousness exists when it actually comes.
You won't
don't know
even say
when
when
the
it
baby
exists.
has
I've given you the
consciousness.
range of when different people develop at different rates. It's about 20 to
So,
24 weeks.
so you want to create, so you believe that we should have a sliding scale of what it means to be a human person.
We already have that sliding scale. We do it at death. That's why when we go back to the, I'm going to
Destiny,
ask
do you
again.
think
No,
it's
I'm not
okay-
answering the question until you
Do you think
answer this
it's okay
question.
to kill someone when they're unconscious?
I'm going to, no, because I said capacity to deploy conscious.
What do you mean by capacity to deploy
As in
consciousness?
all of the parts in your brain are functioning and working and can deploy a conscious
So
experience.
an embryo who is developing their brain will absolutely have the
Will.
capacity to
Will
play.
implies
but
it doesn't
why
yet.
are you being age discriminatory against that
Because
child
when
for
you
not
say-
having fully developed? Okay,
No, hold on, wait, you
Destiny.
can't just ramble and ask me a
Destiny.
question. You ask me a
I-
question. If you're going to ask me, I'm just going to keep talking. Okay.
Okay,
When you
go.
ask me, will a thing have a right? I will agree with you that it will. The pieces for a building are not the same thing as a building itself. A seed is not the same
But the
thing as a
embryo
tree.
is a whole.
An embryo is not the same thing
No,
as a
no,
person.
you're
So when you
conflating
say,
parts
hold on,
and
don't stop
wholes.
saying that every single. Okay, hold on.
The
To be
embryo
clear to the
is
audience,
whole.
when you're
Hold on,
having
just
a conversation
let
with
him
somebody,
finish,
yeah,
let
if
him
you're having a
finish.
conversation with me and they're not willing to engage with a single hypothetical, or they claim every hypothetical doesn't map on, unless you can clearly explain why, it's because you know that the hypothetical is testing the limits of your belief in a way that demonstrates
just using
the absurdity
science.
of what you're saying.
And
You're
you
not-
don't- you don't
first
wanna
of all,
acknowledge that.
whether or not pro or
Let him
anti-life
finish
exists
and then
has
we can-
nothing to do with
yeah.
science. It's not a scientific question. It's a question of moral philosophy. Okay, number one. So number two, going all the way back to this original question that I don't think you're going to answer me because I think that this does demonstrate the
Well, can you?
faultiness of your
I
position.
already
is
answered you, and
didn't
couldn't
answer.
I
No,
did
you
answer
said that's an absurd
No,
proposition
that's
to
not what I
imagine a
said,
person could be in a
Destiny.
coma.
I said you needed to provide more information. Was it a medically induced coma? How long was the coma? These questions matter, and
Let's
they're
say-
actually.
Destiny, what-
sure,
what is
I
the
can
question?
ask a very simple
What-
question.
Was there
What's the
injuries?
question?
A
Was there-
person is in a bed. Person is in a bed. This person is unconscious in a coma. The doctor has a machine and he pushes the button. The machine says this person will never wake up again. But the rest
There's
of their
no
body
button
works.
like that exists.
That's why it's called a hypothetical.
Then it's
Hypothetical
a false
means it
hypothetical,
does.
Destiny, because it doesn't exist in the real world.
That's yeah,
You're
you-
inventing a false hypothetical that doesn't exist in the real world.
That is
So
ends
it-
in
it's-
human
it-
life dying.
Yeah, so
it's kind
and
of
you're
risky.
using it
If-
to
if you can't- if you
justify
can't- if you
ending
can't-
the life
yeah.
of an embryo.
If you can't adjust this-
or a human being.
I
So
wouldn't
it- that-
debate de
that
facto.
doesn't-
If you're,
that doesn't
if you're
match.
incapable of dealing with a hypothetical, then the conversation
No,
is
we
like
can deal with
You can't. You
hypotheticals.
can't. A hypothetical, by definition, is
No.
something that is not happening. That's why it's called a
Destiny.
hypothetical.
Destiny.
So wait. Let me ask you a hypothetical.
Yeah, what?
Since you love hypotheticals, let me ask you.
I
a
love
hypothetical.
hypotheticals.
So
Yes.
That's great.
scientists are working on artificial wombs.
Okay.
All right.
Mhm.
Would you agree with me that if they develop this artificial womb that can sustain human life, that there would be no legal reason, or there should be no legal justification for abortion? Because if you could remove a child from a woman's womb who doesn't want to have a child, didn't want to get pregnant, and place that child in an artificial womb where the child will safely grow and develop until he or she's ready to be born, would you agree with me then, in that hypothetical situation, that there's no justification for abortion?
No.
Why not?
You're not even. There's 10 unanswered questions back with the
I
tennis.
just solved
You
all
are
the
making,
problems,
you
right,
are
with
making,
my hypotheticals.
You are making a dialogue tree argument against an argument for viability. I have never made that argument in my life. I've never argued that viability is what determines if a child gets to live or die. That's an absurd position. I would never have that. So
I
if
wasn't
you're saying
you were making a viability
hold on.
argument.
What?
So-
wait,
so
wait, no, wait. Because you don't even understand the arguments you're making now. Hold on. You are making an argument for viability when you're saying, if I could show you an artificial womb,
I love when men
should we
yell at
not
me.
say? Yeah, I know, I love yelling at women. Okay, could you not say?
I can tell.
Could you not say? Thank you. Could you not say that, like, well, if I can show you that I can transplant this fetus from this womb at 1 week to an artificial womb,
Yeah.
doesn't that give it the right to life? The implication there being the viability of a fetus to survive outside of a natural
I
womb than
thought we
artificial
could
womb.
find common ground
Hold
on
on,
that.
hold on. So
I
Yeah, the common ground. I would
That's
say
why
if that
I was
has no,
asking,
there is no
Stephanie.
common ground there. I would say 20 to 24 weeks.
So
the same answer I
Destiny,
gave before.
your entire position is based on is based on age. It's basically the development, the
It's not based
maturity.
on age. It's based on development of the
it's
conscious
age.
brain.
Development
argument.
is age, Destiny.
It could develop
For a
early
human-
or later, I guess, right?
A development is age. Age is a marker of development.
It
okay?
can be, sure.
So your whole argument is that if the development hasn't happened yet, then therefore they're not a human life worthy of protection.
And a person, yeah.
A person,
Yes.
okay? So are you saying that toddlers, because they're less developed than an adolescent, should have should not have the same rights as an adolescent?
Yes. You agree with the same
Fundamental
thing. Hold on,
human
to be
rights. They should
clear.
have different human
Whoa,
rights because
okay,
of
now you're developing
development.
more, but the funny thing
Because
is
of
you
human
said
rights.
in your opening statement, you literally said
They have the
children
same
need even
human rights,
more
right?
protect. They don't have the same rights.
Do they
A child
get-
can't sign a contract, a child can't
But-
buy a
but
house, a
Destiny,
2-year-old
hold
can't go
for
to high
1 second.
school.
Do they have the same human rights?
No.
A toddler and an
They don't have the same
adolescent
human rights.
don't have the
Do you-
same
what,
human rights.
Do you know? Do you believe?
I
that
would
there are
argue
human
that I
rights?
have like the human right to live in a house in the way that I want to. A 3-year-old
Okay,
does not have the
so
human
do you
right
not
to live.
agree
Hold
that-
on.
Okay,
No,
hold on.
wait,
Do you
wait,
not
wait,
agree
wait,
there
wait.
are fundamental human rights? Maybe that's
There might be some.
Connection
If you're gonna,
Destiny's
if you want to get
confused.
very fundamental in terms of like, do you have a right to not be killed?
Yes.
Then
Yes,
sure.
yeah, I think
then,
that's
hold
a
on.
very important
Sure,
point
you
to-
can say
to
that.
establish,
But earlier
for
you
sure.
stumbled onto something very funny that we all agree on: is that based on
No.
the level of development, you actually do grant different rights to people.
Well,
that is absolutely
so you're
true.
saying if you're not developed enough, you have the right to be, you actually, instead of being more protected as a child, you should be less protected as a child, and you have less rights as a child to not be killed, to not
A
be fed, to not be
child
cared
is
for.
generally defined as a human person, so
But-
you're begging the
but
question when you
Destiny
ask.
believes
I
in
believe
the-
all children should
he
have rights.
believes in
I
the
just don't agree that a
magical-
3-week-old
Are you still
fetus is a
believing
child.
in the magical vagina or
More than I
magical
believe in the
C-section?
magical zygote that
Because
becomes a
what
magical
about- so
human
what
when it's
about
2
the-
cells big.
What
Yeah, of
about
course.
the intern I mentioned,
Well,
the 21-week, 6-day intern?
What about it?
So when she was born, she and her twin sister were born. Now that's in
Okay.
your 24 weeks. Who knows what Destiny really believes about abortion at that
I,
point?
I told you between 20 and 24 weeks. Yeah.
You got to be kind of specific when you're talking
Do you
about
think that
killing
puberty
people.
exists?
But
Wait. Do you
what
think wait, I need to know. Do you think
no,
puberty?
answer my question,
Okay.
Destiny. Remember?
I'm going to ask you this again. I'm
Yes,
coming
I
back to the
believe
coma
in
one too,
biology.
because you
We
still
can
haven't
come back to
answered
the coma all day
You
long.
still haven't answered the coma
But
question. But go
Answer-
ahead.
It's a false.
But what is the answer? So
The
at
answer
twen-
is if you
at
want to take care of a
21
baby.
Excuse me.
You're
At-
excused. Go ahead.
At 21 weeks and 6 days,
Yeah.
a child is born,
Uh-huh.
and a child is surviving.
A thing
But
is, yeah, okay.
Is it a thing or is it a child?
Something, yeah, it must be something.
Do I have the right after the moments that
In
child
Destiny's
comes
world, you have
out?
the right to kill it, actually.
Well, that's what I'm trying to find out.
Yeah.
Moments after that child
Uh-huh.
exits my body via C-section or vaginal birth,
Okay.
does that child have the right to not be killed? Because that child is in that 24 weeks, and we don't know,
If the child has
according
your
to
level
your
of
science,
consciousness.
Uh-huh.
we don't know what type of consciousness this child has. So is there anything wrong with saying, well, you survived, we're not going to treat you, we're going to actually actively dismember you or
So,
inject a poison to your heart
If
to
you're
cause a heart
approaching
attack?
my position in good faith, if I'm saying that consciousness develops around 20 to 24 weeks,
But how
then
do
you
you
would
know?
probably draw, because that's when scientists
But
seem to think that.
how
oh,
do
I'm
you
sorry.
know
I thought I was
that the
I'm so sorry.
child-
I was interrupting your question with my answer.
How do you
my
know
bad.
the
You were going to ask
child
another
at
question.
21 weeks and 6 days has consciousness? How do you know? What's changed?
You don't know.
So that's what I'm saying.
No, that's what I was saying. I was going to answer, but you cut me off. You cut my answer to your
So
question
I
off with
wanna
another
know, is
question.
it
So
okay
you
to
don't want to
kill
know.
a
You're just trying to run
child
me down a dialogue. here.
after the child is
okay
born?
to kill a child? Probably not.
Is it
I would imagine
okay-
it's probably never okay to kill a child, right? So my answer was that if the cutoff seems to be somewhere around 20 to 24 weeks, if you're drawing policy or legislation because we can't determine exactly when they're conscious, you'd probably be safe and say something like only first trimester abortion. Would probably be like a thing, or like before like the 20-week mark would probably be about where you go to. That'd be my guess.
Okay, but so the child who's born at 21 weeks and 6 days, or the fetus, or whatever it
That would be past the policy cutoff. So you'd probably say at that point it should probably
this
be.
is Destiny's hypothetical world. This is Destiny's hypothetical
Yeah.
world. If you're there at the delivery room,
Uh-huh.
are you saying that that child can be killed because we don't know what that child's conscious
In Destiny's
level is?
hypothetical world, if
Is
we've
it-
drawn the line at
would you do
20
anything
weeks,
wrong?
if the child is born at 21 weeks, we probably say, okay, well, now that it's
So
born,
now
it's
you've
gonna be
changed your
treated-
position in this debate. You went from 20 to 24 weeks, and now you're down to 20, right?
Do you understand the difference between a policy position versus like an epistemic statement or like a moral statement?
Yes,
on
I'm
what
not.
might be?
I'm not a moron. Thank you.
Okay.
I
well,
love how
then
you word
I don't.
these
well,
questions.
I
Like,
don't know
do
why
you
you.
understand there's a difference between the color blue
I-
and the color purple?
Okay.
I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never talked to a misogynistic man like this before.
All right.
I still want to know if you think that
You
there's
don't want to know
something
anything. I
happens,
can't answer a question.
Something
I said in the very
magical
beginning of
happens
this.
at birth.
Yeah, I said in the very beginning of this that the cutoff would be 20 to 24 weeks.
And now
right?
you're down to 20. So we've actually we're winning. He's down to 20 now.
Well,
Wait,
think
hold
I
on.
was at
20.
So wait, just a question.
Yeah.
She's just accused you of being misogynistic. I mean, do you have a response to that?
I am.
I don't think he has one.
Well, no,
Just
B.
say
I
it
mean,
is.
come on, B.
I'm being honest.
You're not a
I am.
misogynist, Destiny.
I hate women. The more time I spend around them, the more contemptuous I feel about them.
Well,
In
I mean,
every
you're
avenue of
trolling,
life.
but
I've watched so many Just Pearly Things videos. I just
can we
can't
go
even.
back to the consciousness stuff with
Sure.
the,
Well,
with
can
the
I even have?
toddler
Apparently, my
versus that?
position doesn't even exist right now. So let me restate. For
No,
I
your
tried to.
position's good now. We know where you're at least at. You're at 20 weeks. We've got you moved from 24 to 20 weeks,
Yeah.
right?
So the question of policy is separate from the factual question of when does a conscious experience happen, right? What I stated initially was it seems like there's a conscious experience that starts at around 20 to 24 weeks.
Can
If
you
that's
name the
case-
biologist?
Google it.
That's why I told you I actually researched this for several hours today on NIH's PubMed website, and I actually found a lot of pro-choice scientists who are saying children can feel pain at 12 and a half
Feeling
weeks.
pain
Or they
is
don't
not
know.
consciousness.
Or they don't
Siblings
know.
can interact with each other at 14 weeks. So just using that data from the NIH's own website would tell you that now your 20-week limit on abortions, which is wrong and probably should be moved
Okay,
down
so
to
I
12
googled
to
this,
14
and the first
weeks.
thing that came up from scientificamerican.com, I'm not sure what research said it is, consciousness requires a sophisticated network of highly interconnected components, nerve cells, its physical substrate, the thalamocortical complex that provides consciousness with its highly elaborate content, begins to be in place between the 24th and 28th week of gestation. Now, I googled that, was the first thing that came up, so it's crazy to me that you read all these things. But however, I will finish, 24th to 28th, I've also seen stuff that says 20th to 24th week. So because I don't want to murder baby, to be safe, I would probably say I would go with the earlier number because I generally don't want to kill children most of the time. So I would say that the policy position should probably say that on the 20th week, that should probably be the cutoff where we start treating it as a child, and then you give it all the same protections and rights that you would a third trimester pregnancy or a born child. So that's about what I said. No position has changed. I haven't moved at all. At the very beginning of this debate, I said 20 to 24 weeks is about. I haven't even clarified. That was the policy position would probably just stop at 20 weeks.
I have a question for Destiny. Do you believe in human rights?
What do you mean by that?
Do you believe in universal, fundamental human rights that all human beings share?
Yes, I do believe there are some universal rights people should have.
Good.
Do they
Does
objectively
that include
desist?
the right to life? Does that include the right to not be killed?
Generally speaking, I would say so. Yeah.
Generally speaking, or yes?
That's a very difficult question. If two countries are at war with each other, does somebody have a right to kill an enemy combatant?
You can't answer this question.
Does somebody have a right to kill an enemy combatant in a war?
Yeah. So in a war,
I'm asking. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
There can be something called just war theory. There's different
Sure.
theories for what makes a war just or unjust.
Okay.
And yes, you can be tried for war crimes
Sure.
unjustly
I'm just
killing
trying to make-
a civilian.
Okay, I'm just trying to make you understand
Because
that
they have a right to life as a human being.
I'm just trying to make you understand that when you ask me a question of does everybody have a fundamental right to life? Depending on what you're asking, that could be a very difficult
I'll
question.
say it again and let me know if this is clear. Do you as a human being have a right to not be killed?
I would say, generally speaking,
without due process. How about we'll add that
generally
on.
speaking,
Without
if
due
we
process.
have any sort of construction of government, my imagination
Okay.
would be that a fundamental right would be a right to life, to not be killed. Yes, I would agree with that. In any given country,
in the
yes.
United States, under the
Yes.
U.S. Constitution, the 14th Amendment says that we have a right to equal protection under the law, and no state has a right to deprive the life of anyone without due process.
I
You've
agree.
probably heard this before. Okay.
Yeah.
So, do you think that there is any due process for the human life? Right now, where is the due process for the human life before your consciousness
Well,
arbitrarily
I would
land?
say that person isn't protected by the Constitution because they're not a person yet.
Okay, and you're defining personhood based on
Somebody
this
that
20
has
to 24
capability
week.
of having a conscious experience,
okay.
yes.
So let's talk about that for a minute. If I'm under anesthetic and I'm unconscious, and someone comes up to me and says, "Can I kill you?" and I'm unconscious, I can't say, "Don't kill me." Can they kill me?
No.
Tell me why.
Because you have the capacity to deploy a conscious
Just like
experience.
the fetus.
No, the fetus can't.
The fetus.
Destiny, if you don't kill that fetus, the fetus with a matter of time, because I'm under anesthetic, in a matter of time, I will come out from under anesthetic and I will have my consciousness. For the fetus, if you don't kill that fetus under a matter of time, the natural human development, you were once a tiny child in the womb, maybe 18 weeks before the consciousness that you say some biologists playing for.
Half of me was an egg,
if no one killed you,
Uh-huh.
then you would have your consciousness, just like I coming out of an anesthetic would have my consciousness.
Do
So
you
why
think
is it
that-
why so
Uh-huh.
so your position sounds like age discrimination because you're saying that because the child is not doesn't have their consciousness yet, just like under anesthetic, I don't have my consciousness regained
Do you think
yet.
there are any 2-year-old
then-
human? Do you think there are any 200-year-old?
Then you're
do you
saying
think
that
there are
it's
any?
okay to kill them.
Do you think there are any 200-year-old humans that deserve to be protected by all the human rights that we have fundamentally?
Well, I think if someone lived to be 200, then yeah,
That'd
they'd
be
be
pretty
were-
awesome.
what about
There's
right
an
now?
8-year-old
Are you
who's
ageist?
actually alive?
What do you mean, am I ageist? If there was a 200-year-old, I'd say yes. If they're alive, that would be amazing.
Okay,
I'd
and
say
if there
no
was a
one has the right to
1-week-old
kill you.
having a conscious experience, I would say it as well. I'm
But
not
if the
being ageist.
200-year-old is asleep and unconscious, I still don't have the right to kill them, Destiny.
Because if they're asleep, they can wake up.
Your line of consciousness Your
Hold on,
reasoning
I'm gonna
about
answer you. Hold on, wait,
consciousness
wait, wait,
is not
wait.
logical.
Is this-
It's
is
You
this
just
not-
stated
Okay.
the fundamental
So-
flaw of your entire position because
Sure.
you keep saying
I understand.
if
So
they
real quick,
wake
I'm
up,
just going to talk now, okay? The
if
way
they
that
wake
this
up-
conversation works is because you two have organizations, because you two are bought in. You can never
Okay, you
even
can't keep
remotely
going
consider.
for that.
Wait,
I have
hold
to
on.
because I haven't gotten the
Just let him
ability to
finish.
even
Here
respond
comes
to a
misogynist. Come
It's-
on.
It's not misogynist, okay? Now I'm in my demon racial
Did a
energy
bunch of
because you're
men
both white
start
people. So now I'm like
organizations
hitting
as
you because you're
well?
white, okay?
But you can't just throw that zinger in there like, oh, you're only
I
pro-life
have
you're
to because
really
the
pro-life
style of
organization.
argumentation that you're both engaging
Come
in
on.
is like a gauge
Is
scale of 50
scientific.
million questions. Nothing is scientific about this conversation. It's 50 million questions without me being able to respond to or answer anything.
Well,
You
let's
can't
have a
make it about
scientific.
hypotheticals.
What is not
I've got a
scientific
question.
about the
I've
argument?
got a
That-
question.
It's a question of
Got a
moral philosophy.
question.
It's not a scientific
I got a
argument.
question. Got a question here.
None of my
hold on,
questions have even been
hold on.
answered yet. Yeah, go ahead.
So
We can go back to your hypothetical, but if
when
you don't,
Just
if
ask
you don't answer my clarifying
so
questions about
Lila,
your
I have a
hypothetical,
question
then
for you,
we're
Lila.
not going to get very far.
I got a question for you, Lila.
Yeah.
For everybody here at the table. Wow, it's very heated. Okay. When does life begin?
At the moment of conception, when
The moment of
sperm
fertilization.
and egg unite, when a unique, whole, living human being that never existed before and will never exist again comes into existence with a unique genetic code. And
Wait, so are
96%,
twins not humans?
excuse me,
Hold on, just
No, they are.
96% of biologists in the University of Chicago study, majority of whom were pro-choice and liberal, confirm that fact that there is no other point at your development can you say you became you than at the moment of conception when your DNA, your genetic code came into existence. That is a biological fact, and I'm sorry it's inconvenient to raise that, but
Well-
that is the fact.
And to clarify, I would agree with you, Destiny. If human life began at consciousness, I would say, you know, anything before that, human life beginning at consciousness, I would say it doesn't matter. It's not a human life yet. But what's inconvenient for you is that human life doesn't begin at consciousness. Human life and
First of
humans.
all, none of
can
this is
be-
inconvenient
and
for me.
humans can
I'm not a
be
woman.
and
At the end of the day, I'm not going to have a kid, so it's not
Well,
inconvenient for
don't
me at
you
all.
have a
okay?
kid?
Wait, so
You have a
Destiny,
child.
when
I
does
didn't give birth to him.
But he's your,
when does
you're
life
I'm just
begin?
saying, you're
father
saying
of
it's
the child.
inconvenient to me, where it's like it's not
Well,
an
meaning
inconvenience to
because
me to
I think
recognize.
you're representing the pro-abortion position here, and
Surely
you're
you don't
saying
believe in
that
no
consciousness
uterus,
is
no
the line
opinion.
that
Sure, but I'm
decides
just saying that
whether innocent
you
people
keep
live
saying
or
like
die.
it's inconvenient. None of these facts are inconvenient. I'm totally
Well, they are
willing to
because
address-
they dispute your like made up definition of when personhood begins.
There is no the definition of when personhood begins is literally the subject of our debate. There's not a scientific answer to that question.
What I said
Unless
at
you
the
believe in
very
human
beginning
rights.
is
No,
when
that's
you
bel- human
when you
rights are not
separate-
science.
Excuse me.
That's-
When you,
Human
if you
rights-
separate when human beings
Is that-
come
do you-
into
is that mechanical
existence-
engineering? When do you learn
Excuse
human
me.
rights? Sorry, go ahead.
Well, if you separate when human beings come into existence
Okay.
and personhood, and you make it two different lines,
Mhm.
it's always bad. Bad things have always happened throughout human history when we tried to separate human beings from personhood. It's always a slippery slope, and bad things always happen, is what we're saying.
Destiny,
So,
I-
The
sorry,
reason,
go
one more comment.
Don't interrupt him.
The reason science is very important for the
Yeah, I
pro-life
agree, yeah.
debate is because, and the question of human rights is because human rights are about the humans that have rights that are universal. So all humans, if you're a member of the human family, you have these rights. And I think earlier you did, you know, kind
You
of.
keep saying
kind
that,
of
but we
timidly
don't- no,
agree-
no, no, no,
kind
you
of
have
agreed
more
to- Can I just
qualifiers.
finish, Justin?
Oh,
You're gonna
I'm
do it.
so sorry,
You
my
did.
bad,
You
go
did
ahead.
kind of. It's all right. You did kind of agree. I think you agreed that we have the right as humans to not be killed, right?
No. There
but you
has to
don't
be
believe
more
in human rights,
qualifications.
but I think-
There needs to be
But
more
you didn't even
qualifications. It's
fully
not just
agree
humans,
at
because we agree
all.
that corpses, for instance, don't
Well,
get protection.
So
So
I
there has to
think,
be more
I think
qualifiers.
Destiny,
than that, yeah.
I think Destiny, I think your position is not human rights; it's conscious rights. That you have to be you have to have consciousness,
Mhm.
and not just have consciousness. You can have it taken away from you and it come back to it, but that is okay. But if the child hasn't developed yet, then that's okay. That's your line.
And Destiny,
that
do you
slippery
want to answer
slope.
the question? Just when does life begin?
When
If
does
you-
life begin, or when did they
Yes.
become a person?
when does human life begin, Destiny?
Whatever your sense of the
the
question is.
personhood thing that I'm looking at.
No, let's
Women
talk
defend-
about science for a second. When does human life begin? I answer the question, you answer it.
If you're talking about like when does a unique genetic code happen, it's
Yeah.
right at the union. It's right at the moment of conception.
When two parts become a whole.
Correct.
Excellent.
Finally, we agree on something.
Well,
That's
a
when human life
that's a-
comes into
hold on.
existence.
Yeah, that's called a scientific fact.
That's what we've been saying. in the
I
pro-life
understand.
movement.
Let me catch you
Well,
up
there
to
are
the
a lot of pro-abortion
conversation.
people who don't
Sure,
agree with
I
that,
understand. Let me catch you up to
interestingly,
the conversation. We're not having a scientific discussion on when genomes are formed. We're having a moral philosophy discussion on when does something get the protections of being a person.
Correct. And
right?
our position is simple. And what Kristen was saying earlier is that throughout human history, there have been many times when groups of humans, where groups of humans were considered non-persons,
I
right?
don't
and
know
you're,
what this
you're
can
certainly,
I- am I
well,
gonna get
you're certainly familiar with this, Destiny, and I know Kristen
gonna
is.
go
but
back to this
for
question.
example, under the Rwandan genocide or with slavery in our
Yeah,
country,
I understand.
the
That's-
Holocaust,
that's the
there,
next step.
there are groups of people who were seen as who were
It was
humans.
Roe v. Wade, KCV, Planned Parenthood, and
Who
then I
were-
think it was apartheid in
just to
South
finish,
Africa.
there
No,
were
actually, I
human
think Roe versus Wade came from that.
There were
I think,
human beings.
might have been.
There
Because they were
hum-
inspired by the Nazis, right?
Just
They
to
were
clarify,
like,
there were human beings that were seen as non-persons, and
True.
that opened the door to huge injustices.
Okay.
And similarly today, we see humans in the womb at this arbitrary line, and you're one among many. I mean, other people say, well, right before birth is when they become human, or viability is when they become human, or
made
heartbeat
either
is
of
when
those
they become
arguments.
human.
That's good,
There's
yeah.
there's a lot of different variations.
I think
because
those are all really bad arguments.
Hold on, just let her finish.
well,
Just let her
I
finish.
agree,
Oh,
and I
sorry,
think
my bad.
consciousness is a terrible argument too,
think it's a
because you
great
can't
argument.
assign
That's your opinion.
the development of
Obviously,
a human.
that's why I'm representing
And your
it.
opinion's wrong.
And back to the toddler and the adolescent, because you you had a clever move there, Destiny. You were saying, well, an adolescent has rights, like signing a contract that a toddler doesn't have. So therefore, I think your next conclusion of that was, if you're preborn in the womb
I could
before
also tell you
consciousness.
my conclusion. You don't have to guess because I'm
Well,
here.
okay. I mean, feel free to give it. But it was an interesting position, because what I was trying to get to in that conversation before I got a little bit derailed there is, do you think that your age or your development as a human means you are more or less entitled to equal protection under law for basic human rights, including the right to not be killed?
If that development, when you say including the rights to not be killed,
That fundamental right to life. Let's just talk
your
about only that
intuition-
right.
your
Only that
intuition
right.
pumping. So
Yeah, I don't know about intuition pumping. Let's just isolate it and just say just the right to not be killed. The right to not be the victim of homicide.
I don't know. I'm not sure. It depends on what kind of deaths we're talking about. So here's a question, for instance. A lot of women have miscarriages, like without even knowing in the first
True.
few
I've
weeks of
had
getting
one.
pregnant. Do you think that those embryos should be rushed to the hospital?
Well, if the embryo is dead, no. I mean,
Okay,
I think,
but
I
do you think that like any woman, do you think we should start locking every single woman that has sex into some sort of facility to check for early miscarriages like that? Because if it is true, wouldn't that be the equivalent of a woman leaving a child starving to death on their floor?
No,
No.
absolutely not.
No.
How dare you?
Carol, hold on, can you
First
answer the
of all,
question before
no,
she rolls
I-
down?
no, how dare you?
Because what you're talking about right now is essentially the real genocide of children, is all the children being miscarried right now in the first few weeks of development. That's horrible.
miscarriage to not feeding my child.
Why? It should be the same thing.
No, it's not.
Why is it not?
Well, you obviously
It's not because.
Oh my gosh.
It's not because.
Well, hold on, you're telling
Every
me,
woman
hold
in
on,
America
if you want to
who has
extend
just
human
had a
protections
has had a
all the
miscarriage
way
is
to
very
the
angry.
very
Hold on,
beginning,
one
the
at a
very
time,
moment of
one at a time,
conception,
please.
if you want to go all the way to the moment of conception, then that means that a woman who just, whatever, kind of miscarries in the first, second, or third week and doesn't realize it, that is the same as like, oops, somebody dropped their child down the stairs and they died.
No,
That
it's
is
not the same.
absolutely not the same. Do you understand science of what happens in a miscarriage? And an unattended miscarriage?
Unattended. That's why I'm saying we should lock them up after they have sex.
I don't think
Doesn't-
your argument doesn't make any sense.
My argument makes perfect
No,
sense.
no,
if you
it's actually
truly
lock a
believe,
woman up,
I'm
it's
gonna
actually
I'll
very
restate my
heinous.
argument.
Might be
more
I'll
likely
restate
to
my
miscarry
argument. I
because of
understand
the
it's really,
stress.
I know it
Which is
hurts
why I
because
don't
it
think we
obviously
should jail
demonstrates
pregnant
another
women,
huge
quite
flaw.
frankly.
If you
Can I-
believe
can I
that the
finish?
moment
Can I
of, no,
finish?
you can't right now. If you believe that at the moment of conception you've created a unique human being, then that means that right now you should be in tears because at every moment women that are engaged, in fact,
Yes.
you could probably make the argument that sex without the intention of immediately going to a hospital is probably immoral because you're engaging in some activity that might result in the death of a child
think-
in
I'm sorry,
2 or
I don't
3 or
think-
4
I don't
weeks
think-
because you don't know if you're going to have a
You don't
miscarriage.
think women
Every
can
single
gestate
time,
a human
every single
being
time
and
a woman has sex,
be
she's
productive?
going to be
One at a
rushed to
time,
the
please,
hospital
please, please, one at a
immediately
time.
after
One
just
at a
to
time,
make
one
sure
at a time,
that whatever
please.
fetus might be there is absolutely
No,
protected
I
out of
don't
sight.
Destiny,
think-
let me answer your question.
That is misogyny because what you're saying is
I'm back by
women
misogynistic
cannot
energy, yeah.
gestate human
Destiny loves
beings
this
in the
hypothetical.
womb
Yeah.
and
Let me
be
answer.
productive citizens of our society.
They should.
That's exactly, that is
So,
misogyny,
Destiny,
sir.
I don't
That's
know
exactly
that.
what
Hold
happened.
on, let's let Lila
Okay,
go.
I
Go
don't
ahead,
know. I
Lila.
think your question might betray perhaps a little ignorance about how pregnancy works.
Okay, inform me,
Because
please.
because
Or
if
how
a woman
miscarriage
gets pregnant, rushing her to the hospital is not going to magically prevent a miscarriage that she may or may not have. Miscarriages happen for a lot of different reasons, and I would argue, especially for imprisonment as an example, imprisoning a woman who's pregnant, which I'm opposed to, by the way, that additional stress could add to the miscarriage. So if you grabbed a woman after she had sex and might be pregnant and dragged her off to a hospital, that might actually induce stress in her. And
Yeah, but there's
create a
also
miscarriage.
potentially
So I'm
things,
not
there's
sure
behaviors a woman
where
could
you're
engage
going
in that
with
would increase the risk of miscarriage, especially if she doesn't know she's pregnant, right? Maybe a woman drinks.
Say that one more time.
There might be
Destiny.
behaviors that a woman could engage in if she
Which
is
is
pregnant
why-
that would increase
which
the
is
risk
why-
of pregnancy.
which is
However,
why,
that means that
Destiny,
you could have sex with a
Destiny.
condom and with birth control, and you might actually
Destiny.
get pregnant. So if
That's
a woman
right,
is
let me
having
answer.
sex and she starts drinking or whatever, she
That's
could be
right.
murdering a child right then and there.
Destiny, let me answer that.
Yeah.
That's why we have recommendations from the FDA that women who are pregnant should not drink alcohol.
No. You don't even know if you're pregnant yet, though. That's the whole deal.
That's the difference between direct and indirect actions, though, right?
It doesn't get much more direct than doing
No,
things to
if
your
a
body
woman
that
is
harms your
pregnant
child.
and does not know she's pregnant, say she just conceived and she goes and celebrates her 20th birthday at a bar, 21st birthday at a bar, and she drinks a whole bunch, and she miscarries, no one would say
You murdered your child.
You murdered your child.
Of course
no one
you
would
did.
say that. That's not that was not the intent.
It doesn't matter what the intent is. Do you think the kid cares what the intent
between
is?
the
You've murdered a
intent.
child.
Abortion. What is abortion? Abortion is the direct, intentional killing of an
Do
innocent
you think
human.
from the perspective of the fetus, do you think it cares if
That
it was
is
an accident
a
or intentional, that
direct
it was...
action. We're arguing about the morality of abortion, which you've informed me like 5 times because you don't want to talk about science.
Sure, but what I'm saying is that if you think that
Abortion
from the moment
is
of
a direct-
conception...
I will say, I'll give you this,
intentional
Destiny. If you're having sex, and this is actually goes to a related conversation to the abortion
New
conversation,
topic.
but that's very important. I think,
topic is you
anyways,
guys didn't answer any of my other
is
questions.
sexual
I have a
ethics.
question, actually.
And I think your
after
question
Lila
kind of gets
goes
into
here.
the sexual ethics world,
Can-
which I think is important. So we could go there. 'cause
Sure.
If you're having
I do have,
Well,
Am I allowed
heterosexual
to...
sex.
wait, am I allowed to ask any of my questions because none of them got answered?
well, I would
Do you want to
argue.
reiterate them?
Sure, I had like 3 really basic
Can I
ones.
answer his little hypothetical though,
Yeah, answer
really quick? Okay.
Sure.
About the mass genocide of
Well,
accidental
no, it
babies.
was more about, if you're having sex,
like
should you be
Karen.
heavily drinking afterwards? I think was where you're going with that.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say, no, you shouldn't actually. I don't think, and this is part of our society's problem today, post-sexual revolution, is we have separated sex from procreation and from relationship.
Okay.
And because of that, we have the abortion rate of 2,500 children killed every day by abortion. Because of that, we have mass unhappiness. We have breakdown among male-female relationships. People actually are having less sex in many ways than before. Pornography use is spiking, and it's all because we've forgotten what sex is designed for, which is intimacy and new life. So I would be against a culture, and I am against acts where people are just being promiscuous, having sex, not
Literally,
really caring.
none of that has
And then-
anything to do with what I said, because everything that I described happened could literally happen within a marriage where a woman gets
Well-
pregnant, doesn't realize
well-
it, has some
Hold
alcohol.
on,
and
Well,
then
then I'll
Let-
answer
let
to that
Tess-
too.
hold on just a
Actually,
second.
let me answer that too, because I'm
Okay.
married.
I'm just saying that nothing what I gave had anything to do with the
Okay,
sex
well
culture or anything else, yeah.
then I thank you for the clarification.
Okay.
I can relate to your question. I'm married. We hope to have another baby, and yes, when I know if I might be fertile, I might be getting pregnant soon. Yeah, I'm not going to be drinking
drunk.
gin and tonics because I might be getting pregnant, and I want to have my body be as hospitable as possible for that baby. And I think that would be the prudent thing to do. And that's another reason, if as a woman and you're having
We weren't
sex, you
talking
might
about
get
what was
pregnant,
prudent or
to
not.
be-
We were talking about like moral rights or wrongs. But
well, I think it would be morally irresponsible, yes, to be getting drunk when you may be getting pregnant, yes.
on the same
Because
level as like
creating-
murdering a child, right?
Creating a new human being
There's
is a
a- there's a
logical
bit of a
Hold on,
outcome
just one
of
microphone at a time,
heterosexual
please.
sex. And so that's what Lila is saying, is that if you're engaging in heterosexual sex,
Mm-hmm.
you have to be aware that one of the very biological outcomes of that behavior, of that choice you've made,
Mm-hmm.
is creating a unique, whole living human life. So therefore, you have consented to the fact that a unique, whole living life may come into existence by engaging in that act knowingly.
Gotcha. Okay.
Destiny, did you have more?
I
know
said
you
it
had
very
a couple
slow,
questions.
very
simple
clear.
questions.
Did
Do
you
we
have-
agree
okay.
that is puberty a real thing?
Absolutely, puberty is a real thing.
Okay. When does it happen?
It's a range.
Oh, hold on. I know
where he's going. I know he's
Can
going
I
with
just
it.
make a
Go ahead,
comment here?
Lila.
But that's
There is-
fundamentally
hold on,
different
there's
between.
hold on, let
let's
me
let
just
Lila go.
there's an
Can I answer this?
absolutely there's
Can I answer this?
sure.
Lila, like, I love you, but you don't let me answer any questions.
Yeah, Lila.
right,
Jesus.
so, I'm just
rude.
gonna, like,
You're being misogynist.
I mean, I think it's been pretty.
I've been
No.
trying to be.
I think they're
pretty-
both. I think they're
Alright,
both
Tristan,
misogynistic.
We
Okay.
need hands. No. I understand where the question was. You brought this up earlier about puberty. Yes, absolutely, puberty is a real thing. I have 2 pre-teens right now.
Okay.
I'm reminded every day that puberty is a real thing.
Mm-hmm.
And absolutely, it onsets at different ages based on the environment, based on a child's experiences or stress that the child may be going through, or the genetic conditions that a child may have. But that's not an equivalent for saying, well, we don't know when human life begins, when we know it actually begins, and we've already proven as a scientific fact begins at the moment of conception. Therefore, we can kill a human being.
Okay. So
It
all
is
I'm
not
trying
the
to
same.
illustrate to you is that
Can I
you
answer
believe
now?
in.
No. Is that good?
Yes,
Okay.
Lila, go
All right,
ahead.
add in
and
what
then
I
we'll
did
have you
too.
come in. We'll have you come in. Go ahead,
Thank you,
Lila. Go
Tristan.
ahead.
So I would just say, yes, there is a sliding time frame from when someone might undergo puberty. But if you are basing a decision about whether or not you can kill an innocent prepubescent or pubescent child, then I would say your standard of puberty shouldn't matter. Similarly to your standard, your unjust standard of consciousness to demand that a baby that's not fully developed yet has to be developed in order to be protected. And I think that's age discrimination.
Gotcha. Okay. So all I'm trying to point out is
Do you agree you are age discriminatory, by the way? Do you agree? 'Cause
I
you
am
said
age.
that.
Do you think, are you age discriminatory?
So you're age discriminatory about when human beings should have
I'm age
the right to
discriminatory
live.
about a lot of different things.
So you believe that you are age discriminatory about
I'm
when human beings-
developmentally discriminatory.
Typically, typically, developmental discrimination is for the protection of the less developed person. It's
Or it
not
could
for
be
the
for the
manipulation.
protection of a mother that doesn't want to have a pregnancy
It's
too.
not
There
for
is
the,
another
it's
person
not
in the
for the
equation here, you know.
manipulation and the
Absolutely
harm
isn't.
of the less
Manipulation or
developed
harm of the
person.
mother who's being forced to be a breeding factory for a child.
Do you know what
I can
is?
morally loathe
Wait,
this just the other way if you want. If you want to play that game, I can do that.
Do
all
you
day.
know, I think your
happens
argument
when-
actually isn't consciousness. I think you are making a bodily autonomy argument.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. That's the
You
dumbest argument in the
absolutely
world.
are because you said the mother has a pregnancy. No, the mother.
No, I'm just trying to show you that
mother
there,
has a
if you want to
human
morally
being
loathe things like
developing within her.
murder of a child, well then I'm going to say, well, forcing a
Well,
mom
you
to be a
didn't agree
breeding
with
machine.
me about my analogy about artificial wombs.
What
either.
I
You
didn't
said
agree, I
abortion
rejected
would-
it because I said it was dumb because viability has no impact whatsoever on my feelings on whether or not a fetus is endowed
But
with
I
rights
think
for human life or not.
Kristen is correct in that you are sort of talking out of both sides of your mouth a little
I'm
bit here. because
absolutely
on
not.
the
Right now,
one
I'm struggling to
hand-
talk out of one side of my mouth. and I can
well,
get off.
on the one hand, Destiny, you're saying that it shouldn't matter whether or not the mother wants the baby or doesn't want the baby if the baby is conscious. And on the other hand, you're saying actually the mother's desire to have or not have that baby, being forced to birth that baby, actually does matter. So that's a little bit of a contradiction.
So
Yeah,
it's
but
not a
if-
contradiction at all. Whether or not somebody wants to have a child or not is not the same as when does the child get moral protections. Those are two fundamentally separate questions.
You're saying you
However,
should not be,
I might
you are
want,
saying a woman should
I
not
might
be
want,
forced to give birth.
I
You are
might
using
want
that language.
No, well, because you're using
Yes.
the language of like killing a child.
No, you're ending the life of an innocent human
Yeah,
being
that's,
that is
thank
a
you
child.
for illustrating my point. Yes, yes.
Well,
So
if
if you're
it's
gonna
not,
Why are you so
morally-
offended?
Hold on.
Why are you so
Hold on,
offended by the word
I'm
child?
not
Let's use the
offended.
word
I'm not
that
offended
doesn't
because
make
when you
sense.
say
It's triggering you,
child, it's
Destiny.
not that it's triggering me.
It's absolutely triggering
It's
you because
to-
you've said it like 6 times.
because you're begging the
Are
question.
you triggered,
Okay.
Destiny? Confirm or deny?
I
Are
am
you
triggered.
triggered?
Okay.
Okay.
So hold
I
on,
actually,
hold
you know
on.
what?
The,
I
the
have.
problem is that right now the point of our debate, it's kind of like going to a self-defense trial and having the people that you killed being called victims.
Well, hold on,
right?
hold on. You're the one who's advocating for the positive right to kill a child in the womb. You're the one advocating for that.
Okay.
We're advocating to say you can't kill a child. So that's it's.
I'm just trying to explain why calling it a child is.
But
begging
why
the
does that?
question.
But why
Hold on,
does that bother you?
I'd actually
why does
like
it
to
bother
It bothers
understand-
me because the subject of the debate is whether or not it is a child. So if you call it a child, you're already presupposing the most
but
difficult
now-
part of the conversation,
it's
which
bother-
is begging
it's
the
bothering
question.
me.
But I think, but that's a contradiction too, Destiny, because
not a contradiction.
It is because you just said you said that you become a person at consciousness. This arbitrary line that you've drawn that's
True.
not even
Yeah.
that's not even clear.
Yeah.
And
No,
you're
it's
saying-
very clear,
But
but
you're,
go ahead.
you never
Who
were
hasn't
upset.
named
you
any
never talked about
biologist,
when
by the way.
childhood began. So let's actually talk about that.
When is a
Does
what?
childhood begin at a different time than when personhood begins?
Childhood is whatever you want. Some childhood begins when you see your first Sesame Street episode. I don't know. What does childhood mean?
Okay, when does a child become a child? When is it
Is it
okay
at
to
birth?
call a preborn life a child in your
I don't
view?
know. That's a semantic question I'm not really
So why are you
interested
upset
in.
about us using the word if you don't really
Because
have an
we're not
opinion
just
on it?
having semantic disagreements. We're having like very discrete disagreements on
So
morality
where
over
do
when
you
somebody
disagree
should be.
then? When do you
My
think the
disagreement
life
is I
becomes
don't
a
think that
child?
it becomes a person at
But
conception
you
that's
just said
endowed
you
with
don't
human
like
rights.
us using the word child. When
I
does
don't
the life become
you know
a child?
because now you just asked me about childhood and now you're asking child. The reason
I'm
why we're
asking
arguing
when
over
when you start having your childhood, when you start
Okay.
becoming a
Let
child.
me know when
When
I
is
can
that?
fully answer the question, okay?
Please tell me.
Okay. We're having a conversation right now about when something is endowed with like moral consideration. When
I'm
does
asking you
something
a pretty simple
are
question,
you,
actually.
Are you a liar?
I'm just asking.
I
you.
asked you to if I could finish. You said I could, and now you cut
Let's-
me off.
let's let
you
Destiny
lied to me.
finish
Okay,
the,
let me finish the question.
Go for it,
Don't
go
lie,
for it.
because you'll lose moral consideration. Okay. All right. No.
My mouse is dead.
If
Why is it
the
off?
subject of the debate is when does a fetus become a person? Okay, child is another
what?
word for person. So when you say,
Okay, that's
do
what I
you
was trying
think
to
it's
clarify.
Hold on,
okay?
hold on.
When you
Let-
say,
please let
do you think
Destiny
it's
finish.
okay to kill a child?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, the answer is no. I don't think it's okay to kill a child. But that's not the
What do you
conversation
call
we're
it
having. The
before
conversation
it's a
we're
child?
having
Please,
is
just let him
when is
finish.
something considered a child? So that's why I'm obviously going to push when you say you're saying we should kill children
What do
at
you call
2
it?
weeks old. I don't know, a fetus, whatever you want to call it.
But do you know what Latin?
My
the
mouse,
Latin
my
word
mouse
means?
is
I don't
off,
care,
guys.
I'm not
I don't know
Latin.
what's up. So
It means young one. It's another word for child.
That's great. There are young ones that are puppies. That doesn't
human
have any
child
bearing
soldier.
on me.
That's
You're not
actually-
going to
that's a very
etymologically like
interesting
win the
question
debate
for you.
against me.
So just
Do you
to
think
clarify,
puppies get consciousness at a certain point?
Not human
just to
consciousness,
clarify,
no.
we're only allowed to call
That would be an
a
interesting
human
question.
life a child at Destiny's arbitrary line of consciousness. Is
What
that
I'm
correct?
saying is that
Because you're very offended when we use this term, so I'm trying to understand when it is in your book correct to use
if
it.
anybody is triggered in this room, it is not me.
That's
Okay.
good.
So it's funny that you keep using the offended line. I'm used
Okay,
to the mad
you
bros.
disagree strongly.
No, I don't disagree. You're just
You
like
don't disagree.
presupposing the argument. That's the
It's
issue.
pissing you off when we use the word child, is what we're saying.
Confirm or deny? Are you
Confirm or
pissed
deny?
off, Destiny?
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. You know
He
what?
doesn't
I
like
actually.
Can I? Wait, no, hold on.
Wait, wait, wait.
Why
The
would
same
my
thing
mouse
as you
just
guys,
stop
because
working?
I know you guys, and I guess maybe this is just
And
like
why
a
was it
red
off? That is
conversation.
so weird
But
that
I
my
know you
mouse
guys
was
get
off.
frustrated when people argue with you, and you're like, you just want to take rights away from the mom. Oh, so you're trying to make moms
Well,
slaves?
I would-
You're turning moms
I
into
would-
baby factories?
yeah.
That would be if I wanted to engage in the same style of conversation you're engaging in. I would just say that over and over again. Why do you
No.
want to make moms baby
I would-
factories?
I would
Why do you want
ask
to make moms
them
slaves?
to-
You know what is really problematic is when we take away rights from certain groups of people and we force them to do things with their bodies that they don't want to. A lot of eugenics was done that way. A lot of the Nazi concentration camps were that way. In Japan, Unit 343 did a lot of weird things like that, or whatever the fuck.
That's
right?
after the
So
cases
if
of
you're gonna
sex,
if you're gonna
there's
make the
no
argument that like, oh well,
engagement
viewing
behavior.
people as people sometimes and not as really problematic, then I'll say, okay, well, restricting rights from people, especially women, has also been really problematic historically.
So-
Welcome to women's suffrage. Welcome to women being able to own property. Welcome to women having access to birth control.
Thank you
Welcome
for
to women
explaining
being able to
women's
do-
rights to
No
us.
problem. I'll do it
That's
since you guys have the problem with the
So-
understanding. So yeah,
Thank you.
but I'm saying I'm not doing that because that's boring to me. Because obviously, if you guys thought that a fetus wasn't a human life, then you would obviously agree with me. And if I agree that a fetus was a human life, I would obviously agree with you. So when
wait.
you
You
use
don't believe that
normatively
fetus-
loaded
Let him
terms,
finish. Let him
so
This is
when
an
you
important
use-
point.
when you use normatively loaded terms like murder a child or commit homicide, then all you're doing is begging the
You
question.
don't know
Because
they're not-
obviously,
okay.
nobody at this table and nobody in this room believes in killing children or committing homicide
Okay.
against children.
Except
the
that
question
I have
is,
a question
when
for
does it
Destiny.
become a child? That's
I have a
the
question for
I-
you though, because you just said when a fetus becomes a human being. When does the fetus become a human being, Destiny?
The personhood comes when the conscious experience starts, which is
Okay.
about
But
20 to 24 weeks.
wait. Biology says moment of conception, life begins.
Biology does not tell you-
No,
Hold on,
stop,
wait,
stop. Excuse me.
Biology does
Excuse
not
me,
tell
I'm
God,
gonna start talking to you like I
God
talked
damn,
before.
she's a rude bitch.
Excuse me.
Can we,
Human
hold
life
on,
comes into
wait. Hold on,
existence at the
Kristen,
moment
Kristen,
it's
Kristen,
accepted.
one
I'll let her
second,
do it,
Kristen,
go
one
ahead.
second. one
Oh, I'm
second.
plugging in the wrong
If
thing.
we can, and you know, there's been some comments about this.
Okay, I see. That's
I would
not the
like
mouse.
everybody here at the table to have an opportunity to speak. So if we can
Everybody,
including Kiki, yes. So if we can try to limit the interruptions, let people finish their thought, and then, you know, go on. I'd like Destiny to have time to speak. I'd like Lila to have time to speak. Kristen, you as well. Go ahead, Kristen.
Fetus. When does the fetus become a human being? Because biology says, biologists confirm, 96% confirm, that the moment of conception, you became a human being. You became a member of our species. But you kept saying the word, it's not a human being. So when does
Okay.
the child
where
or
this mouse is
entity or whatever
plugged in.
term you want to use that doesn't trigger you in the
Yeah.
womb
Uh-huh.
become a human being?
20 to 24 weeks.
So you're actually, wait a minute. This is very important because you didn't say this at the beginning of the debate. Beginning of the debate, you were making a moral argument, but you weren't saying that it wasn't a human being.
It must be this one.
This is what Lila and I were exactly. This is what I pointed out like 15 minutes
Dude,
ago.
my
That
mouse
you were
died.
using an argument saying that it's
I'm all like,
consciousness.
what
That consciousness gives that human being these special personhood rights not to be killed. But I made the argument a while back that you aren't really making that argument because when I presented a couple other scenarios to you, you wouldn't agree with me. But the argument, what you just said.
What was the scenario where I
stop.
didn't agree?
The argument you just said was it wasn't a human being. You just said, for everybody here, that it becomes a human being at 20, 24 weeks.
Okay.
That is scientifically unsound because what we've already proven to you is that the moment of conception, a unique human being comes into existence. Do you agree with me that a human being is present in a mother's womb at the moment of conception?
If you want to define human being as unique genetic code that appears, then we can call that a human being. But the conversation that we're having right now is not about what a human being is. The conversation we're having is when does something get granted rights or moral consideration.
So I think you
And
need
I
to be
would
careful
say
with your terms
if-
then.
Hold
Because you
on.
kept saying
You're the
human
one that's
being.
mixing everything up. I've been pretty clear, and I'll continue to be clear, because you're trying to ask me, yes or no, when does it become a human being? And if you're defining human being as the thing that gets rights, then I'll say it 20 to 24 weeks. The thing that I've said over and over again, and if you want, I can write this word down. What I am talking about, and I've used this term before, is person or personhood.
And-
And I think that a person is not a collection of cells. A person is not some body parts. A person is not something that responds to pain or heart pumping blood. When we think of people or persons, we think of people that are having subjective conscious experiences like what we have now.
So I have a
when we
question.
think of
What
when somebody
experiences?
dies, we think of that subjective conscious experience
It just
ending.
broke.
That's why earlier the question that I asked that I will never get an answer to, and I understand why you won't answer it. I asked you if a person is going to be in a coma for the rest of their life and will never wake up, can you kill them? The answer is obviously yes, but the reason why you won't say that that's okay is
No.
because a comatose person possesses every
I will
single
answer
thing
the question
that
for
the
you.
pre-conscious fetus has.
Let me answer the
So if
question.
you can kill that comatose person, you can probably kill the
No,
pre-conscious
you're
fetus.
not killing.
But the problem
I think it's
is
wrong
that
to
you won't
take a
answer that
gun
question
and
because of that,
kill
yeah.
the person in a coma. I think it would be wrong to take sofa clamp and dismember that person
100%.
limb from limb who's in a coma. I think it's wrong to take a needle and insert digoxin into that person's heart who's in a coma and cause a cardiac arrest. All things that happen during abortion, by the way. We would never argue that a person who's in a coma, whether we know they're brain dead or they're not brain dead, we don't know because we don't have an actual scenario we're talking about here. But we would never say you actively kill a person who's in a coma. What Lila said, what
I agree
I've
with
said,
that. I agree.
is you can actually remove care. You can remove the
I've already
breathing
demonstrated
apparatus
that you don't
to
agree with
see
this
if the
argument.
person.
This is not an argument that you agree
No,
with.
you just said we didn't answer the argument, your question, but we did.
Yeah,
Well, what
okay.
happened was there was a bit of filibustering where
Sure.
I was
If you
trying
want,
to
we
get
can very
clarification.
clearly
You
get
don't
to the
like
bottom
our
of this, or
answer,
we can ramble on
Destiny.
to irrelevant things. Do you
You
want to
just
get to the
don't.
bottom
You
of
don't
this?
like our answer, so
Okay.
you say we didn't
So
answer your
what you're
question.
doing is you're pointing out a difference. So sometimes in moral philosophy, people want to point the difference between doing and allowing harm, and there might be a fundamental moral difference between doing harm to somebody versus allowing harm to somebody.
It
And you're
depends
trying-
what you mean by those actions.
Sure, you're trying to draw some difference here between doing and allowing harm. However, none of us here believe that that matters in this case, right? Because if you look at a child, none of us here would say that one is morally okay to allow harm versus one is morally okay to do harm. For
Definitely,
instance,
it-
if you had a child that was connected to an insulin tube or a feeding pump because they had issues with digestion or feeding, you wouldn't say that, like, okay, actively killing the child is wrong, but if you just disconnected their insulin pump, that would be okay because you're passively killing the child. We would say no, they have a fundamental right to survive and be alive, and you would say the same thing to a person connected to a machine, because if a person was in a coma or not in a coma, let's say they were just unconscious, okay, and we knew they were going to wake up in 2 weeks, or there was a high likelihood of it, we would say it's probably unethical to unattach that person to the machine, even if all they did was sit there and starve to death.
Destiny,
So this weird description that you're trying to, or this weird dichotomy you're trying to make between doing versus allowing harm doesn't apply here when we talk about moral consideration
It
of different
absolutely
types of
I
applies
think you're
when it
making.
talks to
I think you're. I think
Don't
there's
say
a
false analogy
there's
again.
I think there's an oversimplification here when you're talking about moral philosophy, because
Yeah.
a lot of it goes into who has the responsibility, what my responsibilities and duties are to you.
right.
So if I am a doctor and my responsibility and duty is to my patient, and I have a child who's getting an insulin treatment, yes, it would be homicidal of me to rip the treatment away from the child.
Yes.
If I am a parent and my duty and responsibility as a parent is to provide nourishment for my child, and I rip that nourishment away from my child, then yes, that would be potentially a homicidal act. It could lead to death, and it certainly would be a case of neglect and perhaps abuse. So similarly, if I, as a parent, have these responsibilities to my children, then I have to, it would be morally wrong for me to not live out those responsibilities. And every child is dependent on his or her mother. I do not suddenly become a child or a person at consciousness. We don't even have a clear line of when that is. We haven't been able to nail that down.
You still can't tell us.
And in addition, consciousness, you can go in and out of consciousness.
Sure. So
And
here's
in
the-
addition, a child before developing consciousness only needs time to
Sure.
develop that
So here's the
consciousness.
wait. This is
So
the most
you're-
important question.
One
The
thing,
most
one thing,
important
one thing,
question.
one thing. No, I'll let you make your point, but after you make your point, allow me to just come in, and I have
Okay.
a couple questions I need
Most
to ask.
important
Okay.
question then.
Well,
When
can
you
you
have a
respond to
person,
what I said, though? I'm curious your thoughts on what I just said. Do you
I don't
disagree
even
with
know
what I
there's
said?
anything to respond to. There's nothing.
Do you agree with it? Disagree?
When you start saying things like you should take care of children, you can't pull away care from children, obviously I agree. But
Okay.
that's all begging the question. We all agree on that. The question is, when do they become children? So there's nothing.
No,
to
but
respond to.
what do you think about the distinction of I have the potential, I have the capacity for consciousness, I only need time for that to be realized. Similar, I'm under an anesthetic, I can have the capacity
Okay.
for consciousness. It's not realized because I'm under anesthetic.
re-
In both cases, it's still wrong to kill.
There's a difference. You're
Why?
not developing the conscious.
Why is that difference matter, Destiny?
Because there's a difference between a thing
I
and a
know
thing
there's a
something.
difference, but why does
Hold
the
on,
difference
let them
matter?
finish. Let them
Oh,
finish.
I am getting triggered. You're right. I'm getting triggered. Okay.
I know.
Hold on.
We all know Destiny.
By
Okay,
what?
honey.
The arguments
floor
or
is
the
yours.
interruptions?
Because she knows her argument is bad, and that's why she won't let me finish her report. So it's triggering the fuck out of me. Okay.
Well, let's just let Destiny respond. Go ahead, Destiny. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So the key money question that I'm going to ask is if you have a person connected at end of life care, when does it become ethical to disconnect them?
You didn't answer. I'll answer that.
Lila's question.
But why does your difference matter?
Why does what difference matter?
The difference of the
difference,
child
You're not even going to let me
who-
finish, but I'll tell you the difference. The difference is there's a difference between a thing and a thing that something will become. Those are two fundamentally different things. So when you say, what's the difference between a fetus that hasn't developed the parts to have consciousness yet versus what's the difference between me,
the fetus-
I told you she wouldn't let me finish, versus what's the difference between me
let him
who's
finish,
currently
let him finish.
unconscious and will become conscious later after anesthesia will wake up. The difference is you're not developing the capacity to have consciousness. There's a continuation of a prior conscious experience. All the parts are there to create a conscious experience. They're just temporarily
That's the fetus.
alleviated. They're just no, it's not, because
Hold
the
on,
fetus
let
has
him
never
finish, let him
been
finish.
conscious and doesn't have the parts to deploy the conscious experience. So there's fundamentally a difference. Was that 2 or 3 interruptions that I said were going to happen, right? There's fundamentally a difference between a thing doesn't even have the capability to have a conscious experience versus somebody else's is temporarily abated by a drug. That is the difference.
Thank you for that.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you. Why
No
does the continuation of consciousness matter?
Continuation matters because the thing I'm valuing is the underlying machinery that has the capacity to deploy a conscious
Why?
experience. Why? Because in all the intuition of when we talk about other people and
Intuition?
things, it seems like, well, ultimately that's kind of where our morals come from, don't they? Right? And at the end of the day, the thing that we seem to be valuing in other people seems to be the subjective experience that we're all having with each other.
Okay.
That seems to be the case.
Under your logic, Destiny,
Yes, tell me.
a newborn child whose
Yeah.
consciousness, their memories, they won't even have memories as a newborn.
Who's
The-
talking
the
about
consci-
memories?
Because
Hold on, just
your
let her finish.
consciousness as a newborn child
Mm-hmm.
and even your consciousness as a 1-year-old is very different than your consciousness as a Destiny, however old you are.
Okay.
Are you less of a human, less of a person, excuse me, because that's the word
Thank you.
you're using here.
Uh-huh.
Are you less of a person because you have less consciousness?
Yeah, you might be.
Okay, interesting. That's an
But just because
interesting
you're less of a
acknowledgement.
person doesn't necessarily
So-
mean that you have like not that fundamental
So,
right to be protected as a life.
If you are less of a person,
Just like a person who's prepubescent is less of a person in terms of like
Okay.
being like endowed with all the rights of society.
Sure, so
but they
if
still
a-
have the right to life, to not be murdered.
So
yeah.
let's walk this forward. Then,
Okay.
if you're a 1-year-old and
Slowly.
you're a little bit less of a person than a 20-year-old, say,
Mm-hmm.
should you have less? Are your human rights less as a 1-year-old than your human rights as a 20-year-old? Where does that
Your
distinction
human rights
matter when
are
it comes
less
to
as
rights?
a 1-year-old, yes. But in
Your
terms of like
human
right
rights.
to be killed,
Wait. Human rights are universal and inalienable. They're for everyone. We're not talking about rights when you turn 18 to vote. We're talking about your universal inalienable rights. But the idea of a human right is we all share them, and they can't be taken away from us.
Because we're human.
okay,
Maybe
but
we-
you,
we maybe should have
you
defined that at
recognize
the
that there's a
beginning.
fundamentally different set of like rights for children than there are
Well,
for
I
adults.
think-
now, if you
think-
want to talk about like right to not be killed, that's why
Well,
I keep
you-
clarifying. That's why I keep specifying right to not be killed. Yeah, I think
It's a
about that
human
right
right,
to not
no?
be killed. Yeah,
It's
that is a human right.
Okay,
Yeah.
so just to clarify, the amount of how much of a person you are, is what you just said, does not change your human rights, because my human rights as a 1-year-old, even though I'm less of a person because I'm less conscious than
Sure.
a 20-year-old, I still share the same human rights, no?
If you want to, yeah, sure.
Okay.
Okay.
So why would you deprive a child in the womb
Mm-hmm.
weeks before developing this uncertain amount of consciousness that's still very limited compared to even the consciousness of a newborn? Why
Mm-hmm.
would you deprive them the right to life?
Because they haven't become a person yet, because they haven't developed that
But that's a
subjective
circular
experience.
argument. You
It's
just went back to this.
absolutely not
You went
circular.
back to the
Hold
same.
on, I'm
When
so
did
sorry.
the
Wait,
fetus
to be
become a
clear,
person?
you're trying to say that, let's say that a person is 100.
You're saying
hold on, whoa.
consciousness
You're saying,
okay.
let's say a person is 50% a person at 1-year-old and 100% a person at 5 years old. And let's say you're saying that a second trimester baby is 20% a person. Well, what about somebody that's 0% a person? Well, I would say that's not a person. That's very clear, very easy,
you're-
very obvious.
But
Yeah.
you're not. But you're basing that off of though development.
Yeah, the developing of a conscious experience.
So-
Just like
so-
death is based off
so
the development
ex-
of the lack
so-
of a conscious
So that's
experience.
age discrimination. It's maturity discrimination.
If you want to call it age discrimination, you can call it what you want. You're
Okay.
trying to like
Okay.
dress it up to intuition.
You still
pump
didn't
like
answer
other
my
things.
Well,
question.
you're
from-
using
as a-
intuition for your.
Hold on,
argument.
no. When I say your
Interesting
intuition's
way.
pumping, what I mean is you're trying to draw on all of the negative things of age discrimination
still
to make it
didn't
sound bad.
answer
But you're not
my
addressing
question.
the fundamental point I'm making, which is that the conscious experience seems to me. And I'll go back to my one question: is when can we decide to
So-
pull the plug on somebody who's in the hospital? What is the defining factor for okay?
Tell me
we
more
can pull
about
the
this
plug.
person in the hospital.
Sure,
because-
they're in a coma. They're in a hospital. They're in a
Okay,
bed.
are they they're on life support?
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess, and they're not medically induced coma.
Correct.
Okay, so I would want to better understand, or did they just have a car
Okay, talk
accident?
to me. Yeah, they had a car accident.
Okay,
I
and
know
are they brain dead?
They might be. Should we test for that? Do you think that's important?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's very important.
Yeah. When you say
So-
brain dead, what do you mean by brain dead?
I mean, they can't detect any brain waves on a person. Are they flatlining? Is there any heart?
So are we going to go by detection of brainwaves is what we choose as the
Because
end of life?
because if what you're getting to, it is ethical, I believe,
Okay.
to remove life support when there's no more hope for the person.
Do you think it's ethical to dismember the person when you remove the life support?
I mean, like,
Would
that
you
gets
do
into
anything
a
wrong
weird-
if you like said,
I
I'm
think
a
that
sadistic
people
person
have,
who wants to
I think
dismember
that
people?
people have.
The difference, though, is
Hold on,
life
just
support is an
let them answer.
but-
Let them answer the question, and
Okay,
then,
okay.
and then we'll
There's
have you
such
go.
it's not a proper analogy. Is the problem?
It's such a
But-
good analogy because
You
what
enjoy
you're
it, I know,
getting
but
at-
it's not
no,
a
no,
proper
no,
one.
no, no,
For the
no.
child in
It's
the womb, it's
important
not a
because
proper
you're
one.
asking the very human questions I would expect you to ask, which are the questions everybody asks: is there brain activity?
Well, they're the ethical questions to ask when you're
Is
a
there-
medical personnel
is there-
making a decision
Sure.
about whether or not to remove
Yeah,
life
and we
support,
don't go
actually.
by heartbeat. We don't go by response to external stimuli. We don't
Those
go
are,
by
those are often, yes, those are evaluated
They're-
when you're determining making life and death decisions in a hospital.
brain
Are-
death is usually what we're looking at.
Yes,
to figure
that
out
is
this.
that is absolutely
That is
considered
the
as well.
defining aspect
Alright,
of when
I
you consider somebody
understand.
dead.
So hold on, can I just ask one question then? You are making an equivalence between a person on life support and a child in the womb, as if the child in the womb is on some form of life support. That is not correct, though. That's not correct, because when I'm a child in the womb, when you're a child in the womb, you're not on an extraordinary medical measure to keep you alive. You're in
Okay,
your
let's say they're
natural
not-
habitat
let's say that
where we
there-
all
Yeah,
started
because
our
look,
life.
can I get into this?
And the
Can I
only
get into this
let me just say
conversation
one
for a
last thing, and I'd love to get in.
more
And
thing.
the only thing that's going to kill you when you're in the womb, if not a miscarriage, would be an abortion.
Okay.
You may
So it doesn't match.
you still haven't answered the question about the 21-week and 6-day-old human
I said
being.
it's fine. You can do. Yeah, they would be past my 20-week cutoff, so
it's-
they'd probably be treated like a child.
Probably. It's a,
Assuming
but
that's the
how?
law, it would be treated like a child. Yes.
So you're saying that the law is 20 weeks, and that is exactly where you're at.
Yes.
Okay. What about the child who's 18 weeks in the womb, who has spina bifida, and the
Gone.
doctors
Outta
give
here.
anesthetic to
Ejected
correct spina bifida
into
and put
the
the
atmosphere.
child back in the womb?
Oh, in the womb if the parents want to. That's their choice. It's a medical
but
procedure.
this is my question before
Okay.
you made your farting noise.
Yeah.
Does that child at 18 weeks, or the fetus, or
Mhm.
the thing that you want to call it,
Yeah.
does that child have any rights?
No.
At all?
Nope.
But see, what's interesting is you're conflating parts with wholes.
Nope,
Because
I'm not.
No, yeah, you were, because you keep saying that earlier, and we can rewind the tapes or whatever,
Okay.
that the child doesn't have the capacity for consciousness, but the child actually does have the capacity to have consciousness. At the moment of conception,
No.
excuse me, at the moment of conception, I told you I'm gonna start treating you like a child.
Okay.
At the moment of conception, all of the parts are there, right? The genetic
No.
code is there.
That's not the parts. A blueprint is not a part.
Wait, can we
What-
pause
okay,
here?
so wait, let me finish my let me finish my question.
Yes, ma'am.
So what part gets added in the womb
Uh-huh.
at between 0
Well, let's see.
days
There's
and
the
20
brain,
weeks?
there's
No, no,
the
no.
heart,
Excuse
there's
me.
the spine.
Where does that part come from, Destiny?
From the
Does-
blueprints. Do you think blueprints to a car are the same thing as a car?
You just said it doesn't matter. I said the child
A
in the
blueprint
womb
isn't going to magically
has
become a car.
Well, but a
that's
one-cell
not-
thing
it's-
is not a
it's
thing
not
with many
equivalent.
cells.
You,
Not
you,
equivalent,
excuse me. You're acting as if. Can you sit up? Oh my
can you-
gosh.
Destiny,
Look here. I'll
If you're
see
gonna
the
treat me
child.
like a kid, I'm gonna act
Child
like a kid.
Destiny, please sit up and have good manners.
Treat me like an adult.
No. Let's
we-
go back to
okay,
the coma.
hold
Let's
on,
go back
hold
to
on,
the
hold
coma.
on.
I have
Says
a
he
question
just
about the
doesn't
parts and the
appreciate
holes,
yours.
because I think this is really interesting.
Are we-
that
is this a birds and
you
the bees
just
talk?
said
Yeah.
that the child at 20 weeks
Uh-huh.
has the right to life,
Okay.
but the child at 18 weeks has zero rights.
That is correct. That was my cutoff.
Absolutely all. But what
Absolutely.
you were saying in your arguments with Lila earlier
Yeah.
is that the child doesn't have the capacity for consciousness. And I said that's absolutely incorrect, because at the moment of conception, all of the genetic material needed for that child to obtain consciousness is there. All in what Lila had already said very articulately. All the child needs is time to grow and time to develop. It's not as if a child in my womb at 12 weeks, I take a needle and insert this like little part into my womb and say, bam, fetus, now you have the capacity for consciousness. No, all the parts are already there.
Sure. Let's say that I walk by.
Would you
let's
agree
say
with
that
me on that fact that
No.
all the
Hold on,
parts
no,
are
the
there?
Just one thing. Destiny, you respond.
Okay.
And then I do have to jump in. So
Okay,
Destiny,
sorry.
go, and then
Okay.
I'll go ahead.
If I walked outside and there was 100 steel beams and there was a ton of nails and all this shit laying on the ground and it was organized, and I walk over and I push over the steel beams, nobody would say, "Oh my God, you just destroyed a building." All the parts for the building are there. The
It
blueprint
would
might
still
be
be
there to build a
vandalism.
building.
It would still be vandalism.
Yeah, but it's not a building.
It is
And
part
I agree
of the
that killing a
building.
fetus is killing a fetus, but it's not killing a human.
If I'm a
Hold
home
on,
builder,
the argument
still a
here is
building.
not whether or not a thing is being terminated. We agree it's whether or not that thing is the thing you're claiming it is.
It's part
you
of a
claiming
building.
that a thing has a blueprint or can develop the parts in the future or
I'm
has the
not
capacity
Hold
to
on,
become
let him
a
finish.
thing.
Let
Science
Destiny
says
That
finish. Let
argument
Destiny
right there
finish.
betrays your whole point because you're conceding that it is not the thing itself. If I walk by a construction site and I start knocking stuff over, I haven't destroyed a building. The pieces of a thing are not the thing itself.
I think that
When
doesn't
does the
hold-
fetus get
Oh,
the-
Can I?
get
I'll
the
just answer
pieces?
that
When
really
it's
quick.
conscious.
If you go in and start
Whoa. That's weird. I mean, there's not even a... Oh, there it is. I was like, there's not even a... As soon as I brought the game up.
burning the building before it's built, yeah, that would be a problem, and it would be vandalism, and it would hurt the future
It would be
building.
vandalism, and it would hurt a
and
future
it would
building,
hurt
but it
the
hasn't
building.
destroyed a building, has it?
It actually
already
destroyed
dead.
what you were building. For sure.
Yes, but it didn't
So-
destroy a building, right?
Yeah, but this is the difference here.
No,
is
this is the whole
No,
subject of the
it's
debate.
not the
If you've
subject.
destroyed all the
Yeah.
materials for a building, have you destroyed a building?
A building is a
yeah.
thing. A human
I mean,
being is a
I
person.
think it doesn't match to what our conversation is
I
on,
think it matches
on a life,
perfectly.
because an embryo is a whole unique individual
Yeah,
human
in part-
life.
Let's come back to that.
But
Let's come.
can
Let's.
we go to the coma back really quick? Because I
coma-
actually want to
the coma
address
thing?
that. Is
Well,
that
let's
okay?
come back to that
Okay.
in a little bit. We do have a couple chats to
Okay.
get through here. We're going to read through a couple of these chats. If you want, give a quick response, please, and then we'll continue on with the conversation. We have about, I think, 10 or so different chats. Gredneck, thank you for the 50. Appreciate it. I'm pro-life. First of all, woman. Let the man speak, damn it. Second, Destiny a hypothetical is something that is a scientific...
God,
You
we
guys
can't
should
read, you
probably spell check
idiot.
before sending. Things that are unrealistic,
to
like
read
a
if you're gonna
button
host a
saying not
podcast,
going to
bro.
wake up is unrealistic and impossible. Gredneck, thank you there for the donation. We have Stir the Sauce 09. Thank you, man. HR 1074, if the perpetrator commits the predicate offense with the intent to kill the unborn child, the punishment for that offense is the same as the punishment provided under federal law for intentionally killing or attempting to kill a human being. Explain? By the way, if you want, you can read them on the screen here.
Can we go to the coma, or because we got?
Let's do a
keep
few
going.
more.
Okay,
We
you
got a
go.
few
You
more.
got it.
Did anybody want to respond to Stir the Sauces? He's saying that
He's trying to make an argument from legality, but it's a dumb argument because nobody here believes in that. Because if the law right now said that killing a fetus incurred no penalty, obviously they would disagree with the law. If the law says that killing a fetus incurs a penalty of homicide, I would probably disagree with that law. But I mean, like,
Okay.
Oh, shit, Ethereum said 1900, guys.
What's legal or not?
All right, next chat we have Mickey. Hey, thank you for the $69 donation. Thank you. Take turns talking. It's the woman couple choice. Why is it anyone's business who is not going to raise and finance the child have a say? All that is needed to do is provide a safe space for them in order to prevent unnecessary casualty due to self-abortion. Can anybody parse that?
That's a stupid
Why are
argument.
you
People that
reading
say that it's just a
idiotic
decision
chats,
between
bro?
a man and a woman is dumb
God,
because
doesn't
what's
anybody
being debated
proofread
here is
these?
the life of a child.
Can't
If you believe
he
it's a child, then
proofread
it's
them
not just
before
two
he
people
reads
that
them
say
out
over it.
loud?
The life of the child ought to be provided
Oh
for
my
them. Personal
God,
negative rights
he's
as
a
well.
moron.
All right, we have Alvin Sam here. If abortion is murder, should the
talking
woman
about
be
this.
charged with that and go to jail? Credit to
talking
Rolla
about
for this. Lila or Kristen, do you have a response to
Yeah, I'll hear
Alvin's
you.
chat here?
I believe that those who commit murder, so the abortionists, those who would be assisting in the abortion, could be tried with a crime. And actually, we've written laws at Students for Life Action that do make committing abortion a criminal offense. We do not believe that a woman should go to jail for abortion because sadly for 50 years in our country we have told women that it's not murder and it's not killing, it's simply removal of meaningless blobs of tissue that don't have any consciousness yet, which we know is false. And so we actually see her very much as a second victim of the abortion industry.
She
that
wants to
tells her
charge
that
people
she
with murder
can't,
for an
that
abortion.
she isn't capable enough, as you know, the argument that Destiny was making earlier, that women somehow aren't capable enough of walking around this
I know.
earth
They're
pregnant
they're
without
crazy.
being locked up or whatever for potential
Wait till they
miscarriage.
get raped,
We believe
you know,
that she
and they get
absolutely
pregnant.
has the capacity
See
to
how
achieve her
if they wanna
career
keep that
goals and her
baby.
educational goals.
It's a
but
life, it's a
sadly,
human
Planned
life.
Parenthood, the
Well,
nation's
they
largest
say
abortion
that if
vendor
you
and the
do
abortion
the
lobby,
right or
has
whatever,
told
you
her something
can-
different for the past 50
You have
years.
better rights.
Hold on, real quick.
and
That's
all
the the worst answer ever. If you believe that
but
abortion
Thank
is
you very
murder,
much.
then a
going
woman
along
should be
with
held
it is just
morally
gonna
responsible for a
eventually
conspiracy
be
to commit
every
murder if she
woman
goes to an abortion
is
clinic.
gonna have
Full
the
stop.
fucking
End of discussion.
baby if it
If you think
isn't
abortion is murder,
before
a woman
this
going to get an
time.
abortion would be the same as a woman going to get her 1-year-old child killed. Abortion is murder for everybody involved, including the woman. Yeah.
And I'm more of that position, which is that there's obviously, when it comes to homicide, there's a lot of potentially mitigating factors, full intent, full knowledge, coercion. But I think, yes, if you're willfully and intentionally taking the life of your child, there should be criminal penalties.
Got it. All right, we have Rams here with the Canadian 69. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Maybe we should take policy back to the age-old normal. To the age-old normal equals babies coming from marriage in society is the norm, and therefore out-of-marriage births will be the exception, and overall less births to consider for the mystery of when a fetus is a human.
What?
Okay, Rams, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Whatever.
Did anyone have a
Dude,
response to that?
move
or-
on. No, there's
David
nothing to
Sina,
say.
can you each describe what happens during an abortion?
Did you make sense of it?
Starting
You want me
with
to rewind
destiny.
it so you can read it when it was nonsense?
I think it
Nobody
depends
had
on where
anything to
the
say about
development of the fetus is, but I think normally don't they start putting in tools, cutting it up, sucking it out? I think it depends on how far along the development is. So.
Would you like to go in detail? Because like if you are advocating for abortion, I think you should be able to tell us what abortion really is.
My understanding is
Don't just be
prior
like,
to
"Oh, whatever."
Yeah, so I think generally there's like this whole slew of, I would call them like gore porn films, like Saw and stuff, that they have doctors watching beforehand, so that when they go in, I think the goal is to inflict the maximum amount of gore and pain on the fetus before they take it out. So the first thing you do is you open the vagina up as much as possible, dilate the cervix.
Here, give
and
us
you
a
go
serious-
in,
give
and
us
the
a
goal
serious
is
answer
I
here.
think they start with little razors. It depends on how sensitive the baby is to pain, and they start to flay it alive in the womb, and then they pump like oxygen so the baby starts crying and everything. So
Why don't you
hear
give a
the screams
serious
of pain.
answer?
No,
to this
because
question?
the argument of like
goddamn-
what happens on some emotional level, you're totally
soundbite.
conceding any
It's not
logical point.
emotional, it's
It
just the
absolutely is. You're
reality of how it
conceding.
is.
You're conceding because you're trying to win on some like emotionally driven
No,
point.
it's
If you
about
want to
the
morally
reality.
grandstand on it, it's fine. But I'm not here to like mince words over like, oh well, this is what happens to an abortion.
Well, if you support abortion, I think you should have the balls.
I
to
support
at
cremation
least
as well,
tell
and cremation
you
would
what
be pretty
happens
bad
in
if I
an
thought that a
abortion.
corpse was a living
person's
person.
dead.
I also support embalming too, and that would also be really brutal
But
if it was
that's
a living
not a
person.
living human
Yeah, and I don't
being
agree that a
anymore.
fetus is a living human. Welcome to my
wait,
argument.
okay,
for like
wait,
2
wait,
hours.
wait,
This goes back to the argument that we
If
keep
they're
saying.
not hold on,
you
hold
keep
on.
saying
If
it's
they're-
consciousness, but you
if
just
they're
said
not
it's
living,
not
are
a
they-
living human
yeah.
being.
Are they dead?
It
Destiny?
It's not a person. It's not
is
a
a fetus
person.
in a womb
That's not
who's
what you
12
said, though.
weeks dead, or is it alive?
It's not a person.
Is it? Wait,
That's
you
not what
just
he said,
said.
though. He
You
said-
just said it wasn't a living human being. So answer
In the sense that it's
question.
not a person. You can try to trap me on semantics, but everybody in the audience knows what I'm saying.
But-
Your
but-
heart is living,
well,
but it's not a person. A
So
fetus
it's-
is
it's
living, but it's not a
alive?
person.
Will
Yeah,
you
of course
admit-
it's up. Yeah, of course.
Well, I mean,
But you were saying abortion.
Mitosis occurs. There's metabolism happening.
Just-
It's getting external nutrients.
Just
yeah,
to
it's alive,
clarify,
it's not- yeah.
just to make sure I'm understanding,
Yes, ma'am.
you were saying that abortion isn't gory the way, or it doesn't matter that abortion is gory the way embalming or cremation might be, because it's not taking the life of a living person. Something, okay? You said human being, but then you changed it to person because you realized
Yeah.
that was bad to say human being because you already agreed that humans start at fertilization. So, but abortion does end the life of something, no?
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
does
it's terminates some process, metabolistic thing.
okay,
yeah.
so
So
does
it ends
abortion
life.
Yeah.
It-
It's-
it
if
ends
you
up-
consider, yeah, it's a living thing.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
You paid
So is
$50
abortion
to
killing?
say that
I think
bullshit.
something. Yeah.
What does abortion kill?
A fetus.
What is a fetus?
However you want to define it.
a
Something
fetus
that
a human?
contains
There's no
human gene.
scientific
It's probably on the
definition of
total
fetus.
development of like a human. You start as a zygote, you begin mitosis, and you develop into a fetus, and there's different fetal
So a
stages
fetus
or
is
whatever.
a human.
Aren't you considered a fetus all the way up to like delivery? Technically,
Yeah.
It's like an
So
8-month-old.
so a fetus is a human.
Sure, it could be.
So
yeah.
it's correct, not emotionally, but it's correct
You're not- I'm-
literally
I'm
to
telling
say.
you, you're
I'm
not
just gonna
gonna win-
just ask the question. Is it correct literally to say then that abortion kills a human?
No, because you're intuition pumping. Because when you say human,
But
the
you
word you're
disagree
trying
with all
to
of
draw.
you.
Why
If
is she
you-
incorrect in
disagree
that
with those
The
statement?
ultimate example of somebody not being confident in their position is to try to win the debate through etymology. You're not going to
No,
win this debate by
Destiny.
trying to redefine
You-
words in a
you-
clever
you
manner away
literally
from
just
me.
agreed
If you
that
want
it
to
was-
pretend that, that's
Yeah.
fine. But like,
That's
you're
not-
not making any actual like arguments here. What you're trying to say is like, well, do you consider a fetus a human? Sure. Do you consider a baby a human? Yeah. Oh, so you want to protect some humans but not others? I guess.
I'm
oh, so
actually
what about
trying
white
to
humans and black
understand-
humans?
I'm trying to
No, you're
understand
not
your
trying to understand.
position.
My point has been crystal clear the entire time. I'll restate it for like the 5th time. My point is the conscious experience,
seems like-
whatever you want to call that. If you want to call that when it becomes a human and before that it's just a fetus, if you want to call that a person or give a person whatever, 20 to 24 weeks, at that 20-week mark is when you get the protections that you're endowed with as a human person under the Constitution of the United States. At 20 weeks. If you want to call the thing before a fetus or a human fetus or a human thing or whatever you want to call it, you can call it whatever you want.
So-
but my position is crystal clear. I've elucidated on it multiple times.
So
If you guys want to respond, go ahead, and then I'm going to get some
Okay.
more chats.
Does abortion
Just-
kill a human being?
a human being, I probably wouldn't agree to those terms, no.
Well,
But if you want me to say yes to make you feel better, sure.
So it's a little confusing.
Also,
You're
hold
like
on.
all over the map.
I'm
in
not
your
all over the
definition.
map. I'm
Oh,
crystal
we could
clear,
have
but
a
you're trying to
whiteboard
semantically win on a
your
point instead of
circles
having the
and
actual
everything.
argument. However, I'll say this. I can shortcut that whole question. The question is stupid, and their point of like saying like, well, look at how blighted actually is stupid, because I can ask you this question and I don't know the answer. If there was a way to do an abortion on a fetus that was 100% humane, that was 100% pain-free, they just went in and sucked that and instantly deleted it, would you think that that's okay?
No,
No,
absolutely
it
not.
doesn't change your argument
Because
at all.
still-
So why
it's
bring up
still-
how gory or whatever,
it's
right? There's
still
no
an
bearing on
innocent
your argument
human-
whatsoever.
I'm answering your question. It's still an innocent human being.
Sure.
Where
I know, I agree
the
with everything you're saying. I
stronger
understand.
person.
But I'm just saying that, like, so the process of the abortion has nothing to do with the veracity of the argument. So the only reason you bring it up is to win
No,
emotional
actually,
points.
I
That was the
actually
whole
think
point of my initial point.
It's actually very important to the abortion argument because as someone who's talked to women who've gone into abortion facilities or who've been considering abortion, they are actually not fully consented as to what an abortion actually entails.
she goes in
and
there
one
and
of the
talks to
big
women in
challenges
abortion
that we
clinics, this
face in the
bitch.
pro-life movement is actually
This
educating
fucking dumb
Americans
bitch right here.
about what an abortion procedure really is. Is it simply a removal of a couple of cells? Is it like removing your appendix or a
She
tooth?
looks like she's
Or
got a
is it
bar of soap
actively
sitting next to
ending
her.
a human life that has
What is
unique
that?
genetic
Yeah, it does.
unique genetic code?
You know,
So
that's
this
a
is-
lie.
This is where it kind of falls apart, Destiny, in my view. And
I mean,
tell me
you
where
were
I'm
lucky
wrong
to
here.
have
Okay,
two kids.
gladly.
Help me understand this. So
Help me follow
you
up
were
with
we were good. We were talking about
But
consciousness,
when you think
and you
back,
were saying
Mackenzie
that
can't
consciousness,
remember,
the
like, our
reason that
snow
the development of
vacations or
consciousness
when we went on
matters for
cruises,
personhood,
'cause she was so
and you
young.
referenced moral
It's like
intuition,
we should've
okay?
waited till they're older,
But you're
but when
very
they're older, that's
uncomfortable
when
with the
you
moral
wanna bring other
intuition that
friends and
might
they don't wanna
also
go.
arise when you
'Cause
consider
it's
that
cool for
abortion
school,
is the
but
direct
Mackenzie and
killing,
Seth go
dismemberment, poisoning
cruises all the
of a preborn life, human. And so why are you uncomfortable with the moral intuition against killing an innocent preborn life pre-consciousness, but you're comfortable with the moral intuition around consciousness?
Okay, just to clarify, it is innocent, right? Because you said it like 3 times. It hasn't committed any
Yeah,
crimes.
correct.
Okay, just making sure. Okay. I'm not uncomfortable with any intuitions.
That's good.
That's why I've answered every question, every hypothetical. We
Except
can talk
what
about.
happens during abortion. You didn't answer
You
that.
can,
he was
you can talk about
uncomfortable
that if you
with it.
want. I
You're
gave my.
uncomfortable.
You
I've
said you
known some
answered every
doctors-
question, but you
Well,
wouldn't
go
actually
for it.
answer the question.
I don't know the exact procedure. I described as much as I know about abortion. I'm sure you know every single gory detail. So why don't you share with us?
I was simply
Wait,
going
I would
down
like
a,
to really hear about what happens during
well,
abortion.
we were going down a
Okay,
path
tell
where
me.
you said that abortion is killing, and yes, it's a human. But then I said, so you're okay with abortion, an act that kills a human, and you didn't like that. I think your moral intuition told you that doesn't sound right. Because
What
I
doesn't
think
sound right?
That you would support an act that kills an human. That
Yeah,
kills a
obviously,
human.
but
Yeah,
we're
but that's
talking
what an
about
abortion
different-
is, Destiny.
we're
That's
not-
what an abortion
No,
is.
we're talking
but
about different types of
your
intuition
cognitive
here. Moral
dissonance is
intuition
raging
is
right now,
different.
Destiny. It's
It's
raging.
not at all.
It's raging.
My
it's the
position has been
dad.
crystal clear the entire time. There's a
Here,
But
reason
your
why I'll attend
definition
with every
is
hypothetical. I'll
not
answer every
tenable.
question, and why you guys are running like crazy for my very simple questions.
Well, let's do a couple
I
more
want to talk about
chats.
coma. Can we do? Oh, go
Let's,
ahead.
Why are you
let's
doing
do the
chats,
chats
you
and then
idiot?
we will come back to
I
that.
hate this
We
guy.
have Juggernaut here.
Well,
Just a
crack
heads
his
up,
head like an
Juggernaut.
egg.
Thank you
It
for
looks
the
like an
super
egg.
chat. Just it's a little
Humpty
iffy, so
Dumpty
unfortunately
head.
we're not going to read
Wait,
it.
what is it about?
He's being a bit insulting. He's being a bit rude. So
To who?
To the
Fucking
so-
misogyny.
So
Tell him thanks for the $50, though, loser.
I'm not going to say that. But
Thanks for the $50, fucking loser.
Juggernaut, we will read your other super chat though, so thank you. Scott Servini, hey, thank you for the 50 super chat. Thank you so much, man. This is a seriously heavy topic for a dating podcast. Didn't know what I was getting into tonight. I'm gonna stay tuned though. Can't turn away. Hey, Scott, thank you so much for the super chat and thank you for tuning in. Yeah, it's a little different than what we normally
dating
do, but
podcast.
I
It's kind of
suppose
important when you talk about dating.
Stupid.
Well, I suppose abortion is somewhat related to dating, and it's.
In the red pill space, I don't think it's that relevant a topic.
It doesn't
like
really.
90% of the audience are virgins, so.
Well, I mean.
I'm just kidding.
Well,
I'm
just
so sorry
related
for
to
responding.
dating, I think it's related, seeing as people have sex, and then the
Absolutely.
consequences of sex can be pregnancy. So,
Sometimes, yeah.
Scott, thank you. Jonathan
Thanks, Scott.
D, thank you for the Canadian 50, appreciate it.
Billy, what's
Molar
up, buddy?
pregnancy occurs after fertilization when replication of cells becomes abnormal. The embryo becomes a trophoblastic tumor, which is cancer. It is an embryo before it becomes cancer. Is alive per Kristen. I'm a doctor. This is fact. Please explain. I'm not sure what Jonathan is
That
saying
definitely
here.
supports my argument.
Yeah, he's talking about a genetic circumstance where something's happened that's gone wrong at the moment of conception, and the child doesn't actually fully become a child. It's like a that's why they call it. I keep trying to describe it as it's a molar pregnancy. It's a pregnancy, but it's not a human being.
Is that like a stillbirth or?
No.
Wait, it's
It
a
leads to
pregnancy, but it's not a
miscarriage.
human
It
being.
leads
Wait,
to
but doesn't it have unique genetic
miscarriage.
code?
It leads to a miscarriage.
It's a miscarriage.
Yeah, but it is a human being, right?
It
Like
leads to
children
a
can have, but
miscarriage.
children can have genetic abnormalities that lead to them
Yeah,
dying
and a
early
lot of
on.
when we talked about miscarriages earlier, when you kind of callously made it out like it was nothing, a lot of miscarriages happen because of a genetic abnormality.
Sure, but to be clear, those are children.
Destiny, I think we can
absolutely.
find agreement on your coma question.
Oh my God.
Oh, you wanna keep
we
going to
have
the question?
yeah
Okay.
we have
Oh, sorry, sorry.
We'll get there.
we
Oh,
have
I'm
about
excited for
7
that
more.
one.
We have
Stay
7
tuned
more.
for the agreement on the coma
We
question.
have Nobunaga here. Hey, thank you, man. Good to see you back in the chat.
Justin's
Definition
making
of a
some
child:
freaking
a young
points.
human being below the age of puberty or below the age of majority. If human life begins at conception, like Destiny agreed with, then factually Destiny is wrong. Your response, Destiny?
I didn't consider to check dictionary.com before doing moral philosophy. Fuck me. Thank you, Nobunaga.
Gredneck, hey,
What a genius.
I'll read this one while it's up. Gredneck, hey, thank you for the 50. Sorry for the bad text. What I get from this is Destiny agrees with you on that. It is killing, deleting after conception, but the right to life begins with personhood at 20 weeks. And before that, it doesn't matter to him. By the way, love your podcast, Brian Gredneck. Thank you. Destiny, do you have a response to?
Yeah, that's probably what I agree. You're killing
Okay,
something, right?
All right. Okay, and then we have here, I think we had Nobunaga's, oh wait, hold on. Oh, this is the second
What's
one.
this
Nobunaga, hey, thank
Can
you.
I read this one?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Definition of a person, quote, a human being regarded as an individual, end quote. Since Destiny agreed that the unique human DNA begins at conception, then he is also wrong again. Words have meaning, and Destiny is looking like a fool by trying to move the goalpost. Thank you for the $49.99.
Okay, Nobunaga, thank you. Do you have a response to him, or is that sufficient for you?
If he's going to bring out Merriam-Webster, who am I to contradict him?
Okay,
Fuck me.
there you go, Nobunaga. Here's another. Do you want to read this one
Another
too?
one. Destiny is wrong again on consciousness. Alzheimer's is a thing. There are cases of people who get concussions, go into a coma, and don't remember or suffer from memory loss. His arguments are a bunch of BS, and I bet he doesn't mean Bachelor of Science.
Probably not.
No, I don't think so.
Okay,
I
Nobunaga.
didn't know that Alzheimer's patients didn't have consciousness. That's
They
wild.
they lose their consciousness, yeah.
That's crazy.
Okay,
But
we
they're just
have-
as much a person.
Terry Schiavo or
Because consciousness does not give you your humanity or your personhood.
But it seems like that's when we decide it's gone, right?
We
What
have
does that mean?
Was Terry Schiavo
Juggernaut.
worthy of life?
Thank you for the big 200 super chat. Wow.
Uh-oh.
Who's Terry Schiavo?
Terry Schiavo is a woman who they're not sure how she had the accident, but she ended up in a severely disabled state. Some called her a vegetable, but her
Right.
family said she's not a vegetable. She's interacting with us, and she's a human being. Human beings aren't vegetables. And her husband, in a very famous court case, well, he had a mistress, and he was actively separated from Terry because he was her guardian. Euthanized her.
yeah,
Chose to
put
kill her
this
in the state of Florida.
When
And it
was
was
this,
actually
in the
starved her.
90s? Was
It
this
was a
in-
horrific.
was in the 90s?
And the way
Okay.
he euthanized her was that they refused food and water. They
She
starved
died of dehydration.
She didn't
very
die of her
slowly.
condition. She died of dehydration.
Okay.
That's back to the.
Yeah.
Tell me when we can do COVID.
Yeah, almost. We're about halfway through some of these
Okay.
chats. All right, we have Henry N. Pleasure is never as pleasant as we expected it to be, and pain is always more painful. The pain in the world always outweighs the pleasure. If you don't believe it, compare the respective feelings of two animals, one of which is eating the other. Hey, Henry N., thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. We have Christopher Fisher here. Thank you for the super chat. According to the NIH, several conditions may mimic brain death: locked-in syndrome, hypothermia, drug intoxication, Guillain-Barré, how do you pronounce that?
Guillain-Barré.
Guillain-Barré syndrome, delayed paralytic clearance, all mimic brain death, but all have recoverable with due time. Okay, Christopher Fisher, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. We have Dr. Ocho. Thank you. Destiny, you need to start asking them to restate your position back to you. It's becoming exceedingly obvious that they're either not listening or responding in bad faith. Lila seems like she's kind of trying, though. So shout out to Lila. Dr. Ocho, thank you there.
I'll try to do better. I'm truly.
And then we have Jonathan D here. Merci beaucoup for the Canadian 50. Did we Wait,
it's another
did we read this one, or is this a different? Molar pregnancy does not result in miscarriage. Google invasive molar pregnancy. It can, in fact, spread the abnormal
It's miscarriage in
cells.
the sense that the child is no longer alive, so that there's no child. That's what.
Okay.
But yes, it may.
Just as a quick thing.
Here, I just Googled molar pregnancy for everyone who's confused.
Sure.
A tumor that develops in a uterus as a result of a non-viable pregnancy. There may or may not be an embryo or placental tissue in some cases of molar pregnancy. If there is an embryo, it's not properly formed and it cannot survive. It's very rare, fewer than 20,000 cases a year in the United States. And a routine blood test can, just for anyone who's concerned, a routine blood test can determine whether or not you are having a molar pregnancy.
Okay.
Also, just to clarify earlier, because these guys wildly misrepresented the Terry Schiavo case, and I just wanted to look up the facts before I corrected them. One is Terry Schiavo had made several statements to family members that if she were to ever be alive in some persistent vegetative state, she would not want to be kept alive indefinitely on machines like that.
Did she say she wanted
Number
to be
one,
starved?
she had said that to multiple. She had said that to multiple family members. These are in court records. And secondly, she was absolutely in a persistent vegetative state that autopsies afterwards confirmed she was likely never to wake up from. Her brain literally was half the weight of where it was supposed to be for somebody.
That's actually not true.
That's fine if you disagree with that, but you're disagreeing with. Now we're not arguing normative beliefs. Now we're arguing scientific fact. The autopsy reports and the people that analyzed her brain agreed just as much. Her brain was in a worse state than another woman prior to her who had been unplugged because
Destiny,
of similar issues.
She was disabled, but being disabled.
She was not
let me finish. She had a severe intellectual disability.
No.
Due to the accident,
no,
but
no,
that doesn't
no,
justify
no.
starving her.
Absolutely
And do you
not.
think it doesn't justify?
Absolutely
Can I
not.
just
I'm sorry.
finish?
No,
It doesn't justify.
Hold on.
Destiny,
You
can I
are
finish my statement?
wildly out of
Can I
pocket.
finish my
No, I'll
statement?
cut you off this
That
time.
doesn't
To compare
justify
somebody in a
dehydrating her to
persistent
death.
vegetative state
That
to
was-
somebody with severe intellectual disabilities is a wild statement.
and-
She was not severely intellectually disabled. She was a vegetable.
That's
She
not
was
correct.
a brain
That's
dead
actually not
that
true.
did not respond to external
not correct.
stimuli, and the autopsy confirmed just as
There
much.
have been people who doctors have said are in persistent vegetative
not
state.
what we're talking
who-
about here.
Yeah, it is what we're talking about here because there are people who doctors have said are in persistent vegetative state who went on to fully wake up and recover. Did you know that?
That's fine.
So
but
it is
the
always
autopsy on this
wrong
concluded.
to
They
deny-
concluded from the medical records and consultations with medical experts that the scope and weight of the medical information within the file concerning Terry Schiavo consists of competent, well-documented information that she is in a persistent vegetative state with no likelihood
Her
of
husband
improvement,
wanted her
and that the
dead.
neurological and speech pathology evidence in the file support the contention that she cannot take oral nutrition or
those-
hydration and cannot
yeah.
consciously interact with her environment.
Destiny,
she
those-
was super brain dead. I don't
those
care
were-
what the husband said.
those
The
were-
statements that were used to verify whether she could be
you
unplugged
think
were
that
statements that
those
she had been made to family.
Those
members.
were doctors.
She had made statements to her family saying, I don't want to be
Did
kept
she
alive in
say,
this state.
I want to be starved
She
and be
said,
denied
I don't want to be
water?
kept alive forever on machines. That's what she said. Sorry, those were her statements. That was what is legally entered, and scientifically, the evidence does not exist that she was ever going to wake up from that persistent vegetative state. End of discussion.
The part you're not referencing is that the doctors that looked at her were paid for by her husband who wanted her dead.
Okay,
That's a
well,
very
all the
important
courts
point.
disagree with you, and all the autopsies disagree with you. So
Well, I
sorry.
think her
It's a very
family would
important
actually
point.
disagree with you
So-
as well. Bobby Schindler and her
I don't
entire
care. I'm
family.
not here to ask the
I like
questions
how
of the
it's-
family.
they
What
talk
I'm
about-
asking
Well,
is
they
what's
were there
entered.
interacting with
What's
her.
entered
Talking
on
about
the.
that they're talking
Why
about
would I
Johnny.
care what a family member has to
Because
say?
they were the ones interacting with her.
Yeah, but do you think they're going to be the least biased interpreters of what's happening medically in some event?
Do you think that their experience and their interactions with her, their conscious experiences with her didn't matter?
Yes, I don't think they mattered.
Well, one question for Lila, or I mean, you two, I guess. Is this Terry Schiavo thing? Does it come up?
It was it's
frequently
it's an
in
older
abortion
person thing. Wait, how old are
discourse?
you?
It doesn't.
Not
no.
frequently, but it was a big case a
was
couple
a very
decades
big
ago.
case.
Okay.
I think we're like the same age.
It was
Yeah.
particularly tragic.
The name
yeah.
is.
It was maybe because I live in a Republican household. It was a really big deal because of all the. I've heard their arguments a million times. Where the argument that people present is that she was there and she was communicating with family members in the hospital, and her evil, horrible husband, who was fucking a mistress on the side, just wanted to terminate her life to get away from everything. That's usually the arguments provided.
And they
But
dehydrated.
when
It
you
took her
look
10
at-
days to die,
When you look at
slowly and
all of the
painfully.
medical evidence in that case, overwhelmingly,
Do you think that was
she was brain
just-
fucked. That's why all they could say is like, doesn't the family member in the room matter?
Well, no. Do you think the way they
It still
killed
doesn't
Terry
justify
Schiavo
what
was
they
an
did.
ethical way of killing her?
No. At that point, I don't give much ethical consideration because I don't think it's even a person at that point.
So are you less of a person if you have dementia?
You can argue, but you're not a person.
When do you not become a person?
When you no
you're-
longer can deploy a conscious
Well, then
experience.
if you're asleep, then, or if you're
Guess what
under
the difference is
anesthetic,
between somebody
then
who's
you're not
asleep-
deploying your
what's the difference
conscious
between somebody who's
experience.
asleep or
when
somebody
I'm
that's
under,
dead?
When I'm under anesthetic,
You can wake up. Why do you keep using
Okay.
this as an example?
Because with an embryo, you can develop.
you can't
will-
wake an embryo up. They don't have the
No,
parts
if
yet.
you give it time, it takes time to
Give
wake
it
up.
time,
and it
the
takes
body's
time
gonna
to develop
transform
your
into
body.
something different. It's
enters
it's
the
changing.
womb that
It's
gives
not
the
the same
child
thing.
consciousness.
So-
Is that what you believe, that there's something that like happens that comes down
Yes.
from the sky?
No, it
and
actually.
enters-
Hold
excuse
on,
me,
hold on.
Do you
just-
think
just-
that something
sorry.
magically comes
I
down
don't want
from
to
the
interrupt the
sky?
sky fairy argument. My bad.
Well, hey, you're the one who like these
Well,
situations.
I know how like
Do
embryos
you
develop,
think
so I don't
that
believe this
something
guy
comes
fairy. Yeah.
down from the sky and inserts into the woman's womb after the child is already alive
Mm-hmm.
and developing, which you've already agreed to as a human being? Do you think that's how a child develops consciousness? Some other part has to get added, like she goes to the OBGYN's office and
is
goes,
what I thought. Is
hold
that the
on,
wrong answer?
hold on, we have to insert
shit.
the consciousness part.
Yeah. I thought, because when women go for ultrasounds, don't they have like the long amniocentesis? Isn't that like when they put the consciousness in the baby?
I'm asking you
sorry.
because you're the one making
you wanted me
this
to actually
ridiculous
answer?
argument.
Let's see if I can actually get
No,
to this
I want you to
answer.
actually
Oh, no,
answer.
okay. Oh, okay. Let's see if I can get the
Because
answer.
the argument that
Two,
you
that's
keep
my prediction for my interruptions when I answer.
the argument that you keep
Two.
making,
Uh-huh.
Destiny.
Does this count as an interruption? Because you asked me, I'm not even answering.
Jesus.
Oh, can I?
The
it's hard to keep
argument
track. Counts as
that
one.
you
Sorry,
keep
sorry.
making
Yeah.
is that the child doesn't have the capacity.
I could just tell you the
Would you
argument I'm
stop
making.
for a second?
Okay, I'm so
The,
sorry.
the argument you're making is that the child in the womb doesn't have have the capacity for consciousness
Yeah.
because a child isn't 20 weeks old yet. And what
Ages.
we've said multiple times is that the moment of conception, which you agreed, all those genetic components are already there.
What is a genetic component?
Because the genetic code comes into existence.
Genetic component
when
is another
sperm
word
and
for
egg
blueprint.
unite.
A blueprint is not the thing itself.
Do you? Well, how do you think a child gets consciousness? Do you honestly think that there's like a part that's inserted into the uterus that then gives
Do
the
you
child
think I honestly think
consciousness?
that? Why do you ask it that way? Do you honestly think? Do you really think I honestly
Because
think
I
that?
don't think you're that stupid. Is
Okay,
why I'm
thank
saying
you.
that.
Okay,
Because you
let's
keep
play a game.
asking this.
Where do you
this
think I
question.
would say? What do you think my answer would be? Where does consciousness come from? How does it happen? Tell me what you think I would say. I'm so curious.
I actually don't know because you keep saying that
Uh-huh.
the child in the womb.
Yeah.
Because when you have the argument with Lila about
Okay.
coma that you talked about like ad nauseum at this point. Okay. I'm getting sick of the same argument over and over again.
True. Let's talk about viability.
Would you
some
stop
more.
interrupting
the argument
me
that
and
nobody's
acting
even
like a
made.
child, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You just like literally keep talking while I'm talking.
Does this all count as one interruption? Remember,
No,
she
this
asked me the
is
question
like
like 20
the
minutes
same-
ago. Yeah.
No, but when you keep arguing that the child in the womb has no
night, Mom. Love you.
rights, that can be terminated, killed, brutally dismembered.
Brutally.
Yes, actually brutally. You admitted that earlier.
The
That's
only
that
types of
abortions are
abortions I'm in
very-
favor of. Yes.
the
Sorry, keep going.
abortions are very gruesome. So you said that the child has no rights, and that because the child hasn't developed consciousness, it doesn't have the capacity. And what the argument that Lila and I have made multiple times today is that the child just needs time to grow because the child has everything the child needs
No, it
to
doesn't.
develop.
If you don't kill
This
it,
is
it
the
does.
point.
It needs
The
nutrients from the
child-
mom.
it
By
needs
definition,
nutrients.
it doesn't
Child
have.
has everything it
But
needs
that's
at the
not
moment
good
of
faith. That's not good
conception
faith.
to.
Because the person under anesthetic needs nutrients to live.
How
all need
does
nutrients.
It
a
depends
child?
on how long you're under anesthesia
Okay,
for. but
if you're
it's-
the
all
one
need-
making
you
this
need air,
argument,
you need to breathe
if you're the
under
one making the
anesthesia.
argument that
It's not good
personhood
faith.
doesn't begin until consciousness, tell me how the child in the womb develops consciousness. Explain it for me, because I don't think you understand what happens at the moment of conception.
Okay. You probably know the process better than me, okay? So I'm going to try my best, okay? And then correct me if I'm wrong, okay? So the egg sees a bunch of sperm guys around. They let one in, usually, not always. Usually one comes in, and then the egg and the sperm come together. And when they come together, the cells begin to grow and divide. Now, over time, once you've gotten to hundreds or thousands of cells,
Billions.
different billions of cells. Probably not insert. There's like 100,000, 10,000, then eventually billions of cells, right? I think that you have little things called stem cells that go to different parts of the body and begin to grow and develop based on the genetic code you have and how things are being directed, right, during that process, okay? I'm sure there's a more complicated way to explain it. That's about as well I understand it. So what I would say is, when does the baby get consciousness? It's not magical. What happens is there are parts of your brain that stem cells are hanging out in that are slowly growing out and developing. It's getting nutrients from the mom. It's developing along some normal path. And at some point, it develops the parts, and then those parts begin to metabolize things and function, and then you have that conscious
So
experience.
you just said
So
it
it develops.
develops the parts.
It develops parts.
Yeah.
You just admitted it. Thank you. You just admitted it. That at the moment of conception,
It doesn't
Everything
have no.
a child needs
What I'm admitting
to form
what I'm
consciousness
admitting,
is present.
What
Wait,
I'm
Destiny,
admitting.
can we have these
She's an
things
idiot
straight
at the
up?
moment
He's
of
in his
conception.
Do I really? Is that like a rule?
It's conscious.
Well, it's just like
It
you
wasn't
know,
on the release
Can
I
you
signed.
believe
You have
this
to sit
woman?
up. That wasn't on any of the parts. Wait, look at the camera. Show it on me. Am I that out of frame? I'm
It's just
fine.
Because you
you're
keep arguing
midway
that
down the,
if
down the
Lila
thing,
is
and the
in a
focus.
coma,
If you're
but she
you
has
need-
the ability to
Why do you
potentially.
keep, why can't I answer the question? Why do you keep like talking? Can I answer the question?
You did, and
I didn't get the answer.
You actually just proved
You
yourself
were making
wrong.
the point that you said it develops, so you proved my point. Wrong. Develops implies you didn't have it. That's why you develop it. You don't develop.
Where did
things
it come
you have.
from? Did the magic conscious fairy deliver it in my vagina?
The
Yes.
reason the child got
Yes.
consciousness is because the child, the human, developed its consciousness
Yes.
naturally. Just
Correct.
like you will
Yeah.
develop as you get
Correct.
older,
Yes.
age, you'll have
Yep.
an aging process. The toddler
That's
will
right.
develop
Yep.
age into an
And
adolescent.
until you've developed the parts necessary to have a conscious experience, you're not having
And we're
one.
saying that's illogical and
It's
unjust.
not illogical.
And you're-
It's perfectly
you're-
logical.
well, you said
Just like
earlier-
if I give you the blueprints and the
Look
parts
at the
and I
chat.
show you something,
not a
the
blueprint,
parts in
though.
the blueprint don't go vroom vroom.
Chat's
But when I put the car
crazy.
together and I turn the key on, it does go vroom vroom.
child is
I wouldn't say that just
nothing.
because I've got the parts and I've got the blueprint, I've got the vroom vroom. I would say after it's all put together, then it has the
But
vroom vroom.
Destiny,
Yes.
unlike a car and parts and someone putting in a key, an embryo that's developing is self-developing and self-actualizing with nourishment
From
and
within.
time. With nourishment and time. It's, you
Okay.
could say, a self-building car that's building as
Sure,
it goes.
I'll say a self. If you want to use a self-building car, a self-building car with all the parts in the blueprint that can assemble
if
itself
we
is
wanna
still
use-
not a car until it's put
hold
together
on,
itself.
Hold on.
Holding.
If we want to use your car analogy,
gotcha, let's
if
use
I
it.
go buy a baby Tesla because it's a tiny self-building baby Tesla, and if I
Yeah.
leave it in a room with oxygen and put a couple gasoline things along the wall,
Few posters
baby
of Elon
Tesla
Musk, yeah.
will develop into this mega beautiful Tesla, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I would be very angry with anyone who came into my garage where baby Tesla was and killed baby Tesla and said, well, it wasn't a Tesla yet because it wasn't big and all the way developed yet. I would say it would have been if you didn't kill it, if you didn't destroy my
It
Tesla.
would have been.
But
Oh,
it was
hold
still
on.
a Tesla. It would have. It's still a Tesla. Do you see that? The,
$199. Have my abortion destiny.
That was very rude. Why did that one get to play?
but
It was the. Well, the TTS trigger is $199 and up.
Okay. So they can insult me for $199.
Destiny, a blueprint.
I see how it is.
Destiny,
Well, any
a
side.
blueprint will never become a car. An embryo will become a newborn if you don't kill it or it's not miscarried.
I
Do you
agree.
see the difference in why your analogy doesn't work?
The point
Do
of
you
the
see that?
analogy, I know that a car and a child are
Douchebag
not the
didn't
same
stop
thing.
it.
Well,
okay?
but your analogy also doesn't work. Your application of the two
point-
things to
an
compare
analogy-
doesn't work.
The
Do you
reason
understand
why
that?
you make analogies is to show some part of the argument that's similar. Not
And
to
I'm
say
showing
that,
you your argument is wrong
No.
and faulty because your analogy doesn't work. Do you see that? Because a blueprint doesn't develop into a car without somebody else going in
So
there,
do you think
getting
that
other
the
pieces
thing
and building
developing
it together.
itself is like the thing that makes it a human? The fact that it develops itself?
That's one of the qualities of being a unique individual human is that you can grow. Yes, and you can develop.
Okay, I disagree. I don't think that makes you
So
a...
you're saying that it's not an aspect of a human
It is an aspect
specimen.
of,
It's
but
not core to being an organism that an organism grows.
it's core to a
Isn't
ton of
that
different
part
types
of
of
the
work.
nature of being-
Cancer, you just described, okay? Cancers
okay.
are things that grow on their
Well,
own and develop and pass cell death
But
and all
but
of
are
that,
you
right?
are you equating a cancer to a unique human organism?
Cancers can be pretty unique.
So are you
But
equating
no, I'm not
cancer to a
equating.
Cancer's
human-
gonna be
You keep,
unique
you
as a
keep
person?
doing this thing, or when I make it personal.
I'm
Are you saying this thing is
applying-
the same thing?
Because-
No, that's the point of a comparison, is to just show you the fault
But
of your
no,
argument.
Destiny, the point of
Yeah.
a comparison is to expose where there's logic or a lack of
Yes.
logic.
And
I'm
exposing
using
the lack of logic,
comparisons
what I'm
to
trying to
show
get you
that there's actually a
what I'm
lack of
trying to
logic
get
on
you
your
to
side.
understand is that a thing that is developing into another thing is not the
But
thing
you're
itself.
not understanding because it's not developing into another thing. It's developing
It's
itself into its
self-directed.
full potential.
Does a
But
woman's
it's
body?
developing-
Let me ask you a question. It's a biology question. Do you
Is
believe
an
a
egg
woman's
a
body
chicken?
tells the child how to develop? Is that where you think how babies develop? Do you think the woman's body tells the embryo how to develop?
I mean, it depends on how philosophical you want to
I
get that.
said
You
is
could
an egg a
argue,
chicken? He
yes,
said it's jerking
it
off
provides
murder?
half the instructions during insemination. That is how that works, yes.
But so after
So technically, yeah,
After
the
the
woman's
genetic
body is
code-
contributing half the DNA. Now, if you want to cut it off at the conception mark, which obviously you
Yeah,
do, but for a variety of reasons, teleologically, we could
after
theoretically go to
human
the
life
fourth
has been created, after unique
Okay,
human
yeah.
life
Oh
has
well,
been created.
well, if we assume all the hard parts away, well then yeah, at that point it is an independent thing that I don't think My guess is no. At that point, the mother probably doesn't dictate the growth.
That's
of the
right,
child that
because the
much.
child, as Lila has pointed out, is self-directed. The child tells itself
The growth is self-directed while
how
taking
to
nutrients
grow.
from the mom. Yeah.
Absolutely, the child.
As any human being
the
does,
child
take
is in
nutrients.
its
Not
natural
any,
state.
I don't think any human being past gestation is connected to other human beings taking
Every
nutrients.
human being
have
past
you-
gestation needs nutrients
Not
to
other,
live.
and no other human
And,
being is connected
Um,
unless you don't.
my infants needed my breast to survive because I was producing milk.
Why does
infants over there?
Wait, but Destiny, now you're
No,
using...
though they're not connected. I don't know why you use that as an
Why
example. Go
are
ahead.
we saying that connection,
Yeah.
your connectedness, the
The
degree to which
chat.
you're dependent or connected to your parent
Uh-huh.
determines your personhood? That seems to be where you're going with that
That
argument,
is
no?
not at all where I've gone.
Where
with
are you
any
going
part
with
of
that
it.
then? Where are you
Well,
going with that?
here's what I would say, okay? This is what I would guess, okay? What I would say is, broadly speaking, 20 to 24 weeks is about when you develop a conscious experience. So at about 20 weeks, I would probably cut it off because when consciousness forms, that's when the subjective experience, the person, the who, begins to...
Why? Why does that matter?
Because that seems to be the thing that we care about when we're talking
You
about...
care about
That's
it
what
a
you
great
care
deal,
about
but
a
why
lot.
does it matter?
Everybody cares about it.
No,
That's why
that's
when we
not
talk
true.
about Terry Schiavo, notice what your defensive...
Majority of Americans actually oppose abortion.
Wait, hold on. What?
$200.
What?
Sevens.
The different...
Notice how when you guys
The
were talking about
difference-
Terry Schiavo... Notice how when you guys were talking about Terry
Yeah, that's fine,
Schiavo,
that's fine.
the thing that you
This
were
guy's
trying to say was,
spaying
hold
sevens.
on, Terry Schiavo wasn't totally
People
brain dead. She had
spaying
an
sevens in here.
intellectual disability. That shows that you yourself were trying to grab at that idea that she still had some conscious experience. Because at the end of the day, we all know that's the only thing that matters.
No, Sherry Shiva was alive. There's no doubt about that.
Her body was alive.
There's
but
first
was she
person
a person?
accounts of her
Okay,
being
here's the
people
question.
in the room
Let's say
saying
that,
she's
let's say that you take
alive.
a person, and let's say that you chop off their arm and you replace it with a bionic arm. Is that still a person? Okay, let's say you
Yes,
chop off a leg and replace it with a
absolutely.
leg. Is it still a person?
Yes.
What if you get rid of the heart and replace it with a bionic heart? Is that still a person?
Yes, and then at some point...
What
you're
if you
gonna
replace...
run out
Now,
of
let's say
parts.
we've got a full human. What if you just replace the brain? Is that still the same person?
There have, I mean, yeah, if that's possible. I mean, if you get to that point,
Replace the brain.
it's ever been done successfully.
Okay.
You can't replace
I mean, it'd be an interesting question, but it still would be wrong to
Like
kill
a
that
head
person,
tra- like
Destiny.
a-
I
Are you
have a
saying-
question.
Are you saying if brain implants are possible, it's okay to kill someone who
Yes.
successfully has a brain implant? Is
What
that
are
what
you
you're saying?
No.
Okay, because then
Why ask that
why do you ask that question? Why is it relevant to whether or not you
something
can
that's
kill
so
the embryo?
silly to make you fucking look like
My
a
mind
fool.
is so blunt. I need a second to recover.
I
Can you
still-
repeat
Okay,
the
I
question?
still
I've got a
need you to
question.
tell me where
I didn't know we were going to
So-
play. I have never met anybody that bit the bullet on the brain transplant makes you the same person thing.
Well,
before.
I
didn't know
think it's.
that,
I
but-
think it's gonna. It's.
He's
I mean,
fucking
people
with her.
say if you have a heart transplant.
Nobody
are you
says
the same?
that.
Well,
No.
there's people say I feel a little bit different. There's
That
something about the other person in
the
me.
subject I
Yes.
hasn't changed. You might have different feelings,
so,
but...
but I don't think you are your brain destiny. So this is also a question.
Really,
of
what
you,
am I?
You are a human being, which is made up of many parts.
Okay,
but you're
let's say that you could cut my body,
Right.
cut my neck off, right? You cut
Right.
dismember the neck. Let's say you can choose to keep one thing alive, my head, and put it on another body, or the whole rest of my body and put another head on. What would you choose to make it me?
Well, I would. It's less about which one is you, and it's more about do I have the right to kill you?
No,
that's what
I'm
we're
just-
debating here
I'm just
today.
trying to get at
no,
what-
Destiny.
which one
no,
makes
no,
me?
You're being
You
pretty
wanna get
squirrely here.
hypothetical again?
No, no,
This
no.
this is a story of
Destiny,
Wolfenstein 2.
Destiny,
Did you play that game?
Destiny,
They
this
did a
is
whole
very
head
important
transplant,
point.
so it's real. It can
Destiny,
happen.
No, this
That
is
was in World War II.
Destiny, this is a very important point.
I agree,
Because
but you
whether
totally don't
or
wanna
not-
answer it.
No, I am answering it because whether or not we had the technology to put a new brain in someone else's brain, right? Or we had the technology to cut off your head, put it on somebody else, and then put a different head on another body. I mean, the question of is that person still destiny or is that a new person? Those are questions to explore. But in both cases, it would be wrong to kill destiny with a new body that maybe is part destiny or destiny with a new brain that's maybe part destiny.
I don't know if
both
that's true.
cases-
I don't think that's true.
Well, that's an interesting position. that
No,
you're
I think
taking
you
then.
agree.
No,
if I cut a
it's an
person,
interesting
let's say if I
position that you're
cut a
taking
person,
then.
I cut a person's head off, okay? Let's say that I stick the head on a bionic body, and then let's say that I take a body and I put a bionic head on.
Well,
I don't
but-
think people would look and go, oh my god, there's two Stevens. They would go, wow, Steven has a bionic body. They wouldn't go, wow, there's Steven with a bionic head. They would say, this is Steven, because we are our brains.
Yeah,
because we
I-
are the conscious experience we have. We
I
are
mean,
the conscious-
just like
our
how
brains
the
are very.
fetus in the
But to
womb has the
clarify,
capacity to
our
develop
brains are very,
that
very
consciousness,
important.
and does have
They
that.
are
But
very
just to
important.
clarify, our brains are very important.
agree.
But your lack of
donated $200. Triple seven triple seven
He just
triple
wants to-
seven triple seven
I think he
triple
just wants to
seven
stop the fighting.
triple seven triple seven triple seven triple seven 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 seven.
Okay.
I was just
Ziz,
gonna say
thank you
our
for that.
our brains are very important.
I
Clearly.
agree.
But there's also a mystery there, right? About
I agree.
about what makes a human, as in terms of the soul and the body connection, because you can have a lobotomy, you can have a part of your brain removed. There's the story of a baby like Jackson who's born missing a large portion of their brain because of hydrocephaly or anencephaly, and in those cases you still have a person, and it would still be wrong to kill the person. Destiny.
Didn't they kill Jackson?
No, Jackson's alive.
lived
Which
to
one
be-
was the
he lived
oh
to
to
be
like
4
6
years
or
old.
whatever, right?
Imagine,
That
actually.
wasn't even like
amazing. No, I did not
it
know.
wasn't amazing. It was tragic.
I have a
Wait,
question
so
for
do you
for
believe
people.
that baby Jackson should have been murdered?
Who's
Yes.
baby Jackson?
Well, not murdered,
So
killed,
he was
because I
a
wouldn't judge this
child
person.
born, and he lived for about 4 years with part of his brain. And he's
Okay,
actually
just
a
send it.
common justification for late-term abortion when children are diagnosed in utero with hydrocephaly or anencephaly when their brain hasn't fully developed or their brain is
I mean,
the
it's
skull hasn't fully
it's,
developed.
It's ableist
But-
to say that because you lack some brain function, because your brain
I'm not talking about
is,
lacking some
Let me
brain
finish
function.
it for a moment. It's ableist to say that because you lack some brain function, or you have dementia, or your brain is less developed, or you're missing a part of your brain, that you are less human, and it's okay for someone to kill
it
you.
goes back to my slippery slope argument early, like at the beginning of
next
this.
to slavery.
No, because you make it slippery slope. You've separated out personhood from being human.
Gotcha.
And
so
in a pro-life
the issue with
movement-
some babies like Jackson is some children. Hydrocephalus was an issue with Jackson. I believe it was also a really famous case in the United Kingdom where parents were trying to fly around their hydrocephalus kid's brain, or they were trying to fly this kid's body around to get him like
I think
treated
it's
by
Alfie,
doctors or
baby
whatever.
Alfie.
But the issue is you can have some like very basic human function. I think you can respond. I was talking to you, not them. I didn't want them to hear. Okay, but I'll talk to them.
Okay.
The problem is like the brainstem allows you to have some basic, really basic human function, like response to stimulus. I think you can respond to light. You might be able to respond to like hot things, I think, but there is no conscious experience there. I don't even know if you would argue the
Baby Jackson was having conscious experiences.
No, he wasn't.
I've met him.
No, that's great that you
I mean,
met
you
him.
can talk to his family.
Yeah,
There's
I'm sure you
videos.
can, and I would probably feel the same way if I
Are
had a
you
kid
like
like
the
that.
expert in determining who's everyone's consciousness?
Yes,
And what
I am.
conscious experiences
Yeah.
everyone has?
I
So
am,
that,
yes, I
That
am.
is the problem with your whole argument. Is your argument
I know,
is
the appeal to science.
Excuse
I know, it
me.
hurts.
The appeal to science.
No, you're putting a moral quality on
No.
consciousness.
No.
That's
Oh,
not
so
fair.
now we're
You're
talking about
trying
morals
to-
and not
No, you're
science.
putting an
Okay.
moral quality on it. That's not
Steph-
fair.
Steven
Yes.
/ Destiny
True.
are trying to say that you get to be this determinant of as to what types of experiences people have to have in
was
consciousness
joking, you
in order
idiot.
to be persons and deserve not the right not to be killed. Because I brought up to you
Yeah,
earlier
you get to determine whether or
about
not a woman has the right to
situation
survive
of
if she
children
needs
in the
an
womb
abortion.
from a pro-choice
Exactly.
and a pro-life biologist who agree that 12 and a half weeks
Miss
a child can
High-Mighty
feel
going
pain.
and visiting
A lot of
women
folks
in
would say
freaking
that would mean there's
abortion
consciousness
clinics
there if
and
the
No, they
child is
wouldn't.
really
explain
feeling
Nobody
pain.
would say
Or
that.
about the
During
child. Well,
abortion.
excuse me, these
Right.
biologists would.
Then bring
or
them in next time. That nobody agrees on.
or
And
the
basic response to external
twins in the
stimulus
womb
doesn't even
at
require
14
processing in the brain
weeks
sometimes.
who are interacting with each other. A lot of people would say, well, that obviously proves consciousness. You have
Bacteria
this
react with
arbitrary
each other. That doesn't
definition
prove
of
consciousness. No, I don't.
that is really a slippery slope because you
True.
already admitted early in the conversation, Lila got you on
I
this
feel like some
point,
people in this
where
conversation may be
Sir-
lacking consciousness. I understand.
No, I think some people don't actually actively listen and just wait to talk.
Gotcha.
But I would say Lila got you at one
we base
point
it on total speaking
excuse
time,
me,
or
at one point, Lila was asking you about the conscious experiences of a toddler versus what was an adolescent or a 20-year-old. And I would even ask
probably
you about the
quite different.
newborn. And
Yeah.
you then admitted that those conscious experiences are different, and therefore there should be varying degrees of personhood, which I go back to the fundamental principle. That's a bad.
If you're a human, you're a
bad
person.
argument.
If you put intellectual abilities or development as a qualifier for whether or not you are protected from lethal acts, from homicide, you're opening the door to tremendous injustice, and that's what's happened with abortion.
tremendous.
I have a question for Lila and
Husband,
Kristen
he's like,
here.
Where are you? It's been 2 hours.
So, if you guys had to
Destiny slided
steel man
Snickers across
the
the
other
table.
side and be charitable,
No, it
what is
said,
the
someone said
best
that in the chat.
argument
Destiny slide of
that
Snickers
you come
across
up
the table,
against
like,
from the other
calm
side?
down, Betty
the most
White.
compelling
That
argument
sounds good right
the
now.
other side
See, I have
makes.
such a
And
sweet
Lila,
tooth.
let's have you go
I feel
first.
when
Go
I
ahead.
start
So
smoking
I would say it's not the
weed
consciousness
and
argument, because
I
I
get
do
my
think that that
teeth
is
just like
pretty
I want
it's pretty arbitrary, and it's also the moral intuition that's sort of guiding destiny. You could easily apply that before consciousness. So I don't think consciousness, and also you can be unconscious when you're sleeping or under anesthetic, and a toddler has less consciousness than an adult, etc. So it doesn't really work. I think the most effective pro-choice, pro-abortion arguments are the appeals to extreme emotion in very tragic cases.
Oh my
and
God.
those are I think what win the most people over, because they say, oh my gosh, I can't imagine forcing a rape survivor to give birth to the rapist baby. So you hear these really tragic cases that are horrific, that are heartbreaking, and they tug on a lot of people's heartstrings. And the pro-life response to that, of course, to hearing of this horrifically tragic case of this very young girl who's the victim of incest or rape, and she's pregnant, is to acknowledge that it's horrific, because it is, and it should never have happened.
Sure.
And that girl deserves justice, and that perpetrator needs to be held accountable. And then you have to ask the question, okay, what next, right? What is the next thing to do here? And the girl needs medical care, she needs counseling, it needs to be removed from that dangerous situation. But is the answer to commit an act of violence against this new, now third party in this scenario, this preborn life that is not the perpetrator of the crime?
This was my steelman position. It has
I'm responding to
not necessarily
I'm responding
your
to the
position, but
pro-
just
choice
the
position.
steelman position, generally speaking.
And in this country, we give the death penalty. We actually are forbidden by federal law to give the death penalty to rapists in the United States. But in an abortion, you would be giving the death penalty to that preborn life. And when you're doing that too, it's done in the name of protecting that girl or that woman, but that act of abortion isn't going to unrape her. It's not going to take away the trauma that she endured by the rape. It's only going to levy another unjust act against her, that child, that developing life that deserves life just like you
What
and
a
me.
dumb
So while it's a
bitch.
horrifically tragic case, unfortunately, when it's represented without any
Doesn't matter how
counterpoint in
smart you
media, I
sound
think it
when
is
you're not
effective in
making
winning
any
people's
sense,
conscience.
So we had second-class citizenship for a long time in our country, and throughout human history, we've tried
back to an
second-class
abortion
citizenship,
clinic.
and it's
Good job.
saying that children who were conceived out of
Convince
wedlock,
some
for
more
example, used to be considered bastards
ruin their
and
lives.
not be allowed to own property or obtain certain, levels of positions.
I wonder if they
in
talk
their-
about how much
in
a
their,
child costs.
professional lives. And we said no, that's actually wrong.
At
Like a
these
child
abortion
is not at fault for what happens the night of his or her
wonder how
conception, or the
abortion
state
is.
of marriage of his or her parents. That the child is
This
unique,
day and
whole living
age.
human life that deserves fundamentally the right to not be killed, that right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. So yeah, my answer would be the same as Lila's.
Same as hers?
Absolutely.
Okay, got it. And Destiny, what would you say is the best argument that you
No,
come
why
up
would I?
against?
They didn't steal my position at all. Why the fuck would I give them
Well,
any leeway whatsoever? That was insane. Holy shit.
well, don't necessarily steal man, but what is the best argument you come up against from the pro-life side? As someone who's
The
pro-choice.
emotional ones, when they bring out the tools and like, this is what it's like to kill a baby in the womb.
Or
Because
just saying child.
Obviously, the issue is that all pro-lifers are
Is
fucking
it- but-
unhinged lunatics, and the only way they can ever win any argument is with charts and graphs of this is what a fetus
Oh,
looks like
science
when
and
you're cutting it
logic.
apart and terminating
Showing
it,
people
and
what
when you're
actually
vacuuming
happens.
it out, and the baby cries. You can hear the baby go, woo! It's just getting sucked into the vacuum. Those are the best arguments. They're so good, and they're so hard to argue against, because how can
you
you
being-
argue
I
against
think
crying people?
I debated
Well, no,
a
no, no, but-
pro-choice scholar one time, and I actually asked her. We had a really great conversation. She was actually being intellectually honest at the end of the conversation, and she and
To be clear, their
she
skill
and
man
I,
in my position
she and
was
I
be emotional.
exchanged a lot of emails back and forth, and we were going back of what we thought each other's best arguments were. And I thought it was very interesting that you didn't really want to answer the question earlier.
You didn't answer these
excuse
questions at
me,
all.
About what if I'm wrong versus what are you
I did
wrong?
answer that question.
Because I actually think your position's extreme. It's a very reckless position.
so was yours.
To start
Especially when you
saying,
talk about women's
no,
rights.
because your recklessness results in tens of millions of children being put to death. That's the result of your
There's
recklessness.
already like tens of millions of children dying every day to accidental miscarriages anyway, so it's not like that much worse. If I buy into your position, right?
So because children die from car accidents, it's okay to run them over with a car?
No, I'm saying that it
That's
wouldn't
what
be
you
less. It
said,
wouldn't be as
the logical
tragic if
conclusion of what you said.
20,000 children died from car accidents. If there were already like a million
You're saying
children
because there's
dying
accidental
of-
deaths,
No, what
intentional
I'm saying
deaths
is
are
that if you're
okay.
trying to make some appeal to a broader tragedy, the
No, we're
tragedy
saying
loses
that-
a lot of gravity.
You
No,
still
we're
won't answer
saying
the
that-
question I posed earlier.
What is the question I'm not answering?
Because what if you're wrong?
I already answered. If I'm wrong, it's pretty bad.
It's pretty bad.
Who are you, Catholic or religious?
That's actually
wait.
that's
What
actually
is your
the hardest
denomination?
argument for the pro-choice
What is your
side of it.
denomination?
Why does that matter?
Well, what if you're wrong?
I am Catholic. I converted to
Okay, well,
Catholicism.
what if you're wrong?
I've considered that a lot.
Well, what if you're wrong? you're really wrong.
I've
Like,
considered that.
that's
yeah.
like the worst type of
Yeah,
wrong.
I've
Because
absolutely-
not only
if
not
someone-
like forget everything that happens on Earth, you're like eternally fucked, right? If you're wrong
Destiny,
on that.
it's
so
For
like,
what? For being
'cause
Catholic?
you'll go
Or-
to some other hell or some other dimension
why
of,
just
I don't know.
Christian.
Wouldn't that be like the worst thing in the world to be wrong about? Probably more important than the abortion thing.
So
Is who the big man in the
If
sky
someone-
is.
I
This is
get-
why this is why I referenced earlier. It's called Pascal's wager. This is why it's stupid to
I
think of like,
don't
what if
agree
I'm
with
wrong
a
about
lot
this
of
particular thing?
Catholic
Because you have to assign
Because
probability.
but what you're doing is
But
you
I
just
was
like
raised
you're
that
making
way,
these
so
judgments
it's
of
just
well,
easier, I know what to
consciousness
do.
somewhere 24
You know,
weeks.
sometimes
If
it's
you're
just
driving
easier
and it's a
going
dark
to a place
road
you've been
at
to
the
your
end of
whole
the
life
night
then.
and you're tired and you see a shadow in the middle of the
Trying,
road,
but
you're
I
like,
reload it,
that could be a
like,
small child,
do they have,
or it could just be a shadow coming off the tree.
Yep, and in
Do
your
you
world,
see that?
running over the
Church
shadow
every
is a
Sunday,
sin.
do they have
No,
that?
in our world,
Yes,
you
it is.
avoid
No.
running it over.
Well, because
in
if you
our
wait a minute,
world,
won't the
you
child run across the
slow
road and the
down
shadow will
and you
become the
stop
child?
and you
Go
investigate
is
to
there
make
one
sure
around here?
you're not running
Yes.
child.
I would
In
go to
your
one.
world,
Yeah.
and the
Yeah,
view
I
you're
don't go.
taking
I'm
is,
not- I'm not- I don't
screw it,
celebrate.
I'm going to speed
All
up
right.
and I'm going to go through the shadow and just hope to God it's a shadow and it's not a child.
What
That's
if
it,
you're
that's
wrong?
why
What if-
what-
wait,
I
what
mean,
if-
it's
what
a
if-
reckless
like a
decision.
guy
What if
would
you're
go to
wrong?
church with me, am I
What if
wrong?
I
If
am
someone,
wrong?
Yeah,
if someone
what if
can
you're
prove,
wrong?
hey Destiny, if you or someone can prove me wrong, I will happily
Well, no, you will
learn.
never. But
No,
like,
I
what if you
would.
what if
I
you were
would.
wrong?
No.
If someone can prove to me that
Well,
this
I'm
is
curious
not a human
because you
life,
made me deal with the gruesome details
Yeah,
of the tens of
If-
millions
if-
of babies
if-
being murdered. So what if you're
If
wrong?
I am wrong, if
Uh-huh.
I am wrong about abortion, and
Yeah.
abortion is
Oh my
nothing but
God.
removing a clump of cells
Yep.
that has no meaning whatsoever. It's
Yep.
just like removing your appendix,
Yep.
which, by the way, a majority of people would disagree
Yeah.
with because we
So
all
much
seen
normative loading. I
ultrasounds.
love how qualified
Okay,
you're
well, no,
gonna
I'm
get.
just
Yep, go ahead.
showing
It's all good.
science,
No,
right?
it's bad
So if
tactics.
I
Go
am
ahead.
wrong and it's
Yep.
nothing, and every vaginal canal is suddenly magical and
Yep,
turns
the
nothing
magic and the
into
magic
a baby.
conscious fairy too.
Yeah,
Go
that's
on.
right,
Yeah.
because
Keep
you
going.
believe in a lot of
Yeah.
magic to justify
I'm
your
helping her
position.
steel man her. Yeah, go ahead.
No, if I am wrong,
Yep.
and this is really magical,
Yep,
what
very.
I have done in my life's work in advocating against abortion
Uh-huh.
is saying that women who may not want to gestate another human being in their womb for 9 months had to be inconvenienced. That's what if I
Inconvenience.
am wrong.
Okay.
That's absolutely. But if you're wrong, you've just said
60 million
60
people are
plus
dead in the United
million
States
people
alone.
were killed.
Do you think if an 11-year-old is raped, should she be forced to carry that child to term?
Now we've moved on to the
Well, let's address that because I actually
Yeah.
was addressing that earlier.
Yeah, I want to hear that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it.
I think it's a horrific situation, and we both agree, which is why it's such a loaded question because it's just horrific that she's raped and that she's no 11-year-old should be pregnant in the first place.
Okay.
So start with that, and
Sure.
she needs support and care, and the rapist needs to be held accountable, and she needs to be taken out of the vicinity of whoever's abusing her.
Yep, true. We all know this. I don't know what we're talking about, but go ahead.
The solution in that, what is the next step in that, right? What is the next step in that
Oh,
very
abortion.
tragic situation?
Yes.
It's not to take the life of this innocent, now conceived third
out
party.
with
It's not to
Okay.
end that life. That's not going to
That's
unrape the 11-year-old.
concern.
It's not going to untraumatize the 11-year-old. In fact, it might
Giving
traumatize her
birth
even more.
at 12
And
isn't
it's forcing the
traumatic?
birth. She's still going to have
God,
to
she's an idiot.
birth that life. That life doesn't magically
Be a
come out of her.
C-section.
She's going to have to, if she had an abortion, and usually by
Uh-huh.
the time with a young rape survivor, it's usually into the second trimester.
Uh-huh.
That's going to be a very traumatic act that now kills her baby, and she's still having a birth process just of a dead child.
Sure. So then if
So
the
it's
11-year-old
horrific.
gets raped, is pregnant, and is scared, and then she goes to a doctor looking for an
Wait,
abortion,
wait,
should
wait,
you
wait.
charge her with murder?
Wait, do you
Amazing.
believe? Wait,
No,
do you
I don't
agree
think
with
so,
us,
'cause
though?
she's a
Because
victim.
if the
She's a victim
so
in that
Lila
case.
just said that in a lot of these cases where we see these very tragic circumstances where there's been rape or incest of young children who become pregnant,
Uh-huh.
the pregnancy is not often discovered until well into the second trimester, well
Yeah.
beyond 20 weeks.
Beyond consciousness.
Do you
yeah.
well beyond
It's a good point.
consciousness?
Yeah.
So do you agree with us that a child who becomes pregnant because of rape or incest with another child who's pregnant with a human being
Uh-huh.
who, as you have said, has consciousness as like, I don't know, 24 weeks.
Mhm.
Do you think abortion's justified in that case?
No, but just because I hate the woman. So let's say
No,
you
no,
have
no,
the
no, no.
11-year-old, and the
Answer the
11-year-old
question
goes to.
seriously.
Let's say that the 11-year-old goes
I've
to Planned
been very
Parenthood to have an
serious in
abortion.
my answers
You think
to
the
you.
11-year-old should be charged with murder if she
No,
tries to abort the
because
child?
because in that case, she's an 11-year-old who's
Well,
the
yeah, but
victim.
you can still charge adolescents with. You don't have to try him as an adult. You can try him as a
well,
child.
in any
Put him in
you
juvie
need
for like
to-
6 or
You
7
need
years.
to answer
No,
the
the answer's
question.
no
Do
to
you
that.
agree with us, though?
That's the easiest question in the world. No, you shouldn't be allowed
Tons
to
of
abortion.
fun.
You should
Wow.
not what?
No, of course not. If it's already a baby, why the
He
fuck would
says
you have an
the
abortion?
best
Just because
fucking
somebody's
tons of
younger,
fun was a
is going to
botched
be dramatically
abortion.
inconvenienced for 7, 8 months or whatever.
Well, we
Doesn't mean
agree
you
on
kill them.
something.
Dude, you really
That's
should
actually-
say that in
that's
Destiny's
Yeah, but then who's versus my position is coherent, and I'm able to
No,
buy
it's
bullets
very
on that.
incoherent. I actually want to go back to your position, if that's okay, back to the coma and the consciousness,
Yeah.
and explore more. You were
Sure.
saying.
Wait. I just want to clarify.
Yeah.
Because what I was trying to demonstrate is because you were saying that in your world, if you're wrong, it's the biggest genocide in the history of the fucking universe.
It is.
And then you were saying, in my world where I'm wrong, some women have been minorly inconvenienced
For 9
and
months.
For 9 months, big whoop. But that's not true. In your world, if you're wrong, 11-year-old girls are being convicted of murder
No,
or
no one
conspiracies
supports
to commit
that,
murder.
Destiny. No one supports that.
Yes,
What-
if you're an
she's
11-year-old
11 years
girl.
old.
So wait, hold on. I'm sorry. You can't convict.
11-year-old girl in America is being convicted of murder.
Hold on. I said in your world. In your world where it's illegal to have an abortion and you get punished for it. That's what
She's
you
a
wanted.
traumatized rape survivor.
Who cares?
in that
Wait, hold on. So
situation.
11-year-old can kill a sibling?
First of all,
Whoa. If your 11-year-old is
I love when you
traumatized,
tell me what I think.
could
Thank
your
you.
11-year-old
Please tell me what
kill
I
their
think.
younger brother?
I mean, theoretically, since you like hypotheticals, if there's
I
a
do
case,
like hypotheticals
okay. If
because,
there's a case
by the way, it's
where-
not hypothetical that children get raped by adults in the United States and then get pregnant.
Yeah,
But
well,
go
it's
ahead.
not hypothetical that late-term abortions happen on rape survivors all the time because society says, oh, you should just
And I
have
would
an
say that's
abortion.
wrong.
And
But
by the
notice how
way,
I can very
and
easily.
by the
That's
way,
like less than 1%.
Destiny, the
But I can
only
very
two
easily.
studies,
Any
hold
hypothetical
on,
give me.
the
I love
only two
hypotheticals.
the only two studies that have been done on rape survivors and abortion show that over 80% of women choose life for their child, and 90% say that they are glad that they did, and over 80% of women say that they
Yeah, but
regretted the
you don't care
abortion.
about. But you don't
for
care.
the ones that had abortion,
Yeah,
they
but
regretted their abortion.
You don't care about those numbers, so why bring them up?
What are you talking about?
If those studies showed the
You-
exact
no, I'm-
opposite, that
I'm-
would have zero impact
but
whatsoever on your
that's
on your
correct,
position.
on my
Yeah,
position,
so
but it should- but it
like you're
should impact-
selectively bringing up pieces of
Destiny.
information that might support you, but
Destiny.
like, who cares? You don't care about
Destiny,
that.
I want you to go back to
Destiny,
the claim
it
you
should,
made
hold on
about
one second,
women
hold on
going
one
to
second.
jail.
It should impact your position because you just said you cared so much about this rape survivor that they should have an abortion, and I was just giving you data to show you that rape survivors actually regret their abortions when they have abortions, and when they don't have abortions, they actually are happy that they didn't, and you didn't seem to care about that data.
I don't care. That's not relevant to me. I don't
But
care.
you were just arguing from
No,
a
no,
position
no,
of
hold on, wait.
emotion.
I'm
You were
saying
just
that. No,
arguing
no,
from
no,
a
no,
position
no,
of
no, no.
emotion for why we should have an abortion on a
Whoa.
rape survivor.
I'm not arguing from any position of emotion. I am crystal clear, logically considered the entire way. If you go out to get an abortion on a third trimester baby because you were raped as an 11-year-old, then you should be held responsible for a conspiracy to commit murder, or whatever the punishment would
See,
be.
I think we even disagree there, and this is
That's
why.
fine that you
And I'm
do,
sure
but
that-
I would consistently uphold the law the same way I would if an 11-year-old killed her younger sibling, or if the 11-year-old killed somebody else. Now there might be other aggravating or mitigating
aggravating
circumstances that would
factors
change.
is key.
Sure, that
Aggravating
might be
factors
the case, but I'm saying in general that's where I would start. Much the
Yeah.
same if anybody
No,
kills
that's-
anybody,
that's
you
fair.
probably start with,
No.
bro, that was a murder. Like, let's see what's going on.
And we
Of course.
typically
Sure,
start
that's fine.
there. Yes.
But I'm saying that.
Yes.
Hold on, but
We
don't
just,
accuse
in
me.
a criminal trial, we
Sure.
look at
That's
mitigating
fine. I
factors.
understand,
We look
but
at
don't
intent.
accuse
We
me
look at all of these
of
things.
being wishy-washy. I'm crystal clear on all of this.
Can we go to
okay?
the coma?
Except
back to
for
the
when
coma
life
consciousness,
begins.
because we've
Just
been
like,
kind of.
oh wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Do you
Not
believe in
like-
puberty?
Masonic
Can we-
distress.
Do you know when
Clear
does
when
puberty begin?
When does human life begin?
When does puberty begin?
Okay, guys.
is a
let's
very-
go back
I want to know. I want to know.
different.
Because she says, apparently I don't believe in conscience because I can't give you the precise moment it forms. I'm curious if you believe in puberty.
No, that's not the
that's
reason why
fundamentally
consciousness is a
different.
bad argument.
It's not fundamentally different. It's a thing that develops in a range of
No.
time. It's
No.
yeah, it absolutely is.
No, because when you develop puberty and when you start puberty doesn't change whether or not you have the fundamental.
I never
rights
said
life
it
where
did. I'm
people
just
can
pointing to a
violently
developmental
enter
process
life.
that has some period
So
of
hold
time.
on, Destiny. You were
Yeah.
saying consciousness is everything to you, and if you're temporarily unconscious, then that's. Well, because we're trying to understand
I've
your
already
position.
answered this question
I'm
a million times. I'll answer it for the seventh time.
I want to
There's a
get
different-
into the moral intuition thing because
Okay, go for it.
where it seemed to land for you, if I'm understanding you correctly, so please correct me if I'm wrong, okay? I really want to understand this.
Yes.
Where it seemed to land with you is I was trying to really pinpoint why consciousness equals humanity or personhood for you. Especially when consciousness is unpredictable. People have differing degrees of it. Some people haven't developed it yet, and they're, I believe, still people. But nevertheless, you say that at this 20 to 24 mark is consciousness, and that's humanity or personhood for the human. All right. So what I want to understand is why. Tell me more why. You mentioned moral intuition earlier. Explain that more.
Sure. When I think of all the ways that I could test for life or all the ways that I could destroy life, everything to me seems to revolve around a person having a conscious
But you
spirit.
know that it's a life before consciousness, no?
You admitted that.
You admitted that earlier.
What do you think I mean when I say a life?
You mean a biological human life, no? We all agreed on that.
Do you think that's what I mean?
I do.
Okay.
What did you mean?
In that case,
clarify.
I just realized my whole position is wrong because I said a fetus was a biological human life. You won.
Excellent.
You won on definitions.
We know
like-
we won.
Okay.
We didn't even need you to tell us.
I mean, I think our argument is pretty airtight. And
It's not
I don't-
airtight.
So then
That's
explain
why
yourself.
the reason why
Explain
I've
yourself,
already
then,
explained it
please.
a million times.
All
But
right,
the reason why you're trying to
but
play tricky words with the definitions
not
is because
tricky
it
words.
is
It's-
tricky
it's
words.
alive or it's
Let me
dead,
repeat
and it's
for
alive in the
I should
room.
have a tally mark every time I repeat
Are
this.
you conceding
did
the
you-
I
Okay,
consider
hold on,
a
but
person
let
to
him
have
talk, let him
personhood
talk, let him
at
talk.
20 to 24
Okay.
weeks. That's when consciousness develops,
Correct.
right? So my policy cutoff would be at about 20 weeks. Okay.
Why
I
does
don't
that
care.
matter is what I'm asking.
The reason why, and I said why it matters is because when I think of one, how do we consider when the end of life is? The end of life seems to be the cessation of a
Why do
conscious
you have to
experience.
measure
Hold on,
life?
let him finish. Let
Answer
him
a
finish.
single
Let him
fucking
finish.
question.
Sorry,
before-
excuse me. Sorry, go
3
ahead.
more interruptions.
Good
That's my
point.
guess.
Okay.
No, that's
So
a good
have you
point. I
been
should have
keeping
listened.
just let him
I should have
finish.
listened.
Let
Yeah,
him finish.
so
Go ahead.
the cessation of a conscious experience seems to be the point at which we say that person is dead. And then when I think of like all the ways that I could replace parts of the body, if I replace the heart, that's probably still a person, the arms, every single thing. But when you start replacing the brain, something unique seems to be happening there. It seems like we are our brains, the experiences, the memories, the subjective conscious interpretation of the world. That seems to be the thing that's really important to defend. So when I think of like when I'm instructive on like how could I end a life and what is the end of life, none of it revolves around reception to pain, heartbeat, unique DNA. All of it seems to revolve around this conscious experience. And then when I think of like let's even be more abstract. If I try to think of like what does it mean to create a life? We're talking about AI now, right? When we talk about AI and we talk about creating a life, we're not talking about creating bodies. We're not talking about creating hearts. We're not talking about even creating DNA. What we're really talking about is creating or emulating a conscious experience in a machine. That seems to be the thing that we're defending. When we think about vegans and why vegans defend animals, they're not defending animal bodies, animal hearts, whatever. They're defending the animal's conscious, the sentient conscious experience of the animal. That's why I say if life all ends that way and can be ended that way, that's probably when life begins.
Okay.
I can't believe I answered the whole thing. Thank you to both of you.
Thank
I
you.
love
And
you.
I think perhaps I may be able to answer your question
Go
in
for
terms
it.
of where the disagreement is here. Because just like a person under anesthetic or a person asleep or a person in a temporary coma that is going to wake up, it would be wrong in all those cases to kill the person, right?
I agree.
Okay, excellent. So similarly, for a child a few weeks before potential consciousness first can be measured 20 to 24 weeks, in a few weeks it's a matter of time duration, that child will have consciousness. So in that way they are very similar. They are not experiencing consciousness, but in a matter of time they will experience consciousness. So in both cases it's wrong to kill.
The
Do you
child
agree?
has the
Oh, let's just say-
capacity to develop consciousness. Do
Well,
you
but
agree
but
with
I want to
that?
understand. Yeah. Do you agree?
Do you agree?
No.
Okay. Why? Why does the development process matter so much to you?
The development process matters because there is a thing that I am valuing. The thing that I value is the human conscious experience.
No, it's not.
It's-
You develop,
it's-
but
hold on,
Destiny, I
hold
don't
on.
think that's
It's
correct.
it's
Because
the
you
thing
don't-
that I'm
yeah.
valuing is, or more precise as I said before, it's the capacity, the underlying structure to deploy that conscious
Yes,
experience.
and-
now, when you talk about a person undergoing anesthesia, okay, they have the underlying mechanism. They have the capacity to develop a conscious experience.
But why does the
Hold
capacity
on.
matter to you
It
so much?
abates for a while because they might be asleep or in a medically induced coma, whatever,
Sure.
and then it comes back. But there is a thing, even when it's temporarily ceasing, there's a thing that we can speak of. There was a conscious experience. There was a person that knew what it was like to be a thing, to be a person. That subjective experience existed. It might be temporarily abated, but all the machinery is still there to deploy the exact same one, and then they'll come back and deploy the same conscious experience. If I were to create a human, okay, up until the moment that first conscious experience happens, there is no prior experience to speak of. That's why when you guys
That's
keep,
actually not
that's
true,
why when
but
you
hold on.
guys keep saying
That's
things,
actually not
that when
true.
you
I wanna
guys keep saying
get to
things,
the bottom of it.
when you guys
Let him
keep
finish
saying
and then-
things like the fetus will develop the capacity, it will develop it, but it hasn't developed it yet, so there is no such experience to speak of. For a sleeping person, when you go to sleep tonight, you have had a whole subjective experience right now. When you wake up, that experience will resume, but a baby hasn't even
But
begun
Destiny,
to
what
exist
if I
yet.
have amnesia and I don't remember anything? I'm like a brand new first moment of
Or you can do it
consciousness
if you want
human
to.
being. And during
When-
my
when you
and
take
during my
sleep,
coma,
yeah.
during my coma, I
I'll
lose
go do it.
memory.
I'll
I
go do it.
lose all sense of my personhood, and when I emerge from my coma, I am like a brand new baby. Would it have been okay during that coma to kill me?
Ooh, I would have to think a lot about that question. So the issue.
Have you thought about it before?
No, I've thought about it a great deal, but the question is way more complicated than you seem to think it is. Okay, but that's not an easy question.
Well,
The
it's not an
direct
easy question.
analog-
I
the
think
direct,
it's-
the
this whole
direct, the
thing is very-
direct,
it's
the
very
direct,
easy, though.
the direct analog is when somebody takes a teleporter in Star Trek. Are you killing one person and creating a new person every single time?
No, I don't agree that that's the direct analogy.
It is the direct
think it's-
analogy.
no, I
because
think
when you
it's
start
more-
talking about, because now you're getting away from just conscious experience, and now you want to dig into the parts of conscious experience. And I'm not going to sit here and lie and tell you that I can tell you precisely, because there are a lot of things that make up our conscious experience. One of those things is memory. If you erase a person's memory, and if you give them whole new personality traits, and then you wake them up the next day. Is that even the same person that
well,
woke
it's
up
a
before?
great question.
I don't know. That's a
because
really difficult question.
Destiny,
yeah.
a newborn or certainly a 26-week-old preborn fetus doesn't have memory. Has a very nascent
I didn't say
personality.
memory was a necessary part
but
to have your consciousness.
you're trying to define consciousness.
But
and
what
you-
is
you-
consciousness,
We've brought up
then?
memory a few
Consciousness
times.
is the subjective experience that we have, knowing what it's like to be a
But their
thing.
subjective
Yeah.
experience, they're not even going to remember it, Destiny.
That's because you don't remember. It doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Okay,
I'm
so-
still a human
so
being when
why
I'm
does it
blackout
matter?
drunk.
So
So
why
babies
does
in the
that matter
womb
so
have a
much to you?
capacity to develop consciousness.
Develop, but they haven't developed it yet.
But
Why
wait,
does that
stop.
matter so much
But
to
the,
you?
Because it's not the thing
person
itself.
who is brain dead,
Yeah.
who you're saying has no longer has the ability to have consciousness.
Yeah.
So that's not the same. You have somebody who is brain dead, who you're saying does not have the ability to have consciousness.
The conscious
ever
experience
again.
is over,
You
yes.
have your
Yep.
magic button, right? And
Yep.
you've already determined through your magic button that this person can never have consciousness again. That is fundamentally different than the child in the womb who has the capacity still yet to develop consciousness. The child in the womb who has the capacity to still develop consciousness is completely different from the person who's lived their life, something tragic has happened to them, and now no longer ever has that capacity.
Yeah, obviously
That's
they're different.
fundamentally
Yes.
different.
What is it like to be a two-celled organism?
What is it like to be a newborn? You don't remember it.
I don't remember, but I can probably guess what it's like.
But you can guess away what it's like to be a 10-week-old embryo then.
I
you don't remember either.
No. I
So
can't
that
guess
doesn't
what
mean
it,
you can kill the
I
10-week-old
can't
embryo.
guess what it's like to not have a conscious experience. Guess what it's like to have a dreamless sleep.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
but
so fetuses
Guess what
and-
it's like to be
but
dead.
so
No,
the
no, no, no,
fetuses
no.
and
So
all
you
those
see, I can guess what it's like to be a baby. There's probably a lot of new sensations. You're probably having crazy temperature adjustments. You're probably seeing a whole bunch of stuff and really squinting away from it. I can guess what it's like. I don't know exactly. I can't guess what it's like to be a thing without a brain. I
Do you
can't
think
guess. I have no. I don't know what it's like to be
do
a
you think
rock
fetuses
or
in
what
the
it's like to
womb
be a tree.
dream?
Sure.
Do you think
What?
fetuses in the womb dream?
I mean, once the necessary brain parts are there, I imagine at some point
Scientists
they
say
probably
it
true.
can be as early as 16 weeks that
I
a
don't
child
probably- I
has
don't know if
rapid
I-
eye movement, REM
I
sleep.
don't know if I believe that, but
Okay, I know science is hard to believe sometimes.
I mean, the
Contradict
reality
your
is
opinion.
what we're keeping.
Do you
coming,
think they
what-
actually dream though if they're having REM sleep? What do you think they're dreaming about?
I have no
Lila,
idea.
you wanted to
Sounds
say
and
something. Lila, you
colors.
go ahead,
What
and
we
then I
keep
have
coming
something
back
to
to is there's all these qualifications on what consciousness even means, and when we take it, isolate them, and we kind of make an argument or ask Destiny a question about them, he says, "Oh, that specific aspect of consciousness doesn't matter." Destiny has trouble defining consciousness. He has trouble defining exactly when it begins, and yet
To be
this is
clear,
the qualifying
I didn't have
line
trouble
to be-
defining it. I literally
but-
told you exactly what it.
But
No,
you
you
said
didn't.
it
You said
involves these
subjective.
different things. It's a subjective experience.
subjective.
It's
Hold on,
memory.
wait. Does subjective experience not count as a definition?
Okay, but my point
Subjective
is
changes
but-
with the person.
Hold on, Destiny. My
Yes. So does your
and
conscious
listen, my-
experience change with a person?
but-
Welcome
but
to
my-
humanity. Yeah.
but my
That's why
point
your
is-
slippery slope fails.
That's not
hold
a
on,
slippery
hold
slope
on.
to say that everybody has a different
Destiny,
subjective
but
experience.
absolutely.
It's not a slippery slope.
The point here is your definition of what even consciousness is, the aspects of consciousness, when you isolate them and describe it, is this a reason to assign personhood or not? It falls apart.
It doesn't fall apart at all.
Because some people don't experience, when you're a newborn, you don't experience your consciousness. You don't remember it later.
Just because you don't
remember
remember
it
it doesn't mean you're not conscious.
And
Again, if I get
when
blackouts
you're
from-
unconscious, you're unconscious.
No,
but
but
you're
you're
still
gonna
human.
wake up.
And when you're an embryo pre-consciousness, you're going to develop it if someone doesn't
Develop
tell you.
it. You're not waking up because there's no experience to speak of.
But
Nobody
why does
knows
the
what
development
you
matter
can
so
actually
much?
say the
Because
child.
you have to-
Excuse me, the child is sleeping in the womb, so the child
It's not
actually does
sleeping. Sleeping
wake up.
implies you were awake at one point. That's what
So the
sleeping
child
means.
actually-
Things aren't
in
sleeping
the
from the moment of their
medical articles,
inception.
They refer to
It's
two
age
different
discrimination.
sleeps
Why does
that happen
development
in the
matter so
womb.
much?
The
Why
child
does
actually
development-
is
Why does the
asleep
DNA
in
matter
the
so
womb.
much?
It all matters. That's what we're saying.
Well, no, it doesn't all matter because you wouldn't say a sperm is a baby, right?
No, because a sperm
There's
is a part,
parts.
not a whole. Do you
Remember
know
the parts in the whole
Okay,
whole
conversation?
but a sperm at some point will, when
No.
combined with an egg, will develop into something else, right?
And when it develops into a whole,
Yeah.
a unique single-cell embryo, that is a human life that is
Wait,
worthy
why
of
should the
protection.
uniqueness of the embryo matter more than the uniqueness of the sperm or the egg?
Because it's a whole. It's a whole individual
What do you
human
mean?
life.
Hold on. What do you
No,
mean?
no,
it's a
because
whole,
a
wait,
unique
What do
genetic
you mean it's a
code
whole? A
comes
sperm
into
is a whole
existence.
thing. An
No.
egg is a whole thing. They're
A
both
sperm
human
is
things,
not
right?
part
of
of
the
whole
father.
human
An
organism.
egg
It's
is a
not.
part of the
What do
mother.
you mean? Hold on. So sperm. So
It's not.
Hold on. So
It's a-
semen
like,
and eggs
my
are not part of a
skin
human
cells-
organism.
My skin cells are
Percent.
part of me. My egg cells are part of me. They're not in and of themselves an individual human life.
They don't carry unique genetic code.
Why does
And they're
the
never
unique
going to
ge-
be.
but
And they're
hold
never
on,
going to
sperms
develop into
do
a unique
carry
human
unique
life.
genetic code.
And the
number one.
cells in my body, my egg cells, I'm not going to magically get pregnant without having my egg cells inseminated. Obviously.
Sure, but why should that be the defining point for how you consider
Because
life? Is once you have the
biologists
unique...
all agree,
No, no,
we
no, no,
all
no.
know.
Whoa. Biologists aren't answering this question. This question more philosophy.
Science. I know science.
Because-
No, science.
because-
No. Why do you value the zygote and not the moment moment before conception.
Because we all acknowledge that a human life begins at fertilization. That's something very special happens.
If you called my definition circular by saying a human life begins when we've agreed a human life begins, I'm asking you why you consider that to be a human life.
Because at the moment of conception, I'll repeat this slower this time. At the moment of conception,
repeating it slower doesn't make any less dumb.
Excuse me, 2 parts, a part from the mother, the egg, the part from the father, sperm, unite and create a unique whole with unique genetic code.
Why do you keep
that's
saying
never
unique?
Because it's unrepeatable.
That's
it's
not
a human
true.
being. It's a unique genetic
If
code.
two twins meet
that's
two other
never,
twins, they can both have children that are theoretically.
Twinning happens later, by the way.
What?
Twinning happens later, by the way.
Not necessarily. Sometimes
So
two
unique
sperms can get in,
genetic code comes into existence that's never existed before.
Why do you value the unique genetic code?
Because that is when you became you. All the components about you, Stephen,
is killing a
became
2-cell
you
organism. Is that
at the
just as
moment of
immoral as
conception.
killing a baby?
What do you mean by what kind of organism? If it's a human
A
organism,
2-cell, yeah.
yes.
So is killing a fetus when it's 2 cells? Does that have the moral equivalence to killing a baby?
Yeah,
it's a human
that's
life.
right.
Okay, if you're in
Just like killing a baby has the moral equivalence, even though they have less consciousness
I understand.
than killing an adult.
Let's say that you're. Let's say that
consciousness and development, your age, your maturity as a human life doesn't define your worth or your
Gotcha.
personhood.
So
and back to the zygote. A zygote has the capacity for consciousness.
No, it doesn't.
It has
It
all
still
the
has to develop
machinery.
it.
Has all the machinery needed for consciousness. If
No, it
you
doesn't
give it,
have the machinery. It has the blueprint. That's all it has.
If you give it time, just like the coma
give it
patient,
time and if you give it nutrients.
just like the coma patient,
But it doesn't
if
have
you
the machinery.
give it time to wake up from the coma, will regain its consciousness.
It's not regaining it. It never
will
had
gain
it.
its consciousness.
It never had it.
It
It's not
will gain its
regaining.
consciousness.
Do you acknowledge there is
No.
a difference between the person who had the ability to have consciousness, who now in your magic button no longer has the ability to have consciousness, versus a child, a human, a fetus, whatever name you want to give it that doesn't
Pretty
trigger
important,
you,
but go ahead.
in the womb,
Yeah.
that has the ability to have consciousness. Do you understand the difference between someone who no longer has the capacity to form consciousness versus someone who has the capacity to form consciousness but just needs a little bit more time? Do you see how there's a difference there?
Is there a difference between a dead person and a fetus? Man, I don't know. That's a real
I mean,
mind
you
bender.
already
Let me
said
think. I'm not
earlier.
sure. I don't know. I'd have to think about that one. Maybe we can do a
Okay,
second
think
debate.
about it. Let me. I got a
Okay.
couple things here. This is for the entire panel, so, and I know this is kind of a unique question to ask. Do you think this could potentially be a good middle ground, a good compromise? And I know there's some potential existential risks involved with the development of something like this. What do you all think about an artificial womb? Now, obviously, there's some considerations of, well, what are the impacts on humanity, because we could use these as, breeding grounds and, but let's say just within the confines of the abortion discussion, do you think an artificial womb could be a compromise between both sides? Or would you be ignoring some of the potential downfalls of an artificial womb? Would you be in favor of?
I think it's a technology it's a very fascinating question, and I think that especially if there's like a problem with that the woman is experiencing and the baby's experiencing, and somehow it could be like a medical device to support them. It sounds like could be potentially used for good, but I think the potential of the use for bad and the fact that it's breaking the natural bond that baby deserves to have with his or her mother. This is why surrogacy is so problematic, because you're severing that child often from the genetic mother and from the gestational mother, and then usually the social mother is sometimes even a third different mother, and so the child has a right, I think, to their mother.
A child has a right to a mother, and so
and
that's
to be
why we would
gestated naturally
say
in their mother.
That's why we would say that would be the number one goal, is that child has a relationship and is gestated within his or her mother. However, I ask this question a lot. I'm really glad you brought this up, because I ask this question a lot on campuses, because often we hear the argument, we didn't get to it today because Stephen doesn't care about the bodily autonomy arguments, but we often hear the bodily autonomy arguments of, it's my body, I have the choice to decide whatever happens to my body, whether or not I want to give permission to this another human being to grow inside of me that will change my body. And as someone who's been pregnant 4 times, I can testified
Someone
to
said,
that.
"Look at the size
So
of
I
those
actually do
guns."
think that the artificial womb technology would actually, it will, when it is developed, will decimate the bodily autonomy argument, that you will not actually be able to use that argument to justify legal abortion any longer when a woman simply can choose to take the child out from her womb and implant it into an artificial womb to grow. That way, she doesn't have to pay someone to end the life of her child. Now, do I think that's the best situation? No, because a child deserves to have a relationship with his or her mother, and I think there'll be a lot of bad things that come out of children who are born in artificial wombs who don't know who their mothers are. And so there's a lot of other situations and societal questions we'll have about foster care and adoption and things like that. But I do think that will actually decimate this whole argument of the quote need for legal abortion.
No, you can't. No,
Sure.
don't give him any.
I guess one
Give him a
question,
cookie.
and again, ignoring some of the, I suppose, societal impacts of
And I already gave
if
you
we
a
were to
treat.
introduce a artificial womb, because there's definitely considerations of if people started farming
No,
children, for
Gattaca.
example. But within the confines of the abortion argument, do you think that, because a woman could end the pregnancy, but the life could persist. So do you think that that would be, if an artificial womb came along, do you think that would, in effect, put an end to the whole abortion debate?
I would think it would, but I asked Stephen this earlier about artificial womb, and it,
Who's gonna raise the kid?
Stephen, you're representing the pro-abortion side here. Would you think that those who advocate for legal abortion would say? I still think they will argue no, and from the conversations I've had on campuses, which are in the thousands now, I've yet to have someone who agrees with me that the development of it, who's pro-choice, that the development of an artificial womb
Who's going to raise the
would
baby? That's what I
eliminate the
said.
need
Who
for
raises the
abortion,
kid?
as in their words, because they would still say that while that's still inconvenient to a mother to have to, I don't know, maybe the artificial womb only works at 13 weeks, so she would still have to undergo 12 weeks of possible morning sickness, and so they would say it doesn't matter if there's artificial wombs, she still has agency over her body, therefore she can just destroy it.
There's also a kind of a weird genetic ownership argument that emerges, even though this is not, I think, a fully conscious thing by a lot of pro-choice advocates, but there's this argument of, oh, I don't want my kid out there in the world. You know, I want basically control over my kid. So I think in that case, it's sort of a property argument. They make this child as my property, and even if it can be survive in an artificial room, it's my right
I mean,
to
that's
end
what
the life of
happens
this
with
child.
people with IVF, with couples where they split up and they've already created human beings who are frozen in IVF clinics. There was a very famous case of a Hollywood actress who this was the situation, and Nick Loeb, the former partner, sued because he didn't want the mother to destroy these children that they had frozen. And the court ruled that the embryos were her property. These human beings were her property to do with what, as she saw fit. And that's, a broader question of why are we treating human beings as if they're our property? Say, well, I don't want to get pregnant. This isn't the best time for me. I wasn't intending to get pregnant. This baby is inconvenient to me. Therefore, I have the right to kill it. We act as in our country as if human beings are, these children are our property. Yet, then we also claim that we have a right to be a parent, and that right allows us to own other human beings, which is wrong.
Wait, how old are those embryos when they're frozen?
A few weeks.
Yeah.
A few weeks?
They're not very old.
You were in a burning hospital.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
here we
yes,
go.
please give me the...
Yeah, and there are 2 children crying on the bed. They're like, please carry me out. But next to them, there's a tray of 10 frozen embryos. You're grabbing the tray of frozen embryos?
Answer this question. Are those my frozen embryos?
They're random people's children.
So I think that
I
actually think that makes a difference because.
Okay, well, I just told you it doesn't matter. So
no. Actually, I'm saying I need to know more information.
I gave you all the information. It's 2 random babies.
Yeah.
They're very Asian, and then it's 10 frozen embryos. They're all also very
So
Asian.
none of the babies, neither the born
None of them.
toddlers
Yep.
or the frozen embryos
Yep.
are mine in this
Yep.
situation. Because I think first you have to ask that question because
I
some
already
people.
answered it.
Well, no, I would say some people when you would
Why
ask
are you obfuscating so hard? Just answer the hypothetical.
Would you?
Well, you're like arguing with you're like boxing demons. Like,
it's a
some
loaded
people think,
question,
I'm not answering.
Steven. I'm trying to answer.
It's the same as
I'm trying to
saying,
answer
would
your
you
question.
press the red button and kill 10,000 people over here, or would you press the red button and
save
kill your
one.
entire family over here? And you
The
had
question
to pick one,
is-
which would you
But
pick?
I'm not asking that question.
But it's the same question, Destiny.
But it's not the one I'm asking. You have no
Logically,
relation
it's
to any
the
of the
same
children.
question.
Yeah.
I don't know. The question would be, I don't
Okay,
know.
let's
I don't
switch
know
the-
what
You don't know?
Okay, how about
I don't
this?
know what the situation is. I don't
He
know.
just gave you the
Can I
situation,
reach
you
those
idiot.
children? Can I reach those?
Okay,
children?
let
I
me
think
give
the
you the
majority.
answer. Okay,
Listen
let me
to me.
give you the
Can you let me answer the question?
No, you're not
The majority of people would say they would reach.
asking what the
The
majority- I don't
majority
care
of
what
people
I
would
don't care what the
say
majority of people would say.
they're
I'm
going to
not-
reach for
I
the
don't- I'm not-
toddlers.
I'm not
But
asking
that
what the majority of
doesn't
people say.
saying that you
Hold on,
reach for the
I don't-
toddlers.
I don't-
Can I answer the question?
You're not answering the question.
I absolutely.
I'll
majority.
answer
No,
really
can I
quick.
answer my question?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So the majority of people would say that they would reach for the human toddlers versus the human embryos because they recognize themselves in those toddlers. Those toddlers can also feel pain.
Sure.
Those toddlers are crying out to them versus the embryos who are absolutely silent. But that analogy doesn't change the fact that a tragedy is unfolding and human life will be ended.
It's the same, Destiny, just to remove familiarity because I mentioned
To
your
be clear,
family.
you did not answer
Hold
the
on,
question,
just,
but
to,
go
just to be
ahead.
clear,
Yep,
to
go ahead.
remove familiarity because I know in one hand it's your family and it's 10,000 individuals, on the other that you don't know. But let's make it a little different. Let's say it's 2 toddlers and 5 elderly people in their nursing home. There's 2 toddlers crying in the lobby. There's 5 elderly people in their beds. Who do you save?
Grabbing
If
the toddlers every
If
time.
you grab the toddlers,
I hate
though-
old people.
Right, but if you grab the toddlers, that doesn't mean you think it's good that the old people died. It
I
doesn't
do.
mean that you
I was
don't.
glad when COVID
Come
happened.
on, Destiny. It doesn't mean that you think old people don't have value. It doesn't mean that old people aren't persons.
Uh-huh.
It just means that you're going to go towards the ones that you feel most emotionally in that moment connected and you feel you can save.
Gotcha.
Similarly with the burning building, it doesn't mean that those embryos, oh, gotcha, they're not persons, gotcha, they're not humans. It's just that, no, just like with the elderly people, I'm going to
Yep.
run and try to save those toddlers.
Okay,
So,
so let me.
it's
I'm
the
gonna
it's the
try
same
this again.
answer.
Okay.
And
Babies.
just after
Yeah.
you respond, I do have to get through a couple chats. But go ahead, Dustin.
Okay, I'd love to hear an answer to this, okay? 2 babies are right here, okay? Crying, help me, okay? They're both 1-year-old, okay? Like, you can't run out of the building or anything, okay? And then here is a tray. There's a tray of 10 perfectly in vitro fertilized, perfectly preserved specimens. You just pop them into a fake uterus or a real one, they'll grow into people, right? What's the morally correct choice? The 2 crying babies or the 10 perfectly preserved embryos?
There isn't a morally correct choice in the sense that you are arguing that then if we choose the children, the toddlers, that somehow means the embryos don't have value. Well, of course we're going to choose the toddlers. They're just like I would choose the toddlers over the 5 elderly people in their beds. That doesn't mean the embryos or the elderly people aren't humans.
Okay,
Do
let's
you
say you had a
understand
choice
that?
between 2
Do you understand that though? Do you understand
I
that?
don't know.
more
I'm trying
value
to
to
understand.
one
I'm
over
asking
the
a
other.
question. Let's see
Yeah.
if it's
But do you
between-
understand
I
that?
don't. I don't understand any of that. So I'm
What
asking a
don't you
question.
understand?
I don't understand. That's why I'm asking a
What
question.
don't you
okay?
understand?
I don't understand any of that. So I'm
What
asking a
don't you
question.
understand,
I'm gonna
Destiny?
ask, and you can tell me.
Destiny, this
Let's
is
say
not
you have-
good faith. This is not good faith when you
Let's say
don't
you have-
understand. This is
I'm
not
asking a
good-
question to elucidate. You
No,
can
you're
I
not
don't understand
explaining-
the difference between the toddlers and the old people. That's what I'm asking. So let's say
you don't
let's say-
understand the difference between what?
between like why the toddlers and the old people matter. But that's what I'm
Okay.
gonna ask another question.
Can I
so let's
answer
say,
that
no,
question
No,
for
no,
you
no, no,
then?
because I can ask another question. It'll perfectly
But
elucidate.
hold on, let's slow this process down because we go super fast here, which is fun.
We're
but
not going fast. It's a bunch of rambling without engaging the main
well,
No, we just keep going in
no,
circles
we're,
over and over
we're
again
going in
with
circles a
this
bit, but
slippery slope.
the
That's what we
reason
keep
what I
doing.
said I would like a response to it, Destiny, is because in my statement, what I was explaining was that the elderly people in the nursing home or the elderly people in the building are humans, are persons, and me choosing to save the toddlers doesn't mean that those elderly people aren't humans, aren't persons, or don't deserve the right to life. Similarly, me choosing to save the toddlers doesn't mean that me not choosing to save the embryos means that they are not persons, not humans, and don't have the right to life. Does that make sense to you?
No.
Or
No, that's
what
why I
doesn't
wanna
make
ask another
sense?
question.
Can you explain
What
what
doesn't
I-
make sense about
I
that?
don't the age thing. Okay.
Oh,
So
why?
Wait. So are you saying that the elderly people in the burning building in your scenario are more worthy of life than the toddlers because they've had more consciousness and lived experiences?
Well, let him say it. Let's
Is that your
not
argument?
put words in his mouth. What do you think,
Well, I'm
Destiny?
Oh my God! You didn't know what I want to.
I want to know what you think.
Oh my
seriously.
God! Okay, yeah. Let me tell you.
Tell me.
The guess that most people probably, me included,
Yeah.
you'd probably be weighing like roughly amount of life left. About right. Like if we go on the hyper most extreme example, you can choose either a 1-day-old baby or somebody 1 day away from death. You'd probably save the 1-day-old baby because they've got so much more life to live.
But that doesn't
if you had
negate
to
that
choose,
person's alive.
Hold on,
and has
one more.
value,
Let's
right?
fix. Hold on.
I thought that meant you could murder the old person.
Hold on, let
Thank
me
you.
fix that. So let's
Yes.
just to solve that problem for you. Let's say the 2 toddlers. You knew because you are a psychic or something. You know,
I
you
am.
had this. You fortune teller.
Mhm.
You knew that they would both die in 5 days.
Yeah.
would you still save them, or would you try to go in and save the 5 elderly people in their beds?
5 elderly people.
Okay, well then there you go. That you chose to make the decision. I probably still, even though if I knew in the back of my mind they're going to die in a car accident later, and they're
That
crying
one
right
is
there, I'd probably
triggered.
still grab them
Emotionally.
and drag them out.
We're not thinking emotionally. You think morally it's more correct to save the children that are going to die in
I think
5
in that
days than the
case,
older people you could wheel
I
out?
don't think you can
I don't
actually
think-
morally say whether or not children are going to die in 5 days.
Well,
so you're
but
like
if
making
I-
a lot
that's
of
why it's called a
assumptions.
hypothetical.
Yeah. But I think the bottom line is,
Jesus Christ.
whoa, loud noise. I think
Got
in
the
my-
truck.
Oh, he's
Truck
got an,
coming
the thing
through.
is he's got an air mattress upstairs, and I think his mom just jumped on the bed.
I think what I'm trying to say here is that in that
Wait, can I
scenario,
just ask my one question?
Well, we're getting to the bottom.
What's
We're
your-
getting
We're
to
getting to the
time.
bottom.
Don't ask
We
your
are getting to
question.
the
I'm
bottom,
so sick of
Destiny.
the same
wait,
question.
let's-
Destiny
let's,
just likes to ask the questions to try to.
Here, let's
Well, no,
do.
no,
No, because he
wait.
doesn't actively answer.
Well, let's let him say. Let's let him say. Let's let him say.
Order in the podcast studio. Let me do a couple chats here, and then we can, if you guys want to pick up again, we can. So we have Doc Venablis here, Mr. Density. Terry S. was not in persistent vegetative state. She was severely brain damaged. She was still able to interact with others. The videos are still available for you to view. By definition,
Thank you.
that interaction excludes PVS.
So
what is PVS?
persistent vegetative state.
Okay.
So they're saying
That's what I
thank you.
tried to prove to
Yep.
Destiny, but he said it didn't matter what the family and the video said.
Yep,
That's
true,
just
and I'll
the
explain why
Catholic
that's wrong
concept.
scientifically. They don't like medical explanation, but I'll give the medical explanation.
Give us a
medical
quick.
Yeah, very quick is people with a brain stem can still respond to incredibly basic visual stimuli, and they can do so in ways. That's why when you watch the video of like Jackson the Baby, he does it.
I think you're talking about Alfie, not Jackson.
That's it, or Alfie, or whoever, or Terry Schiavo. It's the same thing. So the videos you see are that. Now, obviously, the families are like, oh my God, she's alive, she's communicating everything. But like the doctors all say this chick is super dead. The brain analysis afterwards showed this brain was super dead. She was never waking up. There was never any improvement. It wasn't just severe mental disability. Half her fucking brain was gone, and she wasn't even probably having an unconscious experience. What you're seeing is the very rudimentary expressions of things your body can do to very basic stimuli that the brain.
But what does that have to do with abortion? This is like we've talked about
I was
death
just answering the question about Terry
and
Schiavo.
coma so much today. But what I've already explained to you, when you're talking about someone in persistent vegetative state or somebody who is severely brain damaged and we're not sure has the capacity to have consciousness, what does that say? Well, how does that change the fundamental question, which is, does the human in the womb have value, who definitely has the ability to have consciousness, who's unlike the person
If it doesn't
Your-
have
your
who is in a
response, and then
persistent
we have to
Yes,
continue.
if it doesn't have the parts yet, it doesn't have the ability to have
does
consciousness.
have the parts.
It has the
The
ability
parts-
to
the
develop
parts
the
are
parts.
already-
The part in a 2-cell organism. Where are the parts? Where are they in the 2-cell organism?
The code is
That's a
already
blueprint.
in
A
place.
blueprint is not the thing itself.
But it's
In
a-
2 cells, where are the parts?
But
Where is the brain in 2 cells?
It's not
So
just
you're
a
back to the
blueprint, though.
fairy.
It's
You're back to
actualizing
no.
itself.
It's
A blueprint, if you put a blueprint alone in a room, okay?
God, she's
And you
an
put the
idiot
wood,
with her
line
room
up all the wood
analogy.
around the room, okay?
always with
The
her
blueprint
room.
doesn't magically
Correct.
direct the
Tesla's in
pieces
a
of wood
room.
to build the home.
The baby's in a room.
No, but that's nutrients, that's different because the embryo is self
nutrition.
That,
It's a self-assembling machine, but it still needs. But the self-assembling,
but
the blueprint, genes. Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Is there a brain?
in my
is there a
analogy-
brain? Is there a brain in your DNA?
No.
Is there a
brain?
heartbeat in a DNA?
Your
No,
DNA
it can develop into it if it's the
Is a
has
blueprint,
the-
yes.
It's part of
Thank
the
you.
genetic
for
True.
you to develop a brain and a heartbeat.
Develop, because it's not there yet. True, I agree.
So let's continue
But-
on with some of
okay,
the chats
you're-
here.
you're like the fairy.
We have Davon Jackson here. Thank you for the
Davon
donation.
Jackson, yes.
He's simply saying the potential for consciousness is not the same thing as having consciousness. Non-existence is probably better than being born to parents who don't want you. I'm anti-abortion as contraception, though. Okay, Davon Jackson, good to see you in the chat, man. Thank you, man. Thank you very much. We have Carmen here with the $69 super chat. Thank you very much.
Oh, the sex number.
Yeah, that one. All right, Destiny, your arguments are as
baseless as they are stupid. Human life is the most precious gift God can give a man and a woman. In my opinion, if you are in favor of abortion, what did that say?
I'll read the rest.
Yeah.
Then I'll bet you are in favor of legalized murder. Hashtag abortion is murder. Hashtag abortion is murder.
Absolutely
It's a hashtag.
based.
Hashtag, by the way. Okay, thank you, Carmen, for that donation. Appreciate it. We have Carmen here again. Destiny, your arguments are as baseless as they are stupid. Human life is the most precious gift God
You're
can give.
literally reading the same.
Give him.
He
Oh, it's the
donated
same
second.
one.
Oh no, he donated
Oh, they
second
sent
on
it
that
twice.
one.
They sent it
Oh.
twice. Okay, well, Carmen, thank you very much.
Carmen.
Appreciate it. Double time on that one. We have Sweet Tooth here. Sweet Tooth Thank you for the $69 donation. Why is it when Destiny would use signs you females attack him for it, but you can use it later in the convo? And why you get mad when Destiny when he interrupts, but you have been doing it the whole time since it started? You girls are just too missing an O there. Are just too emotional. Sweet Tooth, thank you for the. Do you guys anyone have a
Thanks for the misogyny, I guess.
Okay.
I just wish Destiny had another person here because I do agree it's a bit imbalanced to have two pro.
Nope, this was better if there was a
I
second
actually
person.
feel
It would have
bad
been
for
even more of
people
a shit show.
listening because I feel like the people listening probably wanted to have more of a discussion about other arguments you hear about abortion, like bodily autonomy.
No, those are dog shit arguments. Why would I have those arguments?
Excuse me, I'm still talking. Like
Fuck
the
you,
person who
bitch.
just brought up the question about, a person being born having a
Fatty
bad
bitch.
life. I feel like people who probably tuned into this debate probably wanted to talk about other circumstances beyond persistent vegetative state and people in a coma because we just literally had the same argument.
If you want to see really good arguments in favor of pro-life, go watch my YouTube videos from like 6 or 7 years ago when I was pro-life because my arguments for pro-life were really good.
Well, you should watch mine.
Way better than
awesome.
What changed for you, Destiny?
Yeah, actually, we never got to that.
Yeah,
Why
what
did you
changed for
become
you?
pro-abortion?
Because I did a greater analysis of when death happens, and then I realized that saying that life begins at the moment of conception doesn't make sense unless you say death begins the moment all of your body disappears. It doesn't make sense.
Why do the markers for life and death have to be the same thing?
He was more concerned
Well, because generally when we talk about why a
Whatever,
thing
Destiny.
exists, if we're trying to figure out like when a thing starts, sometimes we look at when it
But we
ends.
know we agreed earlier when human life begins. You
I
just
like him,
assign
but he's
person
wrong
to it
about
a
that. I mean,
consciousness.
he should've
So we
known.
do
Just
know when
like we
life
know that
begins.
like
Women's
human
rights.
life continues past
Earning
death, but we
his
wouldn't really
fucking
assign that
business.
any type of moral weight. Like things still happen. There's some metabolizing and shit that happens to the body after you die, but like
The
we don't
body's
assign
not, if there's actual true
Justice
death,
hair
the
used
body's
to be
not acting
red.
in a coordinated fashion anymore.
Yeah,
Unlike
maybe
what
not in a
happens-
coordinated fashion, but there's still
That's
stuff going
what
on. But we would
happens
say that
with
like it's
human
dead
life in
because
the
the
womb.
brain has ceased
But
to
you
function.
usually give a little window of time. Like there was a woman as an example who you probably
Yeah,
heard.
but you're not giving
She was
that
in-
window
Well,
of-
just to clarify, she was in her coffin and she actually was tapping on the coffin because they declared death too soon
Sure,
for her.
we're not
right?
giving a
So-
window of time because we want to extend it past when death has happened.
But
We're doing that because we
Destiny,
missed when death
Destiny,
happened.
there's a
Yeah.
window of time before consciousness where the child, the life, the human is alive and will develop consciousness very soon.
If it doesn't have the consciousness, I don't care.
But when you're dead and you're really dead, you're not going to become alive again.
Yeah, but if you're dead and you're really dead, then you're dead. Then we say you're dead.
So back to my original question, why is having the definition of death that's medical so important to you for a marker for personhood in the womb, even though before consciousness, the human is still alive?
Because there's a lot at stake in the conversation. So yeah, I
Okay.
think it does
Tell me
well to
more.
analyze both sides of like what exactly is happening.
What do you
so
mean by
figure
that? A lot at stake.
As in you've got on one end, you're balancing potential lives that are being lost, and on the other end, you are threatening the autonomy of a woman to control her body.
Okay, so you do care about bodily autonomy just up until
He
your
doesn't know
marker
that.
of consciousness. So this is about autonomy in the end.
If we're just talking about a surgery, yeah, it is just about autonomy. Yes.
Okay, that's a good thing.
But
to
your
acknowledge.
bodily autonomy doesn't give
So
you
my
the right
bo-
to kill somebody. But if you're not killing a person, then
But you were
absolutely
just
your
saying
bodily.
the reason that this consciousness definition matters so much to you is because of bodily autonomy and because of competing
No, I'm saying the
goods.
reason why the whole abortion argument and figuring out when conscious starts or stops, if we care about that, the reason why it's important is because in the realm of abortion, that's what's at stake. You're weighing the potential loss of a woman's autonomy for no reason if you're wrong versus the weight of murdering children if you're wrong. That's why it's
And
important.
I would say if you're
even
weighing
though-
those two things, murdering 60 million children would probably be higher up.
Let me
on
know
the
in the
moral
chat if you
wrong.
guys
It
are
depends
still
on the
enjoying
probability
this.
of you
To
being right or
clarify-
wrong on any
so
given.
to
That's right,
clarify,
keep it
if
open
I am
if
an
you
embryo
still
who's
enjoy
going to
this,
develop
guys.
this consciousness in just a couple
You
weeks,
are not an
just
embryo.
a couple
Yeah,
weeks,
you were never an
hypothetical.
embryo.
You love these, okay?
I
Stay
do.
with me here.
Okay, I'm here.
In this hypothetical,
Yeah.
there is an embryo who's going to develop consciousness in just a couple days.
Yeah, that's not even
you would make.
hypothetical, yeah.
It's not a hypothetical.
'Cause it happens,
There you go.
yeah.
It happens.
True.
Yeah. So in that case, though,
Uh-huh.
you would say the bodily autonomy of the woman is more important those 2 days prior to consciousness than that child, that human's.
Yep.
Excuse me, you don't like the word child. That human's
Thank
right
you.
to live.
True, yes.
Why?
Because it doesn't have the conscious experience yet.
Why
There's
does that
nothing
matter?
Because that's the thing I think that we protect when we're talking about endowing
What if,
people
even
with
though
moral
that
consideration.
consciousness is I mean, I guess we're going to go back in the circle.
You're
Let's
talking
go back.
about.
Let's
Let me
go
get
back to
fundamentally,
your-
the most
can I ask a
fundamental thing. The most
question
fundamental
of-
thing is you're talking about protecting a thing that I don't believe exists yet.
What
so
about
you're saying like
at
we have to protect a
19
person.
weeks? What if because
If it
medical,
didn't exist, you wouldn't have to kill
medical
it, so-
technology keeps improving, right? So we all acknowledge that it used to be 28 weeks.
Oh
you
my
had to be
God, you're
born-
making another
Look,
viability argument. I don't care.
No, but I'm just asking you this question. So at 19 weeks and
If you could,
Wait,
if you
excuse
could
me, can I
viably
ask
take,
my
no,
question?
I'm
Can
not,
I
I
ask
don't
my
argue for
question?
viability.
No,
Why am I
at
answering
19
viability
weeks,
hypotheticals?
if we have medical technology that allows a child who's 19 weeks and 6 days to be born and survive.
Yep. Then you should be able to take it out at 19 weeks, 6 days, and use it as target practice.
So that child who's born in the hospital,
Yep.
who NICU is helping
Right to
sustain
the
life,
range.
can be totally
200
thrown away in
yards.
the garbage.
Look at everybody.
Yep.
And
Magnifying
that-
scope
I mean,
and everything.
That is the
Yep.
problem with the consciousness argument.
That's not
is
a problem at all.
logical.
It's wholly consistent.
No,
Just
I
like
know.
how it is immoral. If a
No,
person,
it's-
if a
no,
person
you
is
have
going
a
to die,
very
if a
consistent
person,
argument.
if a
It's
person is going to die, if a
consistent.
person
It's
is
not
going to die,
logical,
if a
though.
person is going to die in 1 day, is it ethical to kill them?
No, it's not. Of
I
course
actually-
not.
Because they're conscious,
Your
right?
argument,
So-
but
so, yeah,
if
wait,
I'm
wait, wait,
unconscious,
wait,
but
wait,
Destiny, if I'm
Hold on, no, let me ask
unconscious
a single question.
and I'm
Okay,
gonna
I'm
die
stand- okay,
the
I'm
next
standing over a
day, it
person.
still isn't right to
I'm
kill
standing
me.
over a person. Wait, what?
If I'm unconscious,
We're not talking
and
about
when I,
unconscious.
you
Let's
are
say there's a-
because you care so much about
I'm talking
consciousness.
about lack of consciousness.
I'm
Completely,
un-
not just being
I'm-
temporarily unconscious.
No,
Let's say
but
there's a
that is
person.
lack
I got a
of
person right here.
consciousness.
Person's
It's
whole body.
lacking
Okay.
consciousness when
I'm
you're
getting ready to stab this
unconscious.
guy. Is there a difference
Destiny,
between stabbing
when you're
him?
unconscious, you're lacking
Is
consciousness.
there a difference between stabbing him 5 minutes before and 5 minutes after he dies?
No, yes, of course, because death is the important marker.
Then you
Yes.
asking me, is there a difference between killing a child 5 minutes before it has consciousness versus 5 minutes after? I'm going to give you the same answer.
But
Do you see-
consciousness,
do you see
No,
how both
because
of these
Destiny,
things
you
work
still didn't
exactly in
listen
tandem
to
with
what
each
I
other?
already
But
said
it's
like
because
you're
you
an
have an
idiot.
hour.
No one
Hold
wants
on,
to
you don't have
listen
to
to
kill a
you.
dead person, Destiny, as we both know.
Go
You
lose
do have
some
to
weight,
kill a
you idiot.
pre-conscious
You
You're
don't.
being
death.
Obviously, we're not
serious.
killing the thing I care about. That's the whole point of
In
the
an
conversation.
abortion, you
You
kill
are
a
acknowledged
pre-conscious
that the
baby.
child in the womb is alive. So if you're killing a child in the womb 5 minutes before the child in the
The
womb
question we're talking
develops
about isn't whether there's a
consciousness-
living thing, it's whether that thing is a person. Why do we keep going back to this?
So it is
because
living.
when you
Of
said
course it's
because
living.
you
What do you think,
asked
it's dead?
Well,
excuse
earlier
me,
you weren't.
you
were
asked
kind of
Lyle
You
about
think
somebody
I'm
who is
confused? There's a
dead.
dead thing that becomes alive with the magical fairy
Someone
wand?
who is dead
Yeah.
is not alive. Do you agree
I
with that?
totally
fact?
agree with that. Yes.
So stabbing a person who is
Dead,
dead,
yeah.
is not the same as stabbing a 19-week, 6-day-old
Mhm.
fetus in the womb,
Uh-huh.
hours away from turning 20 weeks, when
Uh-huh.
your like little magic conscious fairy
Yep.
invades my uterus and suddenly implants a conscious
The
in that baby.
similarities is that stabbing a dead person isn't harming anyone because there is no one of which to speak. Stabbing a fetus that hasn't developed a conscious experience yet
And
is not harming anybody
Destiny,
because
by
there
your
is,
logic-
because there is no one of there to
By
speak.
your logic-
there is nobody to speak of.
That's
There is not a
Destiny.
person.
By
to
your
speak of.
logic, stabbing an unconscious person has no moral problem because they are unconscious and
Only
there's
if
not a
they're never
person
gonna
of which to
become-
speak.
we've
The
returned.
child
We've
is going to
returned.
become conscious,
We've returned
Destiny.
But they were never conscious.
I just
Why
like to
does that
point out
matter?
that
If
Destiny
you
You can't
become
explain why
hold
that
on.
matters.
If you become unconscious,
Why does
is
pre-consciousness
there a person
matter?
still of like to speak
Wh-
of that
why
has had
does-
your conscious experience?
Why does pre-consciousness matter so much?
It doesn't matter.
It does
arguments.
If
matter.
you've
You
never been
said.
conscious, it
I
doesn't
never
matter.
want to hear the word consciousness ever again after this damn
Here, let's
podcast.
we,
Like,
we
my
got
God,
some
how many
chats.
times have we said it?
We got some chats. Let's
One
do,
more thing on the burning
let's do
building.
One more thing on the burning. Oh, was
building.
that? Can I ask my one thing on the burning building?
Well,
let's say. Hold on, wait.
Wait,
Here.
can I just say what I was going to say? On the Titanic, right?
Make it quick.
Saved,
Make it quick, Lila.
Okay, I'll make it quick.
Make it quick.
They saved the women and children first, right?
I don't even know if that's true. but go
Okay,
ahead.
well, they should
We'll
have,
say
or
hypothetically,
whatever,
yeah.
right? Typically, we save the children or the woman first. That doesn't mean that the men are less human or less persons than the women and the children, no?
No.
There you go. So similarly, if you happen to save the toddler but not the embryo or not the elderly person, that doesn't mean the elderly
why the
person or the
numbers were brought
toddler
up.
or
Don't do
the
it.
embryo or the elderly person is less human or less of a person.
Okay.
Okay, so we
So
have
the moral quality
we
of the things
have
has not
some
changed.
chats here. We got Dank Naked here. Thank you for the donation.
Dank Naked.
The word fetus means offspring in Latin. If
tried
you
to
kill
say
a
that
fetus,
earlier.
you're killing human offspring. What is in that womb is human. We can tell the difference between an elephant fetus and a human fetus. Dank Naked. Thank you very much
shit.
for that.
Yeah, Destiny told me
donation
earlier
there.
he didn't care what the word fetus meant when I asked him.
True.
We have-
I don't win debates with the dictionary
We
definitions.
have Pyrotechnist. Thank you for the donation. What about an egg's possibility to undergo parthenogenesis and develop into a fetus without sperm fertilization?
Holy shit.
I can't even. I don't know. I can't.
You don't
parse
know
that.
what parthenogenesis is?
Unfortunately
Fucking
not.
idiot. Fucking dumbass.
Seriously, right?
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm.
If you're talking about like taking a skin cell and putting it in an emptied egg and putting in the genetic code and developing that into an embryo, in that case, yes, it would still be an embryo and still be alive and still has personhood.
We have Doc Venablis here. An argument can be made that consciousness is present at the genetic level as evidenced by transgenerational inheritance of memories and learned tasks, as well as epigenetic expression, so consciousness may well be present at the
I
time
like
of
that argument.
conception.
I mean,
Come
you
on
could-
down and join the
Might
table.
as well,
That's wild.
throw that. I mean, that definition of consciousness honestly sounds more convincing to me than. some of the
That would mean
definitions I've
dead
heard at this
people have
table.
consciousness too, because all their DNA
No,
has
because a
consciousness.
dead person is not going to
But
grow.
but the DNA is still
A
there.
dead
Those
person is-
intergenerational inherited memories are still in
No,
the.
because a dead person.
that's what their definition
But that
was.
doesn't solely define what makes a human life. That's an aspect of a human life, according to that
Oh,
commenter.
the memory in your genes.
Okay.
That is an aspect, but that
Is
human
Hideo
life is
Kojima
still
working on
living
Metal Gear
and
Solid
developing.
6? Is that what we're? What's
His
that?
destiny, a dead person is dead. So that's the difference.
I totally agree. And a
Okay.
not yet alive person is not yet alive, and consciously.
Excuse
Yes.
me,
Absolutely,
see, you
but-
keep
Keep bringing up that
conflating-
conscious
You
point.
just said
Ah,
alive.
damn it.
You keep
Consciousness, no.
conflating alive, and you keep agreeing with us when we call you on it
Mm-hmm.
that a human being is alive in the womb, right?
What-
Even
I-
before
yeah.
consciousness develops, you agree that a human being in the womb is alive because you keep saying
Yep.
before it's alive. You keep
Okay, uh-huh.
you keep saying this.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not answering you. So just for the audience to understand the tactics, right? Never in this debate do either of these people think that I think that whatever exists before 20 weeks is dead. Bringing up that alive thing is trying to win using etymology. You're trying to win using a word.
You just said
We were
it's not
just
alive.
try to
We were
define.
using the language
Yeah,
you're
because when I'm
using.
saying not alive, you know what I mean is.
No,
have
I
the
don't know what
conscious
you
experience.
mean. You
Okay,
need
so
to
then you
explain it.
genuinely think when I said that. Let me hear you say that.
I have many
You think that
people
when I
who
said that,
tell
I
me
think
that
that a
it's
fetus
not
is
alive.
dead?
No,
I
I
have a lot of
think
people
that
tell me that.
I think that
What do you
when
think I'm saying?
I think that when you accidentally reference the pre-conscious human as a living human, I think, and then you kind of correct yourself and say that's not what I mean. Meaning you call a person a living human, but then you also call the embryo pre-consciousness a living human and use the same terminology. You're accidentally showing the point that your arbitrary measure of consciousness is not a good definition for when a human life begins.
Okay.
So that's why we get stuck on
Gotcha.
that point for you.
What's actually happening is you either totally don't understand my argument, which is strange because I repeated it like 8 times, or you understand the absurdity of your argument, so the goal is to try to catch on like his name. It's like, what do you mean when you say human? What do you mean when you say child? What do you mean when you say fetus? What do you mean when you say life? The definition I've given, I'll say
Because
it
the
one more time
point
for
is
no
you're-
point, that like I define somebody as having personhood, as being a person at 20 to 24 weeks when the conscious experience develops. If I say that like, oh, it's not alive yet, I clearly don't mean that it's a dead lump of cells that becomes alive. What I mean in terms of like having the life of the person that we're talking about. I might misspeak because we all use these words like differently sometimes, but I very clearly, syntactically and semantically defined exactly what I mean. If I use one word in place of another, you should still understand what I'm meaning, unless you're so desperate to try to win on like a word technicality because you understand you've lost the logic of anything else that you're trying to argue.
No.
That is
I don't
what is
know.
happening.
Our
And
position
anybody's
is
listening,
100%
you understand,
logical,
you understand that that's what's
logically
happening.
correct.
No.
I think you're the one who has to create.
No, that's why
slippery
I've never
slope
tried to
and
call you out or
varying
catch you like, oh, but you
degrees.
said this word, so that means you're wrong. I've never done that in this
Because
conversation.
words matter, and we're talking about.
Wait, this isn't a
whether
conversation
or
about
not-
words matter. It's
no,
trying to catch me
no,
like a technicality in
words
a word
matter.
because you
We're
understand
talking
logically
about
your
whether or
position
not
is
human
indefensible.
beings should be able to live or die.
It's-
They
yeah.
actually matter, and what you're harboring, Destiny, is an innate bias and privilege against children who are younger than 20 weeks in the womb.
True.
And so you keep using dehumanizing terms or saying it's not alive, and then you're like, well, wait a minute, I meant it was alive, but I just said it wasn't alive. Well, which one is it? I think part of it is, as Lila was referring to, it's kind of written on the human heart, and as someone who has a son yourself, and you've seen ultrasounds, we all know what is inside of a mother is a human being, and it is alive, and it is unique, and it is precious. We don't always like to admit that because that human being could be highly inconvenient to us.
Children are
when we're
highly
talking
inconvenient,
about-
but okay.
absolutely, and children can be inconvenient to some people.
Yeah, you
But
tell
what
that
you're
to women
harboring
when you
is
go into
this
the frickin'
privilege
abortion
and
clinics.
bias against the child
I bet you
before
forget that little
child
fact.
turns
Well,
20
it's
weeks.
developmental discrimination or age discrimination.
Gotcha, and I'll reiterate my point. I am biased. I'm biased against beings that do not exhibit consciousness or have the ability to exhibit
Unless
consciousness.
they're in a coma.
That's how you decide
I
somebody
think
is
you
dead.
asleep.
Once somebody is dead, I'm just going to keep. You can cut us eventually, but I'm not going to let her ramble for like 5 minutes and then not repeat my argument because she's just repeating her argument. So I'll just restate mine. I do discriminate against things that don't have a conscious experience because there's nobody being harmed. When you abort something that's 10 weeks old, you can't speak of a person that is being harmed. There's a clump of cells and it's gone. Just like when you stab a corpse, there is no person there that's being harmed because conscious experience is gone.
That is wrong because the corpse is dead and the human being in the womb is alive, and
And the
you
corpse
know
is
it.
dead because
The corpse is dead. Their
Because
body is no longer
exhibiting a
acting
conscious experience.
no, their body is no longer working in a coordinated fashion. So I think it's very insincere for you to continue to say that the 19-week child in the womb is the same as a dead human being, because we all know in this room that the 19-week child in the womb is not like a corpse. But but you want to keep saying that because it helps you justify your position that abortion should be legal up to 20 weeks, because you have to take that discriminatory view based on age, based on development, in order to
Tell her it's a
justify
false
your
You can use like all the loaded words.
But
you
you're
want.
right, Destiny.
Yeah.
Your
Tell us
position
the
is
false
correct. You
equivalency, bro.
believe that children up to 20 weeks can be killed, and you don't give a shit about them. So congratulations, you have been philosophically consistent with your
Like it
beliefs.
all
What
depends
I'm
on
telling
one
you,
thing.
What you're telling me is
what
that you
I'm
think if an
saying
11-year-old
your
child
belief-
is raped,
Let's not
Excuse me.
interrupt.
that
Let's
person
not
should be
interrupt.
What I'm
forced to
saying-
carry that
excuse
child
me.
to term, because otherwise it would be
Excuse me.
immoral to abort a clump of
Excuse
cells
me.
that don't even have an
What I'm
experience.
saying
Fucking
is,
excuse me.
You're
your
gonna arrest that
position
child.
is
You're
a
gonna arrest
rep.
that 11-year-old.
Excuse me.
Fucking
What I'm saying
Trump
is
wannabe.
your position is
Excuse
reckless.
me.
It creates
Excuse
varying
me.
degrees of
Excuse me.
personhood, which I have said over and
Excuse
over
me.
again,
Yep.
leads to awful things throughout all of human history, and can't hold up when medical technology will prove you wrong, as I proved you wrong multiple times about a child
Yep.
who would feel pain at 12 and a half weeks, toddlers and twins who can actually interact with each other at 14 weeks.
Okay. And I'm going to go with the
So
position that doesn't
congratulations,
compel.
you are
I'm going to go with
you
the
are
position that doesn't compel
philosophically
11-year-old girls to forcibly
So,
be carrying a
To
child to term.
clarify,
That's my
I
position.
have, I have,
Kill
a-
babies
I have a
before 20
clarifying
weeks.
question
Go
for
for it.
Destiny.
Yeah.
So if consciousness is everything to you, and anything you do before a child is conscious, or a human is conscious in the womb, is totally fine, would it be morally acceptable for somebody to intentionally, maybe that was like some fetish they had or something, intentionally get pregnant, and this has actually happened horribly, intentionally get pregnant, to intentionally get abortions, but they're doing the abortions at 19 weeks. So as a fully formed embryo, a fully formed
Yep,
fetus
go
can
for it.
feel,
Knock yourself
and
out. Yep.
you're okay if that person gets abortion after abortion. It's
abortion
totally
after abortion.
morally,
Yep.
it's
He's
totally morally
consistent in his
acceptable.
Go
position
for it, yeah.
that
I am, thank
children
you.
can be killed.
So I
Children,
could have
yes.
30 abortions
30, you could have 35.
on 19-week-old babies.
Unlimited abortions, however many your body
And you
can
think it's
produce.
completely morally
Yep,
acceptable?
100%.
Okay, well, it is a consistent.
Well, let's try to get through some of
It's-
these
it's
chats.
horrific,
We
but
are.
I personally think
I think we can
arresting
end
the
it right here
11-year-old
because
for
we've already
murder for
admitted
getting an
that
abortion
it's
after getting raped by
position
dad, I
that
think that's
children
horrific.
can
But
be killed.
you
Well,
know,
that's
we all
but see,
have
now
our.
you're bringing up
That's
other
not
arguments.
Hold on.
Destiny.
Well,
that's
You
not what
said
we
it's
said, Destiny.
consciousness.
What do you mean?
Was your argument against abortion?
He would
Yeah.
actually arrest the 11-year-old. He said if the abortion was past 20.
I
That's
would if
right,
they're past
that's
20
right.
weeks,
You
yeah.
said
So you're,
11-year-old.
But in
I'm
my
not-
world, she would have the opportunity to at least get examined
But
and
in
then have
the
an
real
abortion.
world, typically you don't find out when you're a rape survivor of a very young girl who probably is not having regular menstruation. You usually don't know you're pregnant until well into the
Well,
second
maybe
trimester.
for rape survivors, we should have better support in society for them, like immediately
Well,
screening
I-
for pregnancies and stuff.
Well, that's
after.
another
But you
thing.
don't know.
But-
They don't know. Typically, the fact that they're raped isn't known. They don't share that. They're not like calling the police right away. They're 11 years old.
Well,
and they're
they
usually
better
in,
make it known then. I don't know. You have to figure out some way to do it. What do you? Are you trying to change
Yeah.
my whole position because of the system that exists as is?
Well, I
like
think-
sometimes
I-
an 11-year-old might be forced to carry a child to term and they don't have the ability to get external help for their actual child. That doesn't mean you should be able to murder the
I
baby.
think. Well, I'm glad you're against murdering.
I try to be. That's
a
like the
child
position I'm the most proud of.
post
Yes,
20
I am very
weeks.
anti-child murder.
I just
yeah.
Hold
wish
on,
you
let me
would
just.
have
I just got
acknowledged
to
the
come in.
child's
I
life
do
before
just have
20
to
weeks.
come in. Let's try to get through these chats just because we are running a little bit late here, and then we're gonna have to wrap up here pretty
Yeah.
soon. So okay, let's try to just get through these chats. If you do want to say anything to in response, I just ask you keep it brief.
Yes,
that
sir.
way we can just get through all of these.
Gotcha.
All right, we have Matt L here. Thank you for the $49 super chat. Appreciate it, man. Better come example. The patient had a traumatic brain injury where, if left to its own devices will heal in approximately 9 months to a point of regaining consciousness, as you have defined it. Would termination of this human be acceptable? I
No.
believe this
No.
is
No.
no. Okay. All right, Matt.
Okay,
thanks
why
for
is that the case then for a
Because
child?
there was a conscious experience.
Why-
You still have the capacity to play it. There's some healing process, and then it will deploy it again.
Back and forth on this brief.
Yeah,
if you
it's okay.
guys,
We went through it. There's no answer
Sure.
for
The
why.
The answer is the child has
there's-
not had a conscious experience. There's no conscious
But
experience
there's
to speak
no
of.
logical reason why.
That is
having-
logical.
there-
It didn't exist.
But why does that provide not having the moral
I am
protection
Stephen.
of
When
the
I go
law?
to sleep, there was a Stephen, and there will be a Stephen.
I
If I have a
get-
trend of danger, there was Stephen, there will be a Stephen.
Yeah,
When I was an embryo, there was never a Stephen to speak
Destiny,
of.
Destiny, you've said that many, many times.
I
But
have,
the
'cause
point
it's
that
logical.
we,
It
that we have
makes sense,
said
100%.
is within weeks the child
Within weeks,
will-
so it hasn't yet.
But
Whether
why
it's
does
5
it
seconds
matter?
or 5 years.
But why does that matter?
Because
So-
it's not there yet.
But the child is there. It just hasn't developed.
You
that
acknowledge
The
the
developed
child
conscious
is
experience is not
concept.
there yet. Whether it be 5 years, 5 seconds, 5 millennia beforehand, it's not there yet.
And you're also just denying that children, which we know scientifically actually have REM cycle sleep. And
I don't.
dreams
First of all,
18
I don't
weeks.
even know that. I don't even believe that. I doubt we even know that.
Okay,
but yeah.
science.
All right, we
Google it.
have Fernando Marrero Jr. Hey, thank you, man. He says whatever. Thank you, man.
Bro,
Appreciate it.
title
There you
drop.
go. Title drop. Yo, Rams. Thank you for the Canadian 69. Appreciate it. The youngest age of fetus medically proven to have survived outside the mother with medical support should certainly be considered human. Okay, Rams. Thank you. We have Vanessa Tam. Thank you for the Canadian 50.
Oh, interesting.
Merci
People are
beaucoup.
saying that the REM cycle sleep for fetuses is around 23 weeks, which would actually be consistent with what I think that
Sure.
conscious experience.
We have Vanessa Tam here. Birthing the baby fetus is the only way it's coming out of the mom. So why not help the pregnant mom during pregnancy, and she can birth the baby live and adopted versus dead and dismembered.
Well, there's
exactly
this
what
whole
we do in
thing
the
called
program.
So you guys
That's
probably
exactly what we do in the
probably know a
program.
little bit about this. Okay, there's this thing called pregnancy. Okay, there's a whole 9-month process between
What's it
actually
called?
getting
What's it called?
pregnant.
No, I'm
It's
not
called
real
pregnancy.
sure.
Oh,
yeah.
thank you for that.
There's a whole period in there that sucks to deal with. Varying levels of suckiness, but yeah, there's probably a good 6 to 7 months there of time that can be saved, and a whole bunch of like irrevocable changes to the human body, or whatever, that you could probably avoid if you don't go through that whole period. But yeah. All right.
Destiny, death is defined as the complete and irreversible cessation of brain activity.
Sure.
That's not the same. To say that if that's the definition of
Sorry.
death, if that's the
Yeah.
definition of death,
Mhm.
a child weeks before consciousness at 20 to 24 weeks in the womb doesn't have that definition of death. It's
It
not
doesn't even
has-
have the brain activity.
But it doesn't
Child has
have
brain waves.
irreversible, and it doesn't
False
have a cessation of brain activity that will never come back. It's going to develop its brain activity
Going to develop.
shortly.
I agree. It
A
will.
child has
It
brain
will develop,
waves
and once it
within the
develops
first
it, I'm
tri-
going to care a
within
whole
the-
lot
do
about
you
it.
see that even your definition of, well, I'm defining it the same way that death is defined, they're not the same. Do you see that?
No.
You don't see that.
You could have a
That when
definition
you-
of
when
going
you
broke is when you lose all of your money. But guess what? You're also broke if you don't have any money. You don't get any
He
money.
has a new definition of death. Death is what he's saying. He's made
What-
his own definition of death.
What is your
Yes,
definition
just
of
for
death?
this, whatever one helps me win the debate.
Destiny, do you
Apparently.
wanna, can you hold up your doodles?
Do you
to the
acknowledge
camera?
that
It's
that
different
preborn
if
children
someone
in the
is
womb
dead
have
and
brain
all their
waves
brain activity has
before
ceased and will
consciousness?
not come back, versus
the
a
thing is,
child
you're
in the
getting
womb,
hung up
an
on the
embryo in the
word
womb
ceased.
who has the potential and it actually has the capacity for brain activity in time.
Okay.
Do you see the difference?
I know there's a difference, but this difference is not relevant. The
That's
important
the
point.
whole debate, though, Destiny.
It's not. The
Because
point
you're
is.
saying it's morally okay to kill the child that has the capacity for brain
Okay.
activity but hasn't
Who is
developed
being
yet.
harmed when you abort a 16-week-old fetus?
Hold on, while
You're destroying that 16-week-old.
Here, let's just try to get through these chats. If you want to bring it up at the end, we'll
Okay,
try.
go.
All right, we have Real Life Outdoors. Hey, thank you, Dest. Do you think there's a philosophical significance? I think that's what he.
Do you think there is a philosophical significance in non-existence, existence, and cessation of existence? Why do you feel humans put so much importance on endangered eagle eggs than human fetuses? Junior question, do you feel it's purely a population issue?
A lot going on there.
Quick responses to these super chats.
Yeah, there's differences between all of these, but there is no quick response to that. It's super complicated. Why do we care about endangered eagle eggs? We probably feel some obligation to save like unique animals or some things in environments, and that's why we're obsessed with like pandas and shit. I don't know if it's necessarily logical or reasonable, but I mean.
Do
Yeah.
you, do you think there's anything wrong? You know, it's smashing bald eagle eggs. Have you done anything morally wrong, or it doesn't matter because it's not really alive? It doesn't have consciousness.
Well,
right?
I fucking eat meat. Why would I care about smashing eagle eggs?
I think the point
I
of
eat
the,
chicken
the
eggs,
point
right?
of the
Well, those aren't
questioner
fertilized,
is you know, why do we maybe the point of the questioner is why do we not care about aborting children in the womb,
our
but we care
laws.
about eagle eggs? And it's true. It's a good point. It's a very
Sea
good
turtle
point
eggs are
because
protected
there
in
are
law.
many, you know, and
In Florida.
I'm a conservationist. I believe in protecting the environment. That there are forces, even environmentalism, that say that we should protect endangered species, but we shouldn't protect human lives. So that is a huge. I think it's not logical and it's not correct.
All right, we
Stop
have.
it.
Oh, whoops.
Get some help.
Didn't mean for that.
Oh, this is my favorite guy.
Do you wanna read
Destiny, there is no point in using analogies when there are hardcore facts about this discussion. Also, using a range for consciousness comes down being a theory, which is a synonym for assumption, therefore it's not concrete. Trash debate.
Whatever,
I have
dude.
another
You're a
one here for
trash
you.
poster.
I mean, I agree. It doesn't make logical sense, and
True.
it's not consistent.
Not like a one-celled organism being a thinking, feeling being.
No one said it was thinking.
Pain
or
is
feeling
considered
yet,
an
Destiny.
immediate conscious sensation.
And a toddler can't
Tried
drive
to
it.
bring that up multiple
The ladies
times.
are correct, and Destiny is wrong yet again. He talks fast and it sounds good, but perhaps he should use words correctly.
Do you
and
agree
do
with
some
that?
research.
Do you agree with
You're
that quote?
welcome for the advice, Destiny.
Pain
I agree with
is
everything.
considered an immediate conscious sensation. Do you agree with that, or do you think that's wrong?
No, I don't think I necessarily agree
You
with that.
just disagree with science?
Thank you, no Banuga.
Did you read
Because
the whole
that's
thing?
actually the pre-conscious
It's
child,
a
by your
he's
definition of
wrong.
conscious anyways,
Can
does
feel
react
pain.
to stimuli and can feel pain.
Period.
I'm pretty sure like amoeba can feel.
But they're not an
What about-
amoeba, they're a human
What about
life. So there's a
human who
difference.
can't feel pain?
There's a difference.
Are they still conscious?
Probably because I'm not using feeling pain as
No.
my.
Disagree.
To disagree.
Let's
Let's
You
agree
saw
to
that the
disagree.
pain is definitely
Oh
a
fuck!
sign
Well,
of
the donator
consciousness.
said it. I guess I don't know. I'd have to think about that one too.
Well, we still haven't really gotten down to that exact definition of consciousness because it's still
Oh, well,
connected
fuck!
to.
I can't
Let's-
exactly define what consciousness is.
Yeah.
Fuck me, I guess.
I would think of it as arguing
I didn't know the
killing-
burden of me was
if
to
I
solve
was
the hardest
arguing
question
for
of all
killing
of human
human
fucking
beings, I
biology
think
and
I would have
neuroscience.
I would have that
Jesus.
definition like memorized.
You don't even have the
guys.
definition for puberty, and you seem to tell me that you
If
can
you're
exactly.
arguing whether or not human beings should be killed, violently ended in the womb,
If you're
whether or not they
arguing
should
that
have
women
the
should
right
be
to
forced,
live
their
or
bodies
die,
should be turned into prisons where they have to
there-
carry something to
There we
term.
go. So
11-year-olds.
it's not about consciousness. You're
11-year-old.
going
Pregnant,
back to rape argument.
raped
Now you're going
11-year-olds.
to the bodily
Oh my
autonomy
God.
argument.
Pregnant.
Let's read some more super chats here.
Raped
We
11-year-olds.
have tactical lupus.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for the 50. Excuse me, rambling about nothing on the loop the whole podcast. Yeah, it's bad faith the whole time. Even the girl you're with is annoyed. They haven't heard anything Destiny has said. Bro, one on the house analogy. Parts aren't a whole. Okay.
Hey,
An
he's
embryo
got a
is
cuter
a
picture
whole.
too.
Just
All right.
What an absolutely base dono guy. Okay, Ayush Chooksy. If you take out fetus at any point during pregnancy and it can survive, it would be wrong to take its life. That said, at any point the fetus is body part of female, and they should have the right over it and should be allowed to make choices based on.
Ayush, thank you for the super chat. We have Dank Naked here with the 50. All I'm saying is when I put some cake batter into an oven and if someone pulled said cake batter out and spilled it onto the floor, I'd exclaim, "What are you doing to my cake?" Not, "What are you doing to my cake batter?"
Oh my.
Oh my
God.
goodness, Destiny.
$50 to say such stupidity.
Someone's a thinker.
No,
Okay.
first of
Batter
all,
analogy.
that the argument is still defeating. Cake batter on a counter would not be a cake.
A cake is a thing.
True.
All right,
Human
we have
beings.
Dr. Ocho
Well, an embryo
here.
is still a human, and just like a toddler is just like an adult.
Dr. Ocho with the super chat. Thank you, man. Kristen is incorrect. Being generous by not saying lying. REM sleep, REM sleep doesn't happen in the womb until 28 weeks. Okay,
And
according.
there was another study I saw today that said 23 weeks. I saw another study that said 18 weeks.
Okay. Vex Liberal, thank you for the big
$199.
$200.
Damn.
Wow, huge.
All human cells contain the
Huge.
blueprints for an entire human. Genome universality.
Is it a unique human?
We don't consider. Yes. What do you mean?
No, they don't.
We don't consider skin cells to have the parts for consciousness, nor do we give them more consideration. Wait, what do you mean?
That's
No, we
right,
don't.
because a skin cell has your blueprints, has your DNA.
When you
It's
say
not
your,
a
who is
unique-
you? What does that
you.
mean?
If you
like me,
scratch
what is
your
me?
arm
Yeah, but who is me
and
when you say me?
cells come off onto the table, disgusting.
Yeah, if I rip my arm off and I put it on the table, is that
Those
me? Is the arm me?
cells have your DNA,
And they're a part of you.
Yeah, yeah, but
Not
like,
a
let's say I
whole.
rip my arm off and I put my arm up there. Is that arm me?
Yeah.
It's a part of you.
Well, it's no longer a part
no
of
longer
me.
attached
So it's this is
to
me
you.
and the arm is not me, right?
Well, and
But
single
it's
cell
not a
destiny
unique,
was
whole
still
living
destiny.
human being.
You were
What
a
if
whole
I-
arm, even as an embryo,
the,
you were a
the
whole.
skin
Yeah.
cells that
Uh-huh.
flake off you are
Yeah.
not unique whole human
What if my
beings.
head
Fry-
flaked off me? Would that be me or would the
fry-
body be
Disgusting.
me?
That's why I'm glad not saying
Interesting.
that.
Okay, we have Dank Naked here.
No.
with
Do you think my head is gonna fly off my body?
Destiny asking the most bad faith question.
True.
The toddlers will have a higher ability to live
fry
than the
fatty.
embryos.
Wow.
As humans, you are programmed to protect your young. Of course, you'll feel an urge to protect toddlers over embryos. Doesn't mean those embryos aren't alive.
Thank
We
you.
have.
Perfectly stated.
Correct?
Thank you. I believe that was Bryce, by the way, with the super chat. Thank you, man. Good to see you in the chat. Yo, Angel Cardenas, thank you for the 999. Thank you.
I can't believe the big chick.
Okay, talk down to Destiny. When she thinks a seed is the same as a tree, they ask 100 questions, and when Destiny tries to answer one, they ask
it's gonna be like
100
big
more as
chick.
he's answering, then get mad because
I'm just gonna
somehow
say
he's
big.
interrupting. Okay.
True. Thank you.
Right.
for recognizing
Let's see how many more people say big in there.
Rams, merci beaucoup for the Canadian $69. Thank you for the soup chat, man. Unfortunately, the only way with evidence-based medicine to
funny.
find out what
So
the youngest fetus age we are able to save is to extract fetuses
She's bad.
and try to
She
keep
goes
them
to
alive
the
in a large
alley.
study.
She
Unfortunately,
goes
I
to
wouldn't even do
freaking
that to animals.
Abortion clinics and tries to
Okay,
talk
and then
women
we
into
have
it where she's
Nanya Business. Thank you, man, for
God,
the
she
soup
needs to
chat.
stay out of
If
people's
it doesn't
lives.
exist
I would like to
destiny,
go
then why
there
the need
just
to abort it? You make no sense.
Fatty, I'd like
That is
super
a
chat
good
50
point,
bucks.
'cause I thought it was like
Fatty
nothing,
needs
and
to
then
stay
all
out
of
of
this
other
pops
women's
into
lives.
existence.
Yeah.
Fuck me, that was a really good.
That was my question about the
Debate
magical
over.
version.
You've lost.
I
You've
didn't even consider that.
Mike Davis, thank you, man. Good to see you back in the chat, man.
Wait, is this the Mike
It
Davis?
is the Mike Davis. Do we have his photo somewhere around here?
This Destiny misfit weirdo is a really slow brain making an argument about consciousness. If we were to ever meet, I'd knock him unconscious straight into airplane mode. Would it be cool to kill him then?
Well,
Wow.
Can I
the
arrange?
pro-lifers in the room would say
Say
100% no.
Yeah.
Should we
Because
arrange?
Destiny's consciousness, ability for consciousness or development of consciousness does not equal his value or personhood.
You're still a person.
If you're a human, you're a person.
Destiny, would you accept a boxing match with Mike Davis?
Well, it depends on the environment we're in. Like, if he's got like those non-slip shoes and he's fighting in the native like Wendy's environment that he's used to inhabiting, then I might lose that one. I'm not sure. I'd have to think about it, you know.
Okay, fair enough. We have the Lifeline Apologetics. Hey, thank you, man, for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Destiny, since you hold there is no consciousness at conception personhood, do you believe a woman should be able to drink and smoke from the earliest point of pregnancy if she doesn't get an abortion?
I would say no, because you're committing harm to a future person.
Whoa.
Whoa.
So is it committing harm to a future person to dismember them at 19 weeks?
No, because you're preventing that future person from existing.
There you go. Ooh, he nailed you.
Nice try,
I
though.
actually don't
I like how you thought
I actually don't have to say
You
anything to
got
that
that.
because you
real life
just
people, they think that
Blue-
they can like catch it.
Blue
You
hate
start doing that, like,
But
oh, you're
Destiny,
totally messed
but
up.
hold
there.
on, Destiny. They
You just
do
defeated yourself.
exist. In order to abort them, something exists. What exists?
Something, but not the
Checkmate,
person.
bitch.
That's the whole point of the
So-
entire argument. The conscious
Right.
race doesn't exist yet. Yes, that is correct.
But they're going to be
But you're saying that person,
same
the 6-week-old child in the womb when the mother's drinking and doing drugs, doesn't, which we have been arguing this entire evening, has the capacity to form consciousness, which is your, baseline.
The
belief.
unethical part isn't that you're harming the 6-week-old. The unethical part is you're harming the
Well,
thing
how do
that's...
you know? How do you know that the child isn't going to be aborted at 19 weeks? Maybe the mom decides.
Well, if you plan on aborting it, then it's not unethical.
Then you can do whatever you want.
Yes, based. As many trips down the stairs as you find necessary, as long as you
So
know
you
you get the
can
abortion.
you can
that's
kill
allowed.
a human and that's moral, but you can't drink and potentially give the child fetal alcohol syndrome or make the child be born with a drug dependency. That's immoral.
Oh, there's back scratcher next to the bed.
When am I saying you're okay to kill humans?
At
or-
19 weeks and 6 days.
Before the
it's-
conscious experience, you can
He's
abort
not
the
comfortable
thing,
with
yes.
that language.
Okay.
Well, no, because
you
you're
can
intuition
end,
pumping. Yeah.
You can end the life of a human being,
Yeah.
which is a unique genetic human being,
Yeah,
which we've
because I don't
already.
care about any of that shit, yeah.
So you can end that life. That is not immoral, but
Correct.
it is immoral at 19 weeks to smoke crack cocaine
Correct, yes.
and.
Because you're harming the future person. Like, they're going to be about, and then you're going to harm them, right?
But they are that person. That's
They're
the
not that
difference,
person yet.
Destiny.
If
They are
I
that
go on
person.
top of this building...
You just
are that
defeated
person.
yourself.
I-
Like this is.
I like how you
you're
think.
done.
I've never answered this
It's
before.
like
If I go on
this
top of the
this
building, I put a
argument is
piano
such a
there,
straw man. It doesn't even
okay?
make sense.
And I gotta
Destiny's
push that
owning
piano
them.
off the building. Let's say that I push it off onto somebody immediately. That would be unethical, right? Well, what if I set a timer to push this off in 5 minutes, and then I walk away, right? And I know a person's gonna be walking by in 5 minutes. Well, is it ethical because I'm not harming anybody
Well,
right
and
at a
when
particular
that
point in
person-
time? Hold on. The unethical part is that in 5 minutes, a person will be there. So I'm setting up a scenario where in the future somebody's going to be caused by my actions. They're going to be caused harm by my actions. That's the unethical part. The unethical part isn't me
Are they
putting the
like
piano there or putting a
No,
contraption
that's
there.
somebody
and
laughing.
walk
But
away.
Destiny,
The
but-
unethical part is setting a future person up for harm.
But
So
there-
for a fetus that's 6 weeks old, you're going to smoke and drink and do all that. That's fine. If you get an abortion, that's whatever. But if you do that and then you carry that child to term, or if you intend to carry that child to term, you're harming that future person.
Right,
That's the
and
issue.
I think that we totally disagree that consciousness doesn't define a human.
That's fine,
That
so
you can
obviously,
be
yeah.
unconscious and still a human. You can have less
No,
consciousness
we
and still be
don't-
so human.
we don't-
We went through all of that. Yeah.
Just one
Well,
thing.
you,
was
I
was
think
there
that was
something?
your point, though.
Was
you
there?
said a toddler is a little bit less of a person than a
Yeah, but there's still a
20-year-old.
binary of do you have consciousness or
You're
not. Once you
already
have
ahead
it,
of
you can
that.
talk about degrees of consciousness.
And that
but
binary, I think, is where the illogic comes in. There's
It's
no,
not
there's no
illogical at
reason.
all.
There's no reason for why a child that's that has the capacity for consciousness and just needs time to develop it. Why you should discriminate?
Hold on,
against that
you can
child.
say that there's no reason, but it's not illogical. There's a binary of are you an NFL player or not.
What's
However, there could be people that are better NFL players than other NFL players, but there can still be the binary of if you are or you
What's
aren't.
illogical is to draw the arbitrary line.
It's not arbitrary at all. It's
It
very
is arbitrary.
concise. When conscious experience
It-
happens, you're
it's
protected.
not
Precise because you can't define
It's
it.
an arbitrary
It's not precisely you
line.
can't define a particular point in time. It's called a continuum fallacy. Look it up. I'm not going
It's
to
an
explain it to you.
arbitrary line to use that for
It's not
determining
arbitrary.
the
What does
moral
arbitrary mean?
value
What does arbitrary mean to
to
you?
determine,
Oh,
to
if you
determine
wanna-
the moral value
sure.
of someone.
If you want to say it's arbitrary to determine moral value,
Just
I
like
can
if I
agree with
said-
you. I can
ju-
agree with you. I can
Destiny,
agree with you.
just
I
like
can
I
agree
said,
with
a
you. I can agree with you.
A
I can
newborn
agree with
has
you.
consciousness
I can agree with you.
more so than
I
a
can agree with you.
preborn,
Keep saying
and
that.
so
Wait, can
therefore
you-
the
why are you
newborn should be
repeating
given
that?
I
value.
was trying to
because
finish
he's
my
a
point.
child. Remember,
I can
we've
agree with you that
already-
it's
we've already
arbitrary,
established that.
but the point is everything is arbitrary. If you're gonna get that fundamental, unique genetic code is arbitrary.
So-
A unique zygote is arbitrary. Unique fetus is arbitrary. Like it's all arbitrary if you go really, really, really fundamental. But we're not here to
Well,
do
we
like
pick
solve ethics.
We pick when life begins.
Yes, and I pick
Well,
when life
as a
begins
human
based on when I
being.
think life ends, because I think that's about what we're worried about protecting. What are we protecting when we talk about protecting
It's-
human life?
it's
It's not a
still
body,
different, though.
it's not a
It's still
cell,
different.
it's not a heartbeat. We're protecting their conscious experience. That's about what we're
Here,
looking
let's
at. Yeah.
we'll
But
come
life
back to that.
ends
Let's
when
come
you
back
have-
to that.
when you-
There's
have a
said
complete
this
system.
over.
I'm
I'm like
keep saying.
sick of having to re-say the same things over and over again.
Don't worry,
Let's
the
get through
sickness
the
is
super
shared
chats.
all
Let's get
across
through-
the
let's-
table.
just-
We're gonna all
Let's,
projectile
we're
vomit
gonna-
into each
we're
other's
gonna get through
channel.
the. We're gonna get through
Then
the
let's
chats.
go, get through 'em,
We're gonna
yeah.
get through the
Get some
chats.
control over this goddamn
Apparently,
conversation.
apparently, just a point of. He has a question for
chatters,
Kristen. Jonathan. Jennifer and Jonathan said that I've missed their super chats. Jennifer, Maybe we're
9,000.
coming up on it, but I don't see any of your super chats. I don't know, but something about, did we do one related to the Khmer Rouge?
Nope.
No, I don't.
I
saw
thought
that.
I
never understood what he
saw
was talking
something,
about.
but
Wow, so you just fucking ripped that person off.
well, maybe my
I think
guys
there was like an
accidentally
argument
unclicked it.
about
But
harming babies.
what's that?
It was something about harming babies.
Was it under the threshold? In any case, okay. So let me do this one. We have one here from Polarized. I'm not going to pull it up, but he has a question for Kristen. It's a very simple question. If an embryo is a human being, for you, Kristen.
Oh, I thought, is there more to the question, or
That's it. It's just.
Well, it depends on what type of embryo it is. That would
Is a
be
human
the
embryo a
question.
human being?
Yeah, if it's a human embryo, it's certainly a
wait,
human being.
Somebody save it. Nick, can you keep it center? Keep it center.
Sorry.
Rip. Welcome to the whatever studio. Okay, let me get through these super chats while Nick fixes that. We have Dank Naked here. Destiny, there's a difference between a dead body and a fetus developing a brain. How bad faith are you right now? The fetus is going to develop a brain. A dead person is dead.
Naked. We've
Wow.
said that like, I don't know, 30 times.
I'm just too
at this
dumb to
point.
understand that point. It's not
You
getting
don't
through
want
to
to
me.
understand that point.
Because it would defeat my whole, it's
That's right.
inconvenient. It's an
That's right.
inconvenient fact for me. It would just obliterate me
Yeah,
entirely.
well, at least you know that.
I do. This is like the head of the Exodia that just obliviates my whole argument.
All right, we have Devin Cena here. Thank you for the 50. Nazis murdered disabled children because of their impacted consciousness, mental faculties. Was that okay, Destiny?
Yeah, I think mental disability is the exact same thing as having no conscious experience at all. That's what they said, so I believe that.
Whether
What
being
level of
sarcastic
mental
or-
disability do you think the Nazis are justified in murdering children? Please explain.
Well, probably the ones where your brain isn't even really working, I would say is probably justified. Like in
What's
the
an
instance
example
of
of-
So please
Terry
give us an example. That was a
Schiavo, or
pretty
the instance
terrible
of...
statement you just said, that the Nazis were justified in murdering disabled children.
I don't
So-
think the Nazis were trying to kill people that weren't having conscious experience. I think they were trying to murder people because they were trying to get rid of, like, the unclean from society. I think it was a bit different.
But you just said...
Okay, so
So-
if a woman has an abortion at 19 weeks for a eugenic reason because of the skin color of the baby, because she
Oh,
doesn't-
that could be
she's
unethical,
a racist.
sure, yeah.
That would be unethical.
But I thought it wasn't
Wait
a
minute.
thing.
Earlier, it wasn't unethical for a woman to get pregnant as a sexual fetish and continue to have abortions at 19 weeks because the 19-week-old baby is not a baby and not a human, not a person. So why would it be unethical to kill a 19-week-old who be based for a racist reason?
I don't know if it's unethical to practice a sexual fetish. It might be unethical to design society with a racial vision in mind.
So it is wrong to kill at 19 weeks for a race-based reason.
I don't know if I care about killing the thing. I'm thinking more of the designing of a society based on race.
But you just said it was... Lila
Okay.
asked you, is it wrong to kill a 19-week-old fetus, a child in the womb?
You're
because of
asking
the
me as if
child's
something
race?
is wrong
or
about...
gender. We could ask about
Yeah.
gender because
So,
that happens.
I
sure.
think you're acknowledging that
asking
you're
me-
killing, though, is what you're
No,
acknowledging. No?
let
You don't
me-
think it's killing?
Let me explain, okay.
Please do.
You're trying to ask me, is it wrong to practice eugenics?
30,400
And I'm saying in
Bitcoin
general, I would say that probably eugenics is wrong.
I didn't
How-
ask
whoa,
that.
whoa, 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 whoa!
I didn't ask that, actually.
That-
Is it wrong
no,
to
no, no.
practice eugenics on a 19-week-old before consciousness?
Hold on.
It's a
But that's the
difference.
issue. I don't care. It's always wrong to practice eugenics.
Even
in-
on a
in this way.
19-week-old pre-consciousness.
On anything. It's
But
probably
if the
wrong to practice
19-week-old
eugenics.
pre-consciousness has no moral value,
And
why
goes
would
back
it?
to
Why is
circle.
it possible to even be racist against that 19-week-old?
I didn't say being racist against a 19-year-old. I say practicing eugenics. I don't know if there has to be...
Why would it even be eugenics to kill the 19-week-old?
I would say it would probably be unethical if you were to say that people should only breed with people of their own race. That form of practicing eugenics is unethical. Even though you're
That's
not killing
not
anything at all.
quite what I said. I
Hold
said-
on. I know.
yeah.
You're... Okay.
I'm just only asking you to answer the
I don't know if I
question.
can.
Is
The
it
thing is, I
wrong?
can't. I can explain
It's a
every part of this.
hypothetical, which
No,
you
no,
like.
no, no. It's not
Yeah.
the problem. It's a hypothetical. The problem is I can't explain anything without getting cut off. Okay.
I'm
You're
not-
asking me. Okay.
Go ahead.
You're asking me the question is it unethical to is it unethical to kill a 19-week-old thing by virtue of doing it because of a eugenics? And what I'm saying is practicing eugenics is unethical. In your mind, you're transferring the idea that I'm saying, oh, you think it's unethical to practice eugenics by killing a 19-week-old? You must think it's unethical then because you're killing the 19-year-old. No, killing the 19-year-old or the 19-week-old has nothing to do with whatsoever. It's the practice of eugenics. Whether it's 19 weeks old or 21 weeks old, I would say both are wrong. However, the additional thing would be that killing the 21-week-old would also be murdering a child and practicing eugenics. Killing the 19-week-old would be unethical because you're practicing eugenics, but not because you're killing some baby.
But
That's the
Destiny,
difference.
by virtue of your argument,
Yes.
you cannot practice eugenics on a 19-year-old because they're not a person yet.
Do
so
you
there's
think
no
that?
moral
Okay, here's
harm.
a question.
That's your argument.
Hold on.
Destiny.
Do you think it's eugenics to sterilize
Can you
people?
answer? Can you answer?
No,
what I
because
just
that's not.
said?
I don't think that's what eugenics means.
Okay, let's define then. Eugenics is I'm doing, in this scenario, it's a racially motivated act of oppression, violence against this 19-week-old fetus.
Okay.
That is pre-conscious, so it's not a person in your book.
Okay, I don't know what
So
that
is it
definition
wrong?
of eugenics is. My understanding of
Well,
genetics.
would that be wrong? What I just said in that hypothetical, would that be wrong?
Practicing eugenics, in my mind, for racial visions
But would
at
it be
the
wrong
end is
to
wrong.
kill a 19-week-old pre-conscious fetus for racist reasons? Would
Yeah,
that be
but not
wrong?
because you're killing the fetus, but because you're practicing eugenics.
But why is it practicing eugenics if it's not killing a person?
Because we have different definitions of what eugenics means. That's why I just wanted to go back and define
Okay,
eugenics. My
define.
understanding is my understanding is eugenics is when you have a societal breeding plan. So for instance, this could be a practice of eugenics, is saying black people are not allowed to have children. It doesn't mean you have to have abortions. It doesn't mean you have to kill anything.
course,
Doesn't it, right?
yeah.
Well, okay, so if we're saying that is illegal,
That's
or,
not what
I'm sorry,
I'm talking about, yeah.
we're saying that's eugenics, telling people who can or can't have kids is eugenics, then I would say it's unethical to practice eugenics for a racial vision of mine. Even if that means aborting a 9-week-old. Even if that means having an abortion of a 5-week-old. But that's not wrong because you're killing a 5-year-old. It's wrong because you're practicing eugenics. But eugenics isn't defined by having an abortion of a human living being, of a person.
You're putting
or
a
whatever.
moral quality on this unconscious fetus.
No,
that you
I'm
didn't
not.
put
I'm putting
on
the
before.
moral quality as on the practice of eugenics.
But yet you're only saying that eugenics is bad because it's ending the life of this child for eugenics reasons, for this human.
Eugenics right in front
But
of
you,
all
the
of us.
reason, but
God,
Destiny,
listen to us. I
Destiny,
said that eugenics was designing socially, socially deciding who can or cannot have children. And now you're telling me you said eugenics
Destiny.
was about killing a baby. I never said that.
Destiny, you're saying it would be wrong to kill a 9-week-old for race-based reasons. No? Is that correct or yes?
Correct, yes.
Okay. But then on the same hand, you're saying that 9-week-old is not a person and doesn't have moral status.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
The wrong that's being committed isn't a wrong. The wrong that's being committed isn't
I
the
mean,
wrong
it's
against the 9-week
it's
child. The
inconsistent.
wrong being committed is the social wrong of eugenics.
So it's just the intention of the thing.
No, it's
Because
sure, but
killing them has no
it's not the
moral
intention of
quality.
killing a baby. It's the intention of eugenics.
So they get moral
what are they
value.
doing?
Hold on, they get
That
moral
doesn't make any
value if they all of a sudden get moral value if they're being killed for racist reasons, but if they're being killed
They're
for
not
other
getting any
reasons.
moral value. I wouldn't punish the person for murder, or I wouldn't punish the person for having an abortion.
Wait, what did they do wrong if it's just a thing? If
What are you doing wrong if you
if
tell
a
black people not to have children?
19-week-old
What's the wrong thing? Nobody's being harmed.
If a 19-week-old child in the womb is not a person, and it's just a thing, and has absolutely no value. I understand what you're saying is that because you don't, think that a human has value and isn't a person until they have consciousness. So, but what are they actually doing? They're not actually doing anything. They're not even practicing eugenics because there's nothing there to
It's a
practice
non-person
eugenics
in your
on.
view. It's a non-person
You said
in
that
your
it's
view.
a non-person. It's not a thing.
If you say only white people should breed with white people, is that practicing eugenics even if you haven't had any kids yet?
You're not defining. That's different.
I
Depends-
literally
depends-
defined it.
there's
Wait,
a
hold on,
positive and
wait,
negative
wait,
eugenics.
wait,
Let
what
me
do you think
explain.
my definition
You're
of
not
eugenics is?
defining what that 9-week-old thing is. Then what is that?
doesn't
thing?
matter what it
It does
is.
because you're saying it's wrong to kill it. So what is it?
I'm not saying it's wrong to kill. I'm saying
Yes,
it's wrong
you
to practice
are.
eugenics.
You're saying it's wrong
Practice
to kill it for
eugenics
eugenic
on-
reasons.
Yes.
What
So
is
explain
practicing
what it
eugenics
is.
on?
Practicing eugenics
Can
is
you practice eugenics on like things like cars? What do you practice eugenics
theoretically
on?
you could, sure.
Can you practice eugenics on like refrigerators?
Theoretically you could, sure. Let's say that I find out that
No,
a certain
because
refrigerator
refrigerators and
is.
cars can't reproduce. You've already
I'm
said.
sorry, were you gonna let
what
me answer the
definition
hypothetical,
of
or were you just gonna keep
no,
rambling like
because
you do? Oh, okay, my
you
bad. No,
already
I'm not
said
answer.
what the
At least I'm honest
definition of
about it.
eugenics
My bad.
was.
Okay.
Here, let's do a couple super chats here.
Let's
We
say that I
have-
found out
let's
there
do
was a
some
car
super-
that was
Hold on,
owned
wait,
99% by
let's-
black people, and let's say that I armed that car with an ability to stab you in the balls so you can have kids.
The
Would you
balls?
argue that that's the balls?
Stab in the balls.
Stabbed in the balls. It's Cadillacs that only black people drive. Would you say that's a form of eugenics?
That would be wrong, and it would be.
It would be eugenics, even with no
And it would be
babies
racist.
present.
But you're still stabbing somebody. You're still harming someone. Like the 9-week-old.
Sure, but you're not
still
killing a
harming
kid.
them.
It's eugenics.
You're killing what you don't want to call a kid, but it is a kid. You're killing a human that you don't want to call a person, but it is a human. And you're still upset with killing it for racist reasons, but for other reasons you're okay with it, and that doesn't make sense, Destiny.
It totally makes sense.
Let's do some
Let's
super
do it.
chats here.
How many more of these we have, Brian?
We're getting there. We're
Jesus.
getting there. We're getting there.
So a molar preg do not get rights because they are
changing my flight.
non-viable. Pregnancies with lethal genetic abnormalities that will never be viable on their own, but can still become full-term. Anencephalic babies never develop consciousness given time. Comments?
Pregnancies are lethal.
The-
Well, actually, it's false. So pregnancies with lethal genetic abnormalities. So the question is, does having a different genetic code or something that could end your life, does that change that you are fundamentally human and that you are valuable? A child who has been diagnosed with anencephaly, or a child who's diagnosed with Down syndrome or cystic fibrosis or whatever terrible syndrome you want to come up with, that doesn't change the fact that the child in the womb, that fetus, sorry, I didn't mean to trigger you, has rights and is valuable and should be protected. I don't think just because someone has been diagnosed in the womb, by the way, the New York Times even said earlier this year that 80% of genetic tests that come out and say that a child has Down syndrome, cystic fibrosis are wrong. That was like the New York Times. So that doesn't actually change your value, and it doesn't say that that human is no longer worthy of life.
Wow. Okay. We have Crystal Cole here. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it, Crystal. Thank you. There are multiple definitions of consciousness. One is related to awake, asleep, under anesthesia versus consciousness in terms of metaphysical human awareness. You can be unconscious according to the first definition while being conscious according to the second definition. Crystal, thank you very much for that super chat. David Keiko, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you. If I am the last boy on earth, is it immoral or virtuous for me to pull out?
I'm watching the
and
debate, honey. These people are morons. Spending $50.
Nice dono, dude. Good one.
I need to read these first.
Yeah, you really should.
All right.
Not cool.
Jennifer, this one came through.
We're reading $20 donos now?
No, just
this brokey fuck.
Jennifer, just a point of clarification here. The read trigger is the actual question you want answered has to be $49.99 and up. It can't be cumulative. So just a heads up, but something about the Khmer Rouge. I guess if you want us really quick, we'll give you a slide on this one.
Killing babies and bashing
that's
babies
bad,
against
I
a
think.
tree, we would all agree is bad.
It's pretty bad. Yeah. All right. Jennifer Hemingway. Any relationship to the author? Okay. What is the question?
Is it bad to bash babies
yeah, I'd
against
say
a
it's
tree
pretty
and kill
bad.
them?
I reckon,
would say it's pretty bad.
I reckon that's pretty bad.
I generally take a hard line stance against,
We have the Lifeline Apologetics here. If early term abortion fails the pill, hypothetically, if the child is born, the pill could have damaged the child permanently, just like drinking and smoking example. Would it have been wrong to take the pill? Is she stuck and has to try abortion again?
If you're going to have an abortion, it's probably like a foolproof method, not something that can fail and have like a fucked up, damaged kid, because that would probably be
The
unethical.
majority of abortions in our country today are committed via chemical abortion. They have a 15% annual failure rate.
Wow.
So are you against chemical abortion?
If that's the actual stat, I probably would be. I have a feeling that's probably not true, but if it was, I would probably be against it.
It really is, but okay, yeah.
They usually have to go back for a percentage of the cases of surgical abortion.
Yeah, because it's incomplete abortion.
Gotcha.
All right.
Which is why there's abortion pill reversal, which can sometimes save the life of the child. And it saved a few thousand lives. If you take the first abortion pill in the regimen, you can save it.
Yeah, you can go to
save
standingwithyou.org.
the life of your child.
Or if you have problems with the first one, just keep taking more and more, okay? Nothing says you can't take like 2 or 3 Plan Bs, Plan C, Plan D.
Do you think Plan B is an abortifacient drug?
Does that mean abortion?
Yeah.
I
do you think
so.
Plan B can cause an abortion?
Is Plan B the one that it prevents implantation?
Yep.
And yeah, probably, yeah.
Thank you for having a consistent definition. Because
No problem. My definitions are all very consistent.
Well, no, I mean, you've had a consistent definition of when you think babies should be killed. You have been very consistent throughout all this. I think it's wrong, and I think it's reckless, and I think it's very dangerous. But you've had a consistent position. But I would thank you for actually admitting that Plan B, which a lot.
Why are you saying admitting?
Well, no,
it's abortion.
Let me finish because. Yeah. When I talk about the dangers of Plan B, I will often be told by interviewers that I'm lying, that Plan B is merely a contraceptive, it's not abortifacient. But it actually says on the back of the Plan B box, may prevent the implantation of a fertilized egg. If you Google the word fertilized egg, it comes up.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Embryo.
The strongest
so you actually admitted that. So
I'm not admitting anything. I don't care.
Yeah,
probably abortion. But the strongest pro-life arguments, in my opinion, are usually ones that consider the teleology, the development of a human, rightfully so, begins at not conception but implantation. And I find that those pro-life arguments are more convincing than the ones that believe it happens at the moment of conception, because if it happens at the moment of conception, there are like millions of babies that die every single day tragically that we never hear about and don't even know about and don't care about, which is like a very weird position to have, whereas like implantation more closely follows, because you agree that it's possible to fertilize an egg and the egg just doesn't implant. It just, it goes out. To think of that as like the death of a human or the death of a person is like very strange.
Just because that happens doesn't mean that those
Sure, I'm not.
those
I understand.
embryos
Yeah, I understand.
aren't
I know.
human
Are
beings.
human beings that deserve all the rights, whatever. But the idea that it begins at implantation, I think, is more satisfactory. But if that's the case, then having Plan B wouldn't be considered an abortion.
Do you
because
believe
implantation
IUDs are abortifacient? Because so I was reading something yesterday that Planned Parenthood had put out on their Instagram, and they were saying that Plan B isn't very effective for people like me who are overweight, and so they were suggesting that women get copper IUDs inserted in them, which we knew copper IUDs, they're not preventing the release of an egg, but they actually...
I thought copper IUDs like sanitize and kill anything
Well,
coming
that's
in.
sperm, but if you're
Yeah.
doing it after the fact, after you've already had unprotected sex, the goal of the IUD is to make the womb inhospitable to human life.
I
Do you
don't know
think
anything. I've
IUDs
never heard about that before. That might be true, but
Yeah.
I've never heard that you can do an IUD as an abortion measure.
Yeah, it was very new to me that Planned Parenthood and the abortion industry is actually now lobbying as if IUDs are emergency contraception, but they use the word contraceptive. They won't actually use the word abortifacient. So I was just trying to find out, are you actually consistent as well? Because you did admit that Plan B can
I
be
won't even admit
abortifacient.
that to you because I don't know if that's true. I'd have to research it on my own. I've never in my life, usually like scheduling for IUDs and all that like takes a while. I've never heard of using an IUD to...
It was on the Planned Parenthood's Instagram page. I was pretty
Okay.
I was pretty shocked by it, as well as that they were now recommending this drug, this device, which actually can kill a baby. It prevents implantation of the new human being into the uterine lining.
All right, we have a super chat here from Trauma Davy. Thank you. For anti-abortion, what is people reproduced by shaking hands? What if people reproduced by shaking hands and the child magically appeared in 10 minutes? Would it be unethical to let go a second before? I mean, this is...
no, it's not
No,
unethical.
it's not unethical. Just like it's not unethical to not have sex and not conceive a child.
All right, Trauma Davy, thank you there. And we have just 3 more here. We have Gotcha. Thank you for the donation, appreciate it. For the pro-lifers, if an enslaved African-American woman in the 1800s unalived their fetus to protect the fetus from an from an enslaved life, would that be immoral?
So like a mercy killing.
Yeah.
Is the way that they would probably see it.
I
That's
think
kind of
so,
how
yeah.
And I think, yes, killing someone
immoral. It's
because...
immoral.
Yeah, it's immoral. It's killing someone because they are going to be enslaved or have a bad life is not right. We should instead work to free them and get them a better life instead of end their life.
Gotcha. And Gotcha sent it twice here, so Gotcha, thank you for the subsequent. Maybe is this one directed at Destiny? He wants
No,
Destiny's
for
take
Pro.
on this one. Destiny.
For the no, this is a fucking dog shit argument. You can't make arguments in favor of abortion by killing people that might have shitty lives. It's the stupidest fucking argument in the world. You would never
agree.
kill a 1-year-old, 2-year-old,
We have
3-year-old.
found so many
all right,
things we
common
agree
ground.
on.
Yeah, but
Common ground. There you go.
Most pro-choice arguments are stupid. If you read Judith Thompson's original paper on like the defense of abortion, her defense of abortion
You
is one
guys
of
have a great
self-defense,
night. I
but
hope
she
you enjoyed
very
it.
clearly outlines, if you read her paper, that Judith Thompson defends the right for you to have an abortion. She doesn't defend the right for you to kill the fetus. That's why if you make an argument for viability,
You
you
guys,
cite
thanks
Judith
for
Thompson's paper, you haven't actually read the paper because she doesn't
Thanks for
even make that
watching, and I
argument.
will see
And even
you
towards the
on
end of her
the
paper,
next
she admits that
one.
like
If you wanna
having
watch-
like a 7th month abortion because you want to go on
If you guys want to watch the rest of this debate, just go to Destiny.gg's chat, man. Like I've told you millions of times, you should be in there with me chatting, and none of you are, but go over there. All right, Destiny.gg. This is going right now. All right, bye guys.